I can't see it from you. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear us? We were having some sound problems, but it's much better now. We have Dr. Addington in the morning with us, so I'm not going to speak much. I'll speak at 12 o'clock. We will start with the Bible recitation and the Quran recitation. Dr. Addington will take 5 minutes to speak, and so will the Dean, and we will start our sessions then. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قد أفلح من تزكى وذكر اسم ربه فصلى بل تؤثرون الحياة الدنيا والآخرة خير وأبقى إن هذا لفي الصحف الأولى صحف إبراهيم وموسى صدق الله العظيم.
The scripture reading from the Holy Bible is written from Psalm 4. It's written in the word. Answer me when I call to you, my righteous God. Give me relief from my distress. Have mercy on me and hear my prayer. How long would you people turn my glory into shame? How long would you love illusions and seek false gods? Know that the Lord has set apart his faithful servant for himself. The Lord hears when I call to him in Christ. Amen.
Dr. Addison?
Yeah, I'll just speak very briefly. I'll be back in the afternoon as well. I'm sorry that I'm going to miss a good bit of one night in between because that's the heart of the conference. But really just wanted to express my appreciation for everybody here, for the program. I know people submitted papers and then they were selected after a process. But the fact that it involves contributions from faculty from about half a dozen of leading universities in Lahore and even beyond, I think even more so is the topics covered. I think these are all important topics. I'm hoping that some of them see the light of the day, maybe all of them, as journal articles of different places, because I think that the topics are important. And we are here today can hear them, but of course it's accessible if it's in a printed form as well. So hopefully that will happen. But again, just to commend the sociology department, this is becoming a tradition. I think it was the sixth. I think after 6 years, it really does become a tradition. And so appreciative to the sociology department, so appreciative to everybody that's here today. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Dean Sikander?
I'm pleased to welcome you to the 6th Annual Conference on Marginalized Populations in Pakistan, organized by Sociology Department of the University, as always. This conference is a distinct forum for bringing together scholars, researchers, students, and indeed representatives of the marginalized communities together to discuss and debate issues related to their lives, livelihoods, and ways of life in Pakistan. Although generally marginalized communities are characterized on the basis of religion, beliefs, race, ethnicity, gender, socioeconomic status, and disabilities, both physical and mental, the overall defining characteristics are rooted in the discrimination, deprivation, and subordination at the hands of a dominant group or groups, classes, government, or even a state, so to speak. They are the other. They don't belong really. They are excluded. They are denied access to opportunities for growth and development, both individually and collectively. Indeed, they are marginalized in a host of areas, social, economic, and political, for example. This may be both behavioral and structural, with structures in place that keep these marginalized groups out of bounds, and thus with little or no access to necessary resources to provide for themselves and their families. Their voices are hardly heard, let alone accommodated and empowered to participate fully in the society. These marginalized groups and populations are everywhere, in developed societies and developing societies, in liberal democratic societies and authoritarian societies, in capitalist societies and communist societies, in welfare societies and indifferent societies, North and South, in Asia, Africa, Europe, Americas, past and present. Only the type and nature of marginalization and its level and extent may change from time to time, or may be indeed different from each other. It may improve or worsen over time. Over the years, through such annual conferences, we have covered many marginalized populations in Pakistan. This year, of course, themes listed by Dr. Sara are again quite illustrative of marginalization and include women, ethnic and religious minorities in particular, often the subject of such conferences all over the world. A host of learned speakers, both from the university and some eminent universities in the area, will dwell upon these themes for the benefit of all of us. I really look forward to it. I'm sure it will be a rich, rewarding experience. Before I close, I would like to thank Dr. Sara Rizvi, Chair of the Sociology Department, and all her colleagues, and particularly those involved in organizing this conference, both faculty and my dear students, for putting together yet another, that is, sixth conference in place on marginalized populations in Pakistan. But this sixth conference is only possible because there was a first conference, which came about through a conference on aging, initiated and launched by Dr. Grace, my good friend and predecessor, Dean of Social Sciences. A special thanks to you, Dr. Grace. I wish this conference a great success. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dean President. We are going to start with our first speaker. I wanted to share with all the students that this was a feedback from one of them. Again, we're going to be talking about the problems related to marginalized groups, invisible groups. Yes, that's part of it. But we've made a lot of effort to structure our abstracts and our templates for the presentation and discussed it with the speakers. So you'll notice that half of their session, they've got 20 minutes to speak. Half of that is about solution orientation. What kind of policy recommendations we can make to protect these marginalized groups. And this is what we've seen in the previous years as well. And this has been our motive and ethic, to not just talk about the problem areas, but to seek solutions together. We'll also, after the 20 minutes of speaking of each speaker, have a 10-minute question and answer discussion. Aisha Jilani, the president, is walking around with her council members to take your questions on a piece of paper. If you would like to send them in to me, and then we will have only 10 minutes because we need to be on time. We're live on Facebook and there's a Zoom link as well. Thank you, everyone. Dr. Surosh Iqbal will be speaking.
Hello, everyone. Let me introduce our first speaker, Dr. Surosh Iqbal. With an extensive experience of more than 19 years of research and teaching, Dr. Surosh Iqbal is currently serving as an assistant professor of sociology in the School of Social Sciences and Humanities at UMT. She has completed her doctorate in sociology and postgraduate diploma in knowledge management. Her research interests include the sociology of health and illness, sociology of family, and digital sociology. Dr. Iqbal has experience in managing research with multiple development partners, for example, World Bank, USAID, World Health Organization, DFID, and UN agencies. She has authored multiple research manuscripts published in High Impact Factors, Focus Index, and HEC recognized journal. Welcome, Dr. Surosh.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum and very good morning to everyone. I would also like to thank Dr. Sara and all the sociology department and the organizer of this conference. Today I'm going to talk about my research. It is the narrative systematic review in gender-based violence against female sex workers in Pakistan. Can you please As you all know, gender-based violence is a social and a public health issue, and it is prevalent worldwide. It is disproportionately affecting the marginalized population, especially the key risk population at risk, including the female sex workers. When we talk about the female sex workers, they are the commercial sex workers which provide bodily services in exchange of money, and they often face multiple type of violences. When we talk about the Pakistan, FSWs or female sex workers, they are also known as the prostitutions, and they have very deep roots in red light areas and located in major hub within the big cities within varied typologies. I have hyperlinked my slide over here. Can I do that with the varied typologies? It's would help me.
Do you wanna double click and go
Yeah.
somewhere else?
I have hyperlinked the slide with the varied
Okay, can
typologies.
you
I
tell-
just want to share.
Yes.
Yeah. If you can just see that there are multiple type of FSWs which exist in our societies, including brothel-based FSWs that lives in brothels for dance and pickup clients. There are Kotikhana-based FSWs. They provide 24-hour services. Then there are street-based FSWs. Then there are home-based FSWs. Family is either involved or not involved. And then there are, with the passage of time, there are call-girl FSWs which provide services on the phone. And since it is a social media time, there are also the web-based FSWs. Along with that, there are other typologies, that is hotel-based, massage parlor-based FSWs. They all provide services with the help of the network operators, which are deal with the pimps and madams, and that's how they get clients. Can you please go back to the first slide? Since the discourse of violence against FSWs, it is deeply seeped into the traditional cultural and religious framing of gender and law. That's the reason they face criminalization of sex work, they face discrimination and stigmatization. Sex work is prohibited in Islam and it is also illegal, and that is the reason they face multiple marginalization. This social isolation that limits their access to essential resources, legal protection, and social support, which further put them in a vulnerable position in the society. Along with this, as a human, they do not have basic human rights. They lack legal rights, coupled with the economic insecurities. They usually belong to the lower socioeconomic status and the poor strata. That is also added to their marginalization. My research basically, it is about a systematic review where I have looked into the types of the violence experienced by FSWs in Pakistan. And I also looked into the multiple challenges with the perspective of the social services, where I have defined it with respect to the healthcare services, legal protection, and social support mechanisms, and how these vulnerabilities are being addressed into the literature. I have used multiple repositories like Scoopers, PubMed, Medlin, and BMC also use the Google Scholar. And I have searched all the published data prior to the August 2024. This is one of my recent research. Inclusion criteria, what I have applied, I have used Spider tool for that, where I have used FSWs in Pakistan, female sex workers in Pakistan, with the focus on the phenomena of interest, violence, and challenges related to healthcare services, legal protection, and social services. With the help of a researcher, I have selected 18 relevant studies. I will also share that Prisma flowchart later on with you. And initial screening, after initial screening, I have extracted the data based upon the certain parameters, including the research design, geographical scope, target population, sample size, key finding, and type of challenges related to the accessibility and inclusivity of healthcare services, legal protection, and social support. After data extraction, I used a mixed method appraisal tool for the critical appraisal. And later on, all the data was organized in an MS Excel template for the data analysis. If you can just look into that slide, that will show all the efforts which have been put so far. For the research results, threshold reporting items for systematic review and meta-analysis, in short, which is known as the Prisma flowchart, that was used. You can see that all the databases which I have used, they yield the results of 19,000 plus studies, which were later on screened and all duplications were addressed. Later on, titles were screened and we have excluded all the studies that were not covered into the Pakistan. After title screening, their abstracts were screened and full text eligibility was determined. And lastly, we got only 18 studies. The exclusion criteria were most of the studies were not considered, that they were not focusing on the FSW, female sex workers. They were focusing on the broader risk population, like transgenders, drug users, male sex workers. Mostly were also included the discussion papers. And here I want to just highlight that I got very few papers related to the legal protection and social services. Mostly were focusing on the healthcare services. Regarding findings, as you all know, gender-based violence is governed by the strong patriarchal mindset and the deep-rooted social norms. So that considered women inferior and maintain control over them. And when we particularly talk about the female sex workers, since as I have earlier introduced, it is illegal in Pakistan, so that's put them into more marginalization. It has also been seen that female sex workers are facing multiple forms of violences, that is including physical, psychological, sexual violence, rape, and assault. But the problem is that most of such cases are not reported. And when we talk about the key perpetrator of the violence, they face violence not only by the intimate partner violence, like including their husbands, both husbands and relatives, but also by the non-partner. And this is main of the factor that such violences are not being reported. When we see into the non-partner violence it includes clients, neighbors, co-workers like shopkeepers, rickshaw drivers, and this is also something very important. They face structural violence as well, where law enforcement agencies like police officers, they also harass them and they also use them. Along with that, there are other sexual partners like pimps who are the network operators. They also exploit them and put them on violence. And the public also has a key role as a key perpetrator. If we just look into the statistics, I could only find the statistics related to the physical violence. That is, FSWs face physical violence by their partners and husbands. That make up to 66%, followed by 43% by the police, 38% by the clients, 33% by pimps, and 24% by the neighbors. This is the only figure I can get that. As I have mentioned that they face systemic marginalization due to criminalization, stigmatization, religious and cultural prohibition. FSWs are more vulnerable to the violence. And this also isolates them to access their, from their access to justice. If we will just look into the healthcare challenges, they have increased health risk because violence often led to the physical injuries, psychological, sexual, and health issues. Like specifically here, sexually transmitted infections are very important to mention. Due to the and this is attributed due to the multiple sex partners, unprotected sex, and drug users. Along with the physical injuries, they also, GBV, gender-based violence, also have a health impact, a mental health impact on them, and which often results into the social isolation, depression, and societal tendencies. This all limit their access to the sexual and reproductive healthcare systems because our infrastructure doesn't have a provision for such population. Often they face discrimination whenever they go to any healthcare facility. Similarly is the case for the general healthcare services provisions, and this is something very important. They lack confidentiality in healthcare settings. If their status would be disclosed, they would be more marginalized and they would be more at a risk of the harm of being facing violence. Regarding legal protection and criminal justice system challenges, under Hudud Ordinance, prostitution is illegal in Pakistan, which restrict FSWs to report violence. If you will look into the literature, non-partner violence is often not being reported because in such cases, victim is being blamed. And this is one of the reasons. And they do not have any legal protection, which leaves FSWs vulnerable. Since the sex work is haram, so they also have a fear of arrest. And as I have mentioned that they face structural violence, they are also facing the police misconduct. Often police harass them and abuse them, and lack of accountability of law enforcement agents is also one of the reasons. And this all accumulate into the low conviction rates due to the victim blaming and stigmatization. If we will just talk about the social services, which are challenges. Inaccessible for non-exclusive social supports. Our Pakistani system doesn't have the support system for such female sex workers, and it all limit their services to limit their services for exiting FSWs because they do not have any other opportunities to earn properly and ensure their livelihood. I just want to conclude that there is a nexus of violence and social services staff for FSWs. As I have mentioned, all the vulnerabilities like they have limited access for the healthcare, they have lower social economic status, they belong to the poverty, they do not have education, they are illiterate. So these are all compounded vulnerabilities which add into their status of the marginalization. And there is a systemic exclusion as well. Absence of any inclusive systems highlighting the systemic neglect of the FSWs, rights and well-being. This is one of the major factors which add their violence and exploitation and neglect from the legal systems. What my research has found out, I just want to say that it is one of the human rights violations which FSWs experience, and this is one of the reasons they face physical, sexual abuse and discrimination in healthcare and legal system. My recommendations, if I would like to state it very briefly, I have suggested to improve the healthcare accessibility. Like there is a need to establish inclusive healthcare policies to ensure FSWs receive adequate healthcare services. As I mentioned, I just want to say that as a basic human, they must have access to the basic human rights. And there is a need to improve and provide mental health care services to them. We also need to train our healthcare providers for the purposes so that they should be able to treat them without the confidentiality. Regarding legal reforms, I would suggest to strengthen the laws and the regulations to hold clients, traffickers, and abusers accountable. Regarding social service support, I would suggest to increase funding and institutional supports for the NGOs. There are certain NGOs which are working for the rehabilitation and vocational trainings, but we need to strengthen more funds on that. And there is also a need to develop inclusive social support systems such as shelters, counseling, and employment programs tailored to the needs of FSWs. Last but not the least, we also need to promote awareness of the community to reduce discrimination and provide basic human rights to the FSWs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Feroz, and also for covering a topic that is, for researchers, it's a stigmatized area, and there's less research for the protection of sex workers in Pakistan. There is a question from the students on the WhatsApp group. They're coming in, so I'll ask the first question. Do you think criminalization, the issue of criminalization and legal protection, legally recognizing them as workers would help in any way in improving protective policy and legal support for them? If you have any comments to share about that.
I think if you will look into the history of the prostitution, we have a very long history and it is an open secret as well.
Yeah.
So I think there is a need to admit that, like we are in a living in a society. Excuse me for that. We are now open for the discussion and we are in at a time that we are ready to discuss about the transgenders. Then we also need to work on providing the basic human rights to them. And once I worked on a project with the World Bank, they have established special healthcare centers. And you would believe into that healthcare utilization by the female sex workers have improved with the passage of time. There is a need to work on that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Amar had a question. Amar, you can put your mic on. I hope it's going to work.
Thank you, Dr. Sosh. I just wanted to know that what kind of changes do we need to have in the normative structure of society that would complement the legal protection?
Thank you. That I think your question has two parts. One is about reforms in social services are required. Usually there is a perception that women are forced to serve sex work, right? They are forced to do that. There are multiple reasons because they belong to the low socioeconomic strata. They have to support their families. They are illiterate. They do not have enough employment opportunities. This is my recommendation as well, that we need to work on the provision of employment opportunities and strengthen their social services this group. As far as legal reforms are concerned, this requires debates, to be very honest, because I'm not in a favor to decriminalize the sex work in Pakistan, but I am just focusing on providing the basic human rights. They face a lot of discrimination by the healthcare providers, by the police agencies. I have also witnessed once we have arranged a workshop for the female sex workers while we were working with the World Bank, and it was on the primary healthcare services for the female sex workers. Where we have organized the workshops, police just raid that. And there was no reason for it. They do not trust us. We need to work on this.
They don't trust researchers or development organizations who are NGOs who are trying to support them.
To both.
Both, okay.
Yeah. Because they do not know our intentions as well for what we are working on. So I think the legal reforms needs debate on it. Thank you.
I have a question. The civil laws technically apply to men as well as women. And of course, prostitution is haram for men as well. Men using women. Is there any effort in the religious community or in the legal community to attack prostitution by limiting or prosecuting men who use prostitution?
Are you talking about male sex workers as well?
No, I'm talking about men who use women sex workers. That's justice haram.
Yeah.
And so what kind of efforts are there, either in the religious community or the legal community, to minimize those interactions?
I think this is the main two sectors which have not been involved in such efforts. What I can see from the literature, most of the literature which I got, that was working on the healthcare sector. And there is a lot we need to work on the legal sector as well as for the religious sector as well. Religious sector, it is very sensitive because if we will talk about the female sex worker itself, it's a very sensitive area of research. And that's the reason it has been neglected. If you would look into the numbers, what I got from the literature, it is just a minimal number, that is 18. And this is one of the reasons that people often reluctant to talk on such topics.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sarosh. Are there any questions from the students? You can come and use Ms. Kana Shahid's mic because it's going to be problematic. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Vikas.
I just wanted to add a comment. The rule law says nothing about prostitution, and there has not been a single conviction under the rule law since Pakistan was created. So it's deeper. It was the law of Pakistan Penal Code, which was created by the British Raj, under which it was made illegal. But then the red light areas have always existed because they have this double standard within the law where you can hire women for dancing but not for prostitution. And that is why they have the social space and all our urban places. So the campaign needs to be started. It has to address this double standard if they are able to be given some protection. I just have this comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vikas. For the last 4 years since am the convener of this conference, I was looking for people to speak on Kashmir. We're very lucky today to have Dr. Lubna. She's just completed her PhD from Punjab University. She's from Kashmir and she has been researching women's rights, women's protection in Kashmir. So I'm very happy. Dr. Shamaila will be introducing her. Thank you.
So, Dr. Lubna Razak holds a PhD in discipline of gender studies. Her primary research interests lie at the intersection of gender, health, and conflict, with a specific focus on how armed conflict affects women and children in marginalized communities. She is deeply committed to advancing knowledge in these areas and to contributing to the development of policies that address the unique needs of these populations. Welcome, Doctor.
Thank you, Ms. Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. Today's I'm here to present my research paper on women's perspective on peace and security in conflict zones, exploring life at the line of control in Azad Jammu and Kashmir. Before I start my presentation, I would like to share some brief overview of some key terms that are central to this research paper. First is about line of control that refers to a 740-kilometer boundary line that divides the state of Jammu and Kashmir between Pakistan and India. The oldest name of this line was ceasefire line that was established in 1949. And the second is about conflict. This refers to an ongoing military conflict between these two nuclear forces, Pakistan and India, over the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Regarding about background of this marginalized community and the women who are living in conflict zones are over the world, they are considered the most marginalized and exploited group of the society due to their social and economic position, their biological attributes, and their age and restricted mobility. And they often face unique set of challenges that significantly impact on their lives, and armed conflict, political instability, institutional challenges, and insecurity not only expose them to violence, trauma, but also disrupt their social and economic well-being that is essential for a community and family survival. And the experience forced migration, displacement, domestic and sexual violence during and after armed conflict. And if we see in the context of Kashmir, in Kashmir, the prolonged ongoing conflict between Pakistan and India has resulted in psychological trauma, socioeconomic hardship, and loss of male family members that leaving women on navigate
these difficulties and challenges on their own. About research, a question hypothesis, this research study revolves around two central questions. One is about how do Kashmiri women perceive and navigate their roles, challenges, and contribution to peace building and security and the line of control in Azad Jammu and Kashmir. And the second was how do these challenges compare to those faced by women in other conflict-affected areas all over the globe. And the hypothesis, despite having the significant contribution of Kashmiri women in peace-building processes, their exclusion from decision-making process and negotiation at different levels from local to international level remains a major barrier to sustainable peace. About research methodology, research design, this is basically a review article that based on systematic review of existing literature that was published between 2000 to 2024, focused on qualitative studies that explored experiences of women and challenges in conflict regions, particularly in Azad Jammu and Kashmir and Indian occupied Kashmir. And the data was collected by using the databases like PubMed, Medline, Swinglink, Google Scholar, by using the search terms women, conflict, and Kashmir. And the analysis technique was based on a systematic thematic analysis by using systematic coding and categorizing of data to identify common themes and patterns that are related to women's experiences in these areas. About findings regarding to challenges faced by women in Azad Jammu and Kashmir, if we discuss the context of Kashmir and look at the existing research studies, it becomes clear evident that Kashmiri women have been experiencing ongoing conflict activities between Pakistan and India since 1947 by extreme psychological distress, lack of essential services during crisis, and loss of economic their economic marginalization and loss of their male family members and their limited access to employability skills and options, and various risks of harassment during this ongoing conflict, making it difficult to support their families and in-laws that have not only affected their overall lives and well-being, but also put their future in danger. And if we see the comparison, women who are living in armed conflict zones all over the world, such as Colombia, Syria, and the recent conflict with Gaza, Palestine, and many other conflict regions, face similar socioeconomic and psychological hardship during such a crisis situation. And about their meaningful roles in peace building process, women during and after adopts new roles and responsibilities as a head of household and look after their families. They assume leadership roles, and their involvement is crucial for effective conflict resolution and long-term peace. Plus, however, their multiple talks and their additional roles and responsibilities, their meaningful participation in peace building forums remains critically low, which raises a significant question mark for international resolutions and agreements. About concluding recommendation for policy protection, first it's about enhanced representation
enhance women's representation, their meaningful representation in peace building and negotiation process. Because when women are involved in decision-making process, peace agreements become more comprehensive, addressing their unique needs and challenges in armed conflict zones, and their representation empower them by ensuring their issues and voices are prioritized, and it foster more inclusive and sustainable peace-building solution that further benefiting their welfare. And the second is gender-sensitive policies that are critical in ensuring that women's unique needs and challenges are not overlooked during and after conflict by providing better security for women, improving their access to essential services, and ensure educational opportunities and promote economic empowerment. All these measures would directly improve the quality life of women, particularly those women who are still living in areas situated on line of control in the state of Azad Jammu and Kashmir. And next is longitudinal studies to monitor the long-term changes and track how the challenges and perspective of women evolve over time in conflict zones. Longitudinal studies could provide a valuable insight into the ongoing struggle for Kashmiri women and the women who are living in areas of armed conflict, and help tailor to intervention to improve their welfare continuously. And the more important is about to strengthen United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 practical implementation, because this is a landmark resolution that emphasizes the inclusion of women in peace and security decision-making and aims to prevent gender-based violence in conflict, during conflict. So it's strengthening its practical implementation is vital in ensuring that the unique challenges of women in conflict zones, particularly along line of control, are addressed. And next is about women's integration at local, national, and international forums are crucial to address their realities, because the women from conflict zones of line of control have first-hand experiences and insight into their challenges they face. And the last is about call for international accountability. I just share that finally it is essential to hold international organizations, both national and state and non-state actors, accountable for including women's voices in peace building and negotiation processes, and to address their unique needs and deprivation they face, and particularly those women who are still living in areas adjacent to a line of control in the state of Azad Jammu and Kashmir, because no one can understand their challenges, then they can. And all these, I hope all these recommendation not only addresses immediate needs, but also aims for long-term structural challenges that will improve women's welfare through empowerment policy changes and their representation at local to international level, so that their challenges could be mitigated. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lubna. Dr. Lubna, you mentioned that you've also been collecting data with Kashmiri women, your own community. So we had a question. There are
basically a review.
Yes, this is a review paper,
Yes.
but you were mentioning it. So there's a question from the students and one question before that from my side. What do you think, since you know you've been working with these women, do you think that they would be agents for peace building, and is it fair to ask them to be, the
Yeah,
peace builders and the agents?
So I just share the most prominent name, Parveena Hangar. She's not educated woman, but
Okay.
she is the founder of 80, I think, Association of person with disappeared person. So she's not educated woman, but she have enough potential to engage from domestic to public demand, and she is engaged in present movements to highlight the issues of disappeared person, and raise the issues of women who experience violence during conflict. So it's not
Impossible.
for Kashmiri
Thank you.
people.
Dr. Anderson, you have a question?
Oh, no.
Dr. Grace, I know you have a question.
I was just wondering, I have no idea about this. To what extent does Pakistan hold its own military responsible for violence against women, either Pakistani women or Indian women?
Could you please repeat your question?
To what extent does the Pakistani government hold its military responsible for violence against women, either Pakistani women or Indian women?
Actually, this case is only handled by Kashmiri leadership, not, sorry to say, not Pakistani. I'm really sorry. No comment about that. I think
I didn't know either, so that's why I asked.
it's maybe, it's not a political.
Not, you wouldn't like to share right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's going to be writing about it. She did mention it previously. Amar,
Thank you, Dr. Lubna. I see that you've engaged with the secondary literature. I just wanted to ask if there has been a significant movement last year in Azad Women in Kashmir. What do you think? How much role did the women play in that movement?
Thank you, sir. Our women advocate Nosheen. She is actively engaged in this recent movement with men and highlights the issues of not only women but also Kashmiri. So their women's roles are crucial in recent movement.
Shah, you had a question? Thank you so much, Dr. Lubna. Thank you so much. Before the session, Dr. Lubna was sharing with us, and whenever you're sharing research from your own community, one becomes emotional. One has to be on the guard. There are certain things you don't want to talk about. We had this experience with Dr. Ira last year, where she wasn't willing to talk about certain things, but she was happy to write about them. So we're really looking forward to your publications, and we know.
This is actually Kashmir is a dispute.
Yes, it's a
area
dispute.
between Pakistan and India. That's why.
Yes, we
There
totally
was
understand, and yeah, thank you. We have Dr. Iram. Thank you again, Dr. Lubna. We have Dr. Iram Rabab with us, who will be speaking next. Dr. Shumaila will be introducing her and giving her biography. Thank you. Yeah, please come in. Dr. Iram for presentation. Dr. Iram, you're going to be sitting.
I would like to introduce Dr. Iram Rabab. She is an assistant professor of sociology and gender studies at the University of Home Economics Law. She holds the Office of Director, Student Affairs and Women Development Center. She was the recipient of Charles Wall's Visiting Fellowship 2023 to 2024 at King's College London, where she worked on a pedagogical inquiry titled Teaching Gender Studies in Pakistan, Prospects and Challenges. She received her PhD in Gender Studies from the University of the Punjab in 2019. Her research on women's inheritance rights in Pakistan has appeared in various reputed publications, including the Routledge Handbook of Women's Experiences of Criminal Justice, Journal of International Women's Studies, and Taylor and Francis. The chapter is forthcoming. Her research charts the contours of the intersections of gender and violence and their unfurling at the state and judicial levels. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you so very much. Good morning, everyone. And I want to extend first my congratulations to the Department of Sociology for organizing much needed conference, and every year you organize this conference. And I congratulate Dean of Social Sciences as well for this initiative. So my topic is on the face of double marginality, women seeking shelter services to escape violence in Pakistan, and challenges of social reintegration. So as you all know, gender-based violence is a serious human rights violation and public health concern. Overall, historical marginalization of women puts them at a greater risk of gender-based violence. And as per World Health Organization's estimate, about 1 in 3, 33% of women worldwide have been subjected to either physical or sexual or intimate partner violence or non-partner sexual violence in their lifetime. This is a big number. And if we see situation in Pakistan, it's even worse. National report on the status of women 2024 noted that Pakistan fares abysmally low on indicators of women's rights and empowerment. It ranked 142 out of 146 countries. This is a report of 2023. And if we see the 2024 stats, it is even drastic, because drastic slip of 3 ranks below. Now Pakistan is ranking on 145th out of 146 countries. While statistics may not encompass individual narratives and experiences, it is still pertinent to note the picture of women's marginality that these paints. So individual experiences are very important. Further, what is not delineated in these are the different kinds of domestic, psychological, economic, sexual, and physical violence women are prey to during their lifespan, each with its own damaging impacts. And researchers have noted that 90% of women face some kind of violence during their lifespan. So, my research is focused on women shelter homes, Pakistan. Shelter homes are sports structures and can also be defined safe homes where battered women and their children can stay for protection. It is state affirmative action measure for women protection in order to mitigate the impacts of violence. Basically, Constitution of Pakistan and fundamental rights allow women right to life, security, dignity, and safe living, freedom of movement. So these shelter homes are affirmative actions to assure those fundamental rights. If we see how many shelter homes are in Pakistan, this service was introduced after 1960. Before that, there was no concept of formal shelter homes. Initially, 5 shelter homes were started at divisional level, but currently 36 shelter homes, 1 in each district, are operational within Punjab, and these are overall looked after by the Social Welfare and Baitul Mal Department. Parallel to public sector shelter homes, the private sector is also offering these shelter services to women. These setups include Dastir, Pana, ED homes, and other some Islamic sector organizations are also offering these services, like Al Khidmat is offering women shelter services as well. If we see the research question posed by this study,
This study focused on the protection mechanisms available in Pakistan for women survivors of violence. In specific, it explored the services offered by public and private sector shelter homes in Pakistan, basically with the lens of minimum international standards for a comparative benchmark. The main research questions posed by this research were: what kind of services are being offered in women's shelter homes? Second question was, are these services in line with the minimum international standards? If not, how and why do these gaps emerge? Third concern was, how is the social reintegration of these women ensured through state protection or through informal social networks? And actually, my third question was very important because overall, shelter homes offer initially 3 months protection to women. And if they want to get readmitted and want to continue the service, they need overall through judicial proceeding, they can get secondary admission. And after going back to their homes after reconciliation, there is a biggest barrier for them as they are not accepted in their families in that way because they have crossed the social threshold of honor. Research methods. Study was philosophically grounded in interpretive paradigm and epistemologically in social constructivism. Due to embedded nuances and sensitivity of the subject matter, pure qualitative research method was used through the nested case study design. Nested case study design was selected because at first stage I selected two shelter homes, one from private sector and other from public sector. And after that, I selected participants of study from those women who were living there. And the selection criteria was the women who were seeking these services at least from previous 2 months to assess the nature of services and assess the facilities. So sample for the purpose of an exhaustive comparison, a public Darul Aman Nawa Court and private Dastak shelter home in Lahore were studied. 15 individual participants were recruited from each. An in-depth interview guide and observational checklist were used for data collection. So in-depth interview guide was based on some main themes about services, and then probes were made under those themes. And checklist was made. It was overall based on 45 items, and it was kind of observational sheet. I can check if there are this thing is present, like firing extinguisher, like panic button, security cameras. So this checklist was specially made. Institutional and individual consent alongside other ethical considerations were centered. Analysis technique, comparative keyhole analysis technique, because international standards were taken as a lens. So comparative lens analysis or keyhole analysis were used. So from where I defined these international standards, because there is not proper model or write-up for these international standards. Pakistan being a signatory of CEDAW, Convention on the Elimination of all forms of violence against women. Similarly, Declaration of Elimination of Violence Against Women, Council of Europe, and Global Network for Women's Shelter. So these minimum international standards were drawn out of these documents, what instructions they have given for the minimum conditions for shelter homes. And after seeing these minimum standards, I got 10 standards, basically, which include safe housing, social and psychological support, child services, employment assistance, money for activities, training and educational possibilities, legal services, health services, and follow-up mechanism. Each this facility has many sub-indicators, like in safe housing, 24/7 guards and other security measures. Food and clothing include safe and proper nutrition of food, and in clothing, it includes bedding and other things as well. So these were the minimum international standards which were used as a lens. These are the standards actually. And now the ground realities in Pakistan. Although the private and public sectors are both improving and some of their services are quite compatible with the required minimum standards, many researchers highlights in Pakistan is still lagging behind in. Actually, previously in start of 80s, these services were considered as these shelter homes are working like jails, and these shelter homes were overcrowded, and staff was not sensitized enough. Situation was not very good and compatible for women. But now, after improvements, GIZ and other donor agencies work with Government of Pakistan to improve these shelter services. Still, these are lacking in 24/7 availability of services at crisis center and follow-up mechanism. And the biggest lacuna was that crisis center and women shelter homes should be two separate places. Crisis centers are providing across the globe 24/7 services, and shelter homes are on hidden places. But in Pakistan, it's not like that. Our shelter homes are basically public places. If you see Nawakot Darul Aman and other Darul Amans, those are open places or publicly known places, which increase the threat of life threats and other threats for women. And similarly, follow-up mechanisms are very important. Social reintegration of women is very important, and stigma attached to them why they use this service. Families are not ready to accept them back, and because these services are available only on district level, so women from far-flung areas or women from rural areas, they find no solution. They find no guarantor to get some job or to start their bank account or do any kind of job. Even for domestic ordinary job of domestic servant, they need some guarantor to tell about them. They know her. These are the problems. And the other question was keeping male children. The permitted age is 9 years or below, leads to the compounded turmoil. Have either hand over the child to the same abusive structure of paternal family or opt for child shelter services, because only 9-year male child is allowed to live with his mother, with their mothers. Social reintegration is a big issue. Once victims cross the threshold of familial home, immense stigma attached to consulting shelter services and equated with bringing dishonor to the family. And this I have discussed the woman for far-flung area. So recommendations. As I told you before, Constitution of Pakistan and our international legal boundings all bind us to work on this. Number one, 24/7 facilitation at crisis centers. Number two, no disclosure of the locations of shelter homes, easing of readmission and extension of stay, improvement of living conditions, and providing support for women's mobility and robust rehabilitation and reintegration services for women, with an emphasis on psychosocial health. Freedom of movement was another problem, because our shelter homes are not on hidden places. These places are known. Families can chase them, family can harm them. So they were not allowed to go out of those shelter homes, and if they have to visit court, they have to go like in vans in a strict security.
direction because many students are here, so direction for future researchers in the field. I think in-depth focus on the infrastructural aspect. In-depth focus on the infrastructural aspects of these services, the response and sensitization of the staff and shelter homes, particularly in terms of how they look at women who cross the social threshold of honor, and sensitization of staff is a very important aspect which need to be researched because power relations start there as well, because they look down upon the women who have decided to leave the four walls of home. Similarly, experiential narratives, the push factors that land women at shelter homes, the ways they socially reintegrate after these experiences. How is present model of shelter homes invariably model after prisons and other institutions of control and reform? That can be another important topic to be researched. The social status of shelter services in the state and institutional imaginary and its impact on the service provision in Pakistan. And thank you. That's all. References.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aram. Again, this was an area that was really neglected in research. I've also noticed that, I think only Punjab has functional shelters for women. And also the beneficiaries or those who have sought shelter temporarily for 3 months or less are even less than 5,000 women in the last 5 years.
30 to 50
Right.
women can be entertained in one
In
shelter
one
home
hour.
capacity, yes.
So I'm sure if there was a assessment of demand, it would be much greater. And then there are also, because you keep mentioning Pakistan, and the representation in other and the protection of our existing shelters and functional shelters in other provinces are almost nil. I had a question, and then we'll turn it over to the students and faculty. What about the legal access to women in shelters? Because you were working with them. Do they get free services and free transport to the family courts? Just whatever you learned about that.
Yes, this is a big difference in public sector and private sector shelter home. Like in Dastak, they have proper AGHS legal cell where many lawyers were on the service of women and they have free transportation. This service is available in public sector shelter homes as well, but only 5 to 6 lawyers are for that services. So every woman are struggling with the complex legal situations. The number of lawyers is low in public sector. We need to increase that number, and transportation is available to women. But still they are facing problems if they are having kids, where their kids who will take care of that, because the schools are for minimum hours. I mean, 8 to 12 was the timing of school, which was operational in shelter home. So if they have to be in courts after that time, who will take care of those kids? There are so many problems if someone worked there or I mean, closely monitor the things. There are many issues they are facing, and sometimes social reintegration is such a big problem. When I was doing internship in shelter home, and I do job there as well. A woman from Baloch community, and she want to get job in Lahore, but because of the absence of guarantor and no one was ready to help them, and she went back to her community and shot them, unfortunately. So this is the thing. It's high time the government should make some plan to reintegrate these women.
Thank you so much. More questions, please? Tanya, you have a question?
I just want to, if a woman goes in there because of experiencing violence, is there any protocol, like is she evaluated psychologically, and if she's suffering from trauma, is there any procedure for helping such women out?
Yes, there are many procedures involved in admission. Your question is about psychological help. Yes, they get this help there. But actual admission procedure involves so many legal things. First, they have to inform police station that women, they are having some women for shelter here, so families cannot pursue for abduction or like that. Then they have medical legal procedure to see the actual condition of women and to assess her health. And after that, definitely psychological services are there, but overall they have only 3 months there, which are not enough to resolve that traumatic condition. But they have this service available in shelter homes, both in private and public sector.
But I'm a clinical psychologist and some of my students are working in down and out. So if they are not involved in the assessment process, as Madam said, that there is so many legal procedures involved. But yes, they are involved in support, they are involved in counseling, they are involved in therapy. But as Madam said, just so like 3 months, and they are involved in so many other things that even though they try to counsel them, they try to manage and support those, but that time duration is really very low, and that is a part which must be given attention by government and as well as to the people who are involved in assessment.
Yes, and one more comment, time is short and women are from different economic backgrounds. I observed that is a problem as well, from economically lower background, or some are from elite families. So adjustment of women with each other was also a problem. And secondly, in Pakistan, there are no shelter homes for women who are facing, I am skipping that word, that's smuggling and trafficking, sorry. Human trafficking survivors are there. In some cases, other child marriage cases. So for such a small number and different type of women and their trauma, to address them in this way is not a proper solution. For human trafficking especially, I think so there should be separate places.
And forced conversion.
Yes.
So there's a really important question actually from students, and I'm glad that they've asked it. Why would our shelters necessary, and would Pakistan accept them? This is a similar question to last year for old age homes. Why would and it's relevant. Does our society accept old age homes, women's shelters? Isn't it destroying the family system? So, I mean, it's important to address this. We'll answer it. Some of it has already been addressed. If there are cases of child marriage, forced conversions, human trafficking, and women are struggling in homes, and their families, they don't know where their families are, or their families are not willing to accept them, then that's one big reason for state and private sector to come forward, or civilian bodies to provide support and shelters. Shelters are temporary spaces. They need to be, it needs to be a phase. You then need to support them for what they need, whether it's health, whether it's skill development, whether it's, and then it transfer into their permanent housing, etc. But I'll hand it over to you, to the specialist here.
Yes, shelter services are necessary and it should be available everywhere, because if violence is taking place in the four walls of home, basically if you see domestic violence that take place usually within the four walls, and especially because I have worked on women right of inheritance, so in many cases where kind of violence erupt within families on the property issue, it is the primary responsibility of state to offer them security, and these secure places are indispensable and necessary. And it doesn't mean that these systems are damaging our family systems. Actually, these are corrective services, and that should be everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Aram. We still have some time, and I don't want to, when the students are asking questions, I'm really happy. It's made my day. This is another really relevant question. If women from different socioeconomic backgrounds with different health needs are being accommodated in shelters, then what do you advise for shelters to equip themselves with different human resources to support women with different needs? And what kind of money and finances would that entail? That's the gist of it.
Yes, definitely, if you visit shelter homes, 3 or 4 women are accommodated in one room. And if they are from different social backgrounds, because when I was working in shelter home, one woman was a brigadier's wife, and other woman taking shelter there was from strong political background. There are definitely adjustment problems. They are not willing to live together with women who are from low economic background in this way. Overall, I'm not saying for elite women there should be some special services. Overall, services should be improved in a way. Sorry, you want me to take it? Want me to take the phone? No, I'll shift it on a silent mode. It should be on a silent mode, but as I enter in a room, that was my turn. So definitely overall services need to be improved. At least one room should be maximum 2 women, not for 4, or in some cases I saw in some shelter homes, 6 women are accommodated in one room. And their duties, I mean, they cannot afford many servants in that premises, so the women work on turns. A schedule is placed there, and they have to, a group of women will do kitchen work and women will do cleaning work. So if they are facing trauma and they are in such conditions, there is a need to improve shelter homes overall. And Pakistan is economically facing so many problems. So suggesting this, I don't know, will work for government or not. In that sense of budgets, all these suggestions are of no use in some ways. And definitely they should improve conditions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's also a role for integration of all of us and volunteer services, especially for the psychological counseling. I do know some of the professors from LCW. We don't have their representation this year. Last year, somebody presented, and they were mentioning from the psychology department that they do these informal services free, and they go to different shelters and provide services. It's not the best solution because they wouldn't be there non-stop. They do working part-time. But it's something.
Yes,
None of this is possible with just state funding. It has to be like a.
And the best role on our part we can play to stop stigmatizing these women, because they are from us and they are around us. And if we are labeling them in our families and in our surroundings, at least we can stop doing that.
At least we can stop doing. That's the beginning. Yes, that's our role. Thank you so much, Dr. Aram. So we're introducing Dr. Saima Majid, and we're very happy because she's from FCCU. Many of you know her again.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Saima Majid is an associate professor of psychology at Common Christian College with extensive experience in academia, clinical practice, and research. She holds a PhD in applied psychology and an MS in clinical psychology from the University of the Punjab, Lahore. Dr. Majid has served in prominent roles such as senior clinical psychologist at the Punjab Institute of Mental Health and assistant professor at various institutions, including FCCU and the University of Lahore. Her research interests span clinical and applied psychology, focusing on psychological assessment, mental health interventions, and cognitive behavioral therapies. Dr. Majid has published over 50 articles in reputed journals on topics like artificial intelligence in academia, the psychological impact of social distancing during COVID-19, and emotional regulation in youth. She has also contributed to book publications, including psychology textbooks for the Punjab Textbook Board, and has been involved in international research projects. In recognition of her contributions, Dr. Majid has received numerous awards, such as the Pride of Nation Award for her efforts during the COVID-19 pandemic. She has presented her work at national and international conferences, conducted workshops on psychotherapy, and supervised numerous BS and MS theses. Her professional affiliations include memberships in the Pakistan Psychological Association and the Pakistan Association of Clinical Psychologists. Dr. Majid's commitment to advancing psychological science and mental health services has made her a leading figure in clinical psychology in Pakistan. Thank you, Dr. Saima, for being here today.
Thank you so much for a wonderful introduction, and after that, I'm also feeling proud. Before that, I really don't know about all these things. Okay, thank you so much, and thank you, Dr. Sara, for inviting on the topic talking about marginalized women. Although before that, I was not thinking about that. I can work with such population, but after this systematic review, we are also carrying out another research, which is a qualitative research within this medical gaslighting, but this is a systematic review which we already done that along with my two wonderful students, Kainat Khan and Noor Sawa Tariq. Maybe they are present in the audience. So, as you know, medical or simple gaslighting is a new term that is becoming very famous among scholars and researchers, and people are now working on that. So gaslighting is basically an insidious form of abuse and manipulation where the victim is given false information, the extent that they are unable to rely on their memory and distinguish to the truth. And mostly previously, phenomena is studied in intimate partner relationship and workplace dynamics. So in intimate relations, gaslighting may involve the perpetrator causing the victim to doubt their feelings, thoughts, and memories. They may call them out for being insensitive or twist the facts in a manner where they are saying one thing while doing the other. And in workplace, gaslighting method can be used as discarding skills, downplaying efforts, and emotional invalidation can significantly damage an employee's self-esteem. As far as gaslighting concept and medical gaslighting concept is concerned, it is a new term, and it is very increasingly, you can say, mentioned by people who are visiting healthcare professionals, especially women, that here people, when viewing medical gaslighting from a psychological lens, healthcare professionals play the role of abuser. This is very interesting, and this is very, you can say, as a damaging as well, because healthcare professionals are acting like abusers. They are using medical gaslighting, and their patients are their victims. The way patient feels psychologically invalidated at the hands of healthcare professionals is a phenomenon not many have explored deeply. And when we were doing this systematic review, literature review, we were unable to find any particular related research within Pakistan. That's why we are planning to do it. Qualitative research, mostly research is coming from the Western world, and even in Western world, medical gaslighting term is very hardly used, and we really work hard to find that. So they have also reported being discounted or doubted by their doctors, making them feel more anxious and vulnerable. However, there comes a gender bias, which has led women to be more frequent victim of medical gaslighting. So our research question while doing this systematic review is, what are women's experiences with medical gaslighting, and what are the psychological implications of these experiences? So it was a systematic review, and we followed the PESWA model. So initially from 2013 to 2023, we find some peer-reviewed journals after incorporating inclusion and exclusion criteria. So we ended up with 10 research articles. And the two independent reviewers assessed the articles based upon inclusion and exclusion criteria, and themes were abstracted based upon the experiences of women with healthcare professionals and the psychological impact of medical gaslighting. So they will be able to find 7 themes. This systematic review highlights the pervasive issue of medical gaslighting when women face systematic biases and invalidation within healthcare system. And there were 7 themes of one. First theme is denial and dismissal of symptoms. Women frequently reported healthcare professionals invalidating their symptoms, attributing them most of the time with psychological causes. Examples include attributions like they are all in their head and they are just it's a hormonal fluctuation. Delayed diagnosis, many women experience significant delays in receiving accurate diagnosis, and misdiagnosis stereotypes are always there. They attribute their symptoms to their menstruation or their age, and these are the common barriers for delayed diagnosis. Negative experiences with healthcare professionals, interaction with healthcare providers are often described as cold, dismissive, and accusatory. Women reported feeling belittled, disrespected, and left without adequate information about their condition. Gender bias in healthcare. Women observed a systematic gender bias, with male healthcare professionals being more likely to dismiss their symptoms. Female healthcare providers were preferred due to their empathetic and validating approach. The need for self-advocacy. Due to dismissive attitude, many women felt compelled to research their conditions and advocate for their own care. This self-advocacy often stems from frustration and inadequate medical support. Stigmatization of mental health by healthcare professionals. Legitimate physical symptoms were frequently attributed to mental health issues like anxiety, and they were often stigmatized as hysterical, dramatic, and mentally unstable. Anxiety and trauma. Women reported significant psychological impacts, including anxiety, grief, trauma, stemming from their interaction with healthcare systems. These feelings were aggravated by invalidation and the perception of being abandoned by their healthcare providers. So these were the 7 themes, and by looking these 7 themes and other interaction with those, basically that was a systematic review with actually not finding out that particular their own phenomena. So these are some concluding remarks or recommendations for the policymakers. First is recognition of medical gaslighting as a gender issue. Medical gaslighting disproportionately affects women, especially those from marginalized communities. Gender bias often lead to the dismissal of women's symptoms as psychological, which delays diagnosis and treatment. So policymakers must recognize medical gaslighting as critical gender equity issues in healthcare. Second is systematic gender bias in healthcare. Healthcare systems globally demonstrate a pattern of dismissing women's symptoms as exaggerated or usually associated with the psychological. Policymakers need to implement measures that address implicit gender biases in healthcare settings through mandatory sensitivity training for healthcare professionals and the incorporation of gender-inclusive medical practices. So basically, we divide recommendations on many levels, on individual level, on the healthcare professional levels, and for their curriculum or development or for training purpose as well. So delayed diagnosis and treatment. Delays in diagnosis due to medical gaslighting contribute to prolonged suffering, anxiety, worsening of women's health conditions. Policies that promote accountability in healthcare with a focus on timely and accurate diagnosis should be enforced to minimize the adverse effect of diagnostic delays. Strengthening patient advocacy and rights. Though women are there to advocate themselves, so policymakers should incorporate or introduce patients advocacy program that empower women to voice their concerns and protect their rights during medical consultations. Furthermore, healthcare systems must encourage transparent patient-doctor communication, making sure women are heard and taken seriously. Addressing mental health stigmatization, as the previous presenter also focused this, that we definitely talk about stigmatization. So women legitimate physical health concerns are often dismissed as mental health issues, further perpetuating stigma. Policymakers should ensure that healthcare professionals are trained to differentiate between physical and psychological conditions to prevent unnecessary stigmatization and improve mental health care for women. So being everything diagnosed as psychological conditions, although I'm a clinical psychologist, I'm happy to deal with, but definitely if there is a physical disease, a physical condition, it must be taken in that direction. So inclusive healthcare for marginalized groups. Women from racial and religious minorities face even greater challenges in healthcare settings, with their symptoms being more frequently dismissed. Policymakers should advocate for policies that make healthcare systems more inclusive by promoting cultural competence training and reducing systemic discrimination against these marginalized groups. Last two is implementation of gender-sensitive healthcare policies. So developing gender-sensitive healthcare policies that include screening for gender bias, ensuring equitable treatment for all patients is essential. These policies should also address specific women health issues such as endometriosis or PCOS, where medical gaslighting is particularly prevalent. encouraging research and data collection. So as a researcher, I really love to do research. So again, a recommendation for policymakers, please encourage research and data collection in such an area, especially diverse racial, socioeconomic backgrounds. Policymakers should allocate funding for research, medical gaslighting, and its impact of different marginalized groups to inform better policy and healthcare practices. And I also want to give credit to Dr. Sara, such a marginalized topic of marginalized community for the conference, which I learned a lot. Last year I attended, and now I presented here. So this is again for me as a researcher, I should work with marginalized populations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Salma. We have a participant who wants to share that they have been experiencing for the last 7 years medical gaslighting, and obviously to actually hear it on a research platform and know that there's actually a term that is being recognized. The question is, and by the way, I'll just give a little bit of background that cultural competency now has been included in medical curriculum, not just for all allied healthcare staff, and not just for doctors, but nurses, lady health workers. And their licenses are renewed based on evaluations related to cultural competency, which has different elements and subdomains like empathy, language proficiency, or being able to communicate, or then referring to somebody else who would be a better cultural fit for the client or the patient. But medical gaslighting, since now we've recognized it, what's the process in other countries? We know that Pakistan is falling behind, but what's the legal system? Is it part of the education curriculum? Is it part of the training for healthcare practitioners? How can we incorporate it as part of their evaluations and renewal of their licensing? And what do you recommend for Pakistan? And if you can share what's happening abroad in the West.
Yes, not much knowledge about that, but as it's very new term, because as I earlier told you, it's initially used for intimate relations, for workplace dynamics, but now it's in medicines as well. So people are working on all levels. It is not introduced on a license point in time, but yes, that is adding in the curriculum, and they are giving the trainings as well. Pakistan, definitely, they are even not talking about this term in healthcare system. So that I was wondering, and as Kainat and Noor was working with me, so Kainat is in the process of making a proposal for finding a qualitative research with Pakistani women within Pakistani healthcare system. And then I have many personal experiences with people who cannot differentiate between physical and psychological conditions, and that was even they are working in mental health hospitals, even though they cannot differentiate between the two. We get many referrals from PIC when I was working in PIMH, and we are finding so many referrals, and the referrals were mostly from the women are coming for their all of the symptoms are considered as psychological. But we as Pakistan Clinical Psychologist Forum, we are talking about to incorporate such things into ethical as well as into their at least their training or some training workshops, to start with that, to build, to have some seminars, to give them some training workshops, and then of course a proposal for the policymakers to include in their curriculum, because they have a subject in medical in medicine as well for ethics, for communication. But I wonder how they pass that subject, because they pass that subject, become the doctor, and then come up with such a wonderful communication with their patients. So that is a point of concern, especially for gynecologists. Particularly, they need some really good communication skills. Even they are so cold. Their communication is so cold, so disrespectful sometimes, and most of the times. So that is a point of concern for me as female, as educator, as clinical psychologist. So it is not giving attention in Pakistan right now.
Okay, so it's a way forward with research, and obviously integrating patient satisfaction surveys for license renewal and annual evaluations would be important as well. There are two more questions which were stemming from this. The first one is, where does medical gaslighting, in which specialization has happened most? And the question says, is it reproductive health, You mentioned already that it could be related to that. And also which healthcare provider, which gender imposes it more? Do male healthcare providers do it to women patients more or vice versa? Or do we have any data on that?
In our systematic review, yes, there were more men who are involved in medical gaslighting with respect to women. But again, in my general perception, and now we can maybe verify or negate that it is very common among both from the healthcare professionals' perspective. So in data, there is more men.
Okay. And which area of healthcare?
For reproductive.
In reproductive healthcare. And also in symptom sharing generally, I think.
Yes,
Any
general physicians.
general physicians. Ms. Penny, Amar, you have a question.
Thank you, Dr. Salma. I have a bit of a explanatory question that is why I've written it down. One of the sociologists, while explaining power, had stated that healthcare professionals view the patients with a medical gaze. His name is Michel Foucault, which means that there is a sort of power dynamics involved. The impersonal nature and authoritative nature of healthcare professionals has been instrumental in eroding empathy from the medical practices. So what do you think about that?
Yes, especially in such a place or in this part of the world where we always think doctors and other professionals as authority. And we always consider them as authority. So it's a two-way process. They themselves think about them that they are the authority. And if even healthcare professionals or mental health professionals, they think, oh, we know the best. So whatever the symptoms are coming from, so we know the best. And at the same time, on the patient perception as well. So in this part of the world, we are mostly considered educators, even our teachers, our healthcare professionals, that they are the authority. So they know the best. Especially as reproductive health, and also there are many symptoms that their expression is very similar in physical and psychological. For example, somatic symptoms in psychology, their expression is physical, but their reason is psychological. So yes, there are some disorders, their expression is physical, but not all disorders. As you rightly said, and the sociologist rightly said, they are considered themselves as authority, and even though we are thinking themselves, they are authority. That's why the problem is today. And to learn how to explain our symptoms, it's also an art. Or you say just if they spend more time with their patients, they will be more able to understand their symptoms. This is the problem, which is the difference between psychiatrists and clinical psychologists. Both are in consultation with patients who are suffering from psychological disorder, but psychiatrists are spending less time because they are doctors. And clinical psychologists, they are coming from the clinical psychology background, they're spending more time. There's usual sessions of 45 minutes. You see, if they're spending 45 minutes with a patient, they come to know more about their patient symptoms. So psychiatrists are hardly 10 minutes or 5 minutes. So within 5 minutes, how can we know about it? And we all experience so many times, we just enter in the doctor's room and we say, oh, mera gala kharab hai, and then they say, never maintain your eye contact. They start writing the prescription and then give it to you. So they know the best. And we also all time consider, okay, they know the best because they're the doctors.
And we actually especially include the psychiatry.
Yeah. That's why I say they spend interestingly, whenever my psychiatrist or when I was working with the Graduate Institute of Mental Health, whenever they stuck with the diagnosis, they always sent it to the clinical psychologist. Oh, you have more time to spend and then clear up with the diagnosis. That was interesting. They sometimes believe on us. I don't know what was the perspective. They believe more on us, or they think that we have more time. I don't know about that.
Penny, I do have a question. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saima. And this topic really hit home. I know as many of the students are also mentioning, they don't know they've been experiencing this down for a very long time. I also personally know many women who have gone through this. My question is, medical gaslighting, I personally believe, starts at home. Family members basically downplaying the symptoms of women, and it's harder for them to reach healthcare centers and then to hear it from a doctor reinforce the same statement. It's very difficult. So I know it's a long-term process and it involves many stakeholders, but what do you think, in the meantime, how can we empower the women? We as educated women, we search our symptoms, we know the lingo of the medical world, we use it to make ourselves more assertive, to tell the doctor we know what's happening with us. But with women who are not really, they're not familiar with the language of the, disease or whatever the symptoms, how can we empower them in the meanwhile, especially the marginalized women who are not even familiar with probably English and all those languages and specific terminologies of medical world? How can we, in the meanwhile, while we're struggling with all of those systems, how can we empower the victims or empower the women who are facing this to actually be more assertive in what they know what's happening with them? Thank you very much. As you just said, to make them more assertive. This is the process because they are not only able to describe their own symptoms, but they're not able to describe anything because we in this part of the world are not putting more stress upon the feelings and internal feelings and emotions. That's why in psychology, there are disorders, symptom-related disorders are more common in South Asian countries rather than in the Western world. So why? Because we are very much believe upon physical symptoms and then not the internal emotions and feelings. So I think the basic assertiveness training, the basic knowledge about their rights in all perspectives, not to particular this medical thing or medical terminologies, because this would be a byproduct. If they are assertive, if they know the best about their internal feelings, they will be able to describe each and everything later in life. So I believe upon keep writing, keep thinking, keep researching. I always say to my students, now they're laughing, because I always say them, keep writing, keep doing things, keep knocking, keep reading, keep researching, and keep writing. I believe I'm a believer that don't look in the states, they are not doing something, they have no funds. Whatever you have in your capacity, do something.
Yeah.
So we as researchers, we as educators can conduct such conferences, can conduct seminars, can conduct workshops, can be able to provide our services to such places where most of the time people are not going for them. And don't think about it. I can't do what I'm doing. I'm a very small, you can say a contribution. Your small contribution can play a role. Always keep writing. You can even keep writing to the policymakers. What I like the best about Dr. Sara when she sent to that presentation slide. So a template, I get, oh, policymakers. Now I'm giving something, I'm talking or I'm thinking and I'm writing to something to the policymakers. So why not? Why not? Even though maybe they put it our recommendation into shelf or maybe not in the trash, in the shelf even, but still we are making some contribution. Yes. So for that purpose, I guess seminars or talking to them or at grassroots level, providing help to the parents, how they can give such a strength to their daughters and not only daughters, to their children, so that they can listen, they can understand about their personal feelings. So yes.
Yeah. I certainly agree with everything that you said. But one of the things that I think we should also stress as educators is that our students are in the top 10% elite of educated people in this country. And so every one of you has knowledge that you can share with your family, your neighbors, and save lives. So for heaven's sake, yes, I agree with you. We need more research. We need more policies. We need a lot of things. But don't wait for somebody else to do it. You have the power to help people. So please use your education and share your information so that people don't get gaslit.
Yes, of course, of course. So this was the idea of medical gaslighting. I want to give credit to Kainat. Kainat is here now. Because first he talked this concept to me, and then we sit together, and now it is going to get published, and I can share the link of that article. And now Kainat and I and maybe Noor are trying to do it as qualitatively, indigenous qualitative study. So for some reason it is delayed, but maybe we can start work again. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
One more question. Hello, ma'am. The topic that you have mentioned there, it is of extreme interest for all of us, obviously, and I also agree with everything that you have shared with us. But the thing that you have mentioned about the communication, that is something that we all have experienced already as females also, and in other sectors of the society. But my question here is, we have talked about strategies and policies at a macro level, but what can be the reforms that we can apply on micro level maybe, or something that we can inculcate in our academia, or something that will help us out in the longer run? Can you please suggest something?
I think again, the communication to talk about something which is we are considering as maybe taboos. So we can start discussing with our students to talk about such small things, about their feelings, about their emotions. Now people like mental health professionals and other people start talking about recognition of emotions at a very smaller level, like at childhood level. I really like it. So we can educate them, or we can provide our services to the Montessori teachers, maybe to the people who are involved with a very at a very early level, a developmental level. So if those children are getting to know about their internal feelings and emotions, so I guess read your own emotions and then you can express them. Because as you are also, we also not sure about on our internal feelings, and then we discussing it with the doctors, we are not able to find appropriate words maybe to express our emotions. Because I always talk to the doctors, say, why you, when I start working in healthcare profession, why you not listen to the patients as soon as they enter? So they said, हमें पता होता है इन्होंने आगे से क्या कहना है, या हम अभी पूछेंगे तो इनको पता ही नहीं होगा इनको क्या मसला है. So at times, yes, it is right, but if we give more time to them, they can recognize. So at a micro level, I guess, to give more time to understand to your emotions at a very early developmental age. And at a university level, I guess we can spend some time in the initial start of the class or end of the class about their feelings, about their emotions, what they are feeling right now, maybe. Because in psychology department, we do that because we are psychologists giving attention to such emotions and feelings. But I guess we can give more attention to such things. They can reflect back. Although we in FCCU are very much like reflective journaling and reflective papers. But reflective papers not only on that topic, but reflective journaling to your feelings as well. We can start, I think, doing this small exercises with our students. And at home, maybe with our children, with our siblings. Spouse may be difficult, but yes, for children, or in-law is difficult, but yes, for children and for siblings, it's easy. And maybe for if you are doing exercises with the children, the spouse may get attended and maybe just lighten.
Thank you so much. I really like that. It's a little bit of what, yeah. A little bit of what Ms. Penry was saying, that it starts from the home, but it also starts from the age, which is children. And I think parental interventions are really important. Something that we do. Our society is not just patriarchal, it's gerontological. So in the sense that we give all the rights to our elders. And so elders are always right. They know our emotions before us. Yes. And so it's a tricky battle, trying to come to a situation where we say, no, the elders don't know, we know. And we have to find a balance. Again, I'll quote the LCW psychology team. They're working on child psychology interventions related to, and they're doing some action research about how to develop a model to train parents to let their children talk about their emotions without violating culture or religious beliefs or our culture, which is, the elders are always right. The elders always know. So thank you so much, Dr. Saima. Our next speaker is here, Dr. Asma. She is joining us from Sargodha, which is why she was a little bit late. We're very grateful to her. Dr. Shamila will introduce her.
Dr. Asma, if you could come here. We have Dr. Asma Yunus here. She is an academician with over 15 years of experience teaching sociology, currently teaching at University of Sargodha. She's focusing on challenges of lifelong access to respectful reproductive health care from coming of age to menopause, particularly in South Punjab, Pakistan. Using a sociological lens, her research advocates for culturally sensitive, dignified care for marginalized women during childbirth and post-reproductive life, addressing systematic healthcare disparities. Through her work, she aims to promote patient-centered services and contribute to the sociological understanding of healthcare inequalities in undeserved regions. Thank you very much, Dr. Asma. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Sara, and all the dignitaries for providing me this opportunity to present my research on this very important conference on marginalized population. Without wasting any time, I will start my presentation. The topic of my presentation is lifelong health empowerment for women, addressing uterovaginal prolapse and post-reproductive health neglect in Pakistan. This is quite an important topic. I want to talk about the background of the topic. There is a high prevalence of reproductive health issues among women, particularly in post-reproductive years. And for the non-technical people, I want to discuss the definition of uterine prolapse. Uterine prolapse is a condition where the uterus descends into the vaginal canal due to weakened pelvic floor muscles and ligaments. And the factors contributing to this condition include childbirth, early marriages, aging, and hormonal changes. And its main symptoms include pelvic pressure, discomfort, pain, and different urinary issues, significantly impacting daily activities of elderly women, often leaving these women marginalized in their health and social environment. We all know that there is a low access to reproductive healthcare services, especially in rural areas of South Punjab. And the situation is aggravated with the presence of traditional gender norms, which impact women's willingness to seek timely medical care for sensitive issues, as well as their access to healthcare services. The demographic focus of this research is the elderly female population with specific, often overlooked health needs. And there is a scarcity of studies addressing health challenges faced by specifically the elderly women in the region. That is the reason I have selected this particular population for this presentation. The insights from this study can inform local healthcare policies and improve access to care for affected women. So this qualitative study basically is based on two research questions. What socio-cultural factors influence elderly women's experience and perception regarding the delayed treatment of uterovaginal prolapse? And in what ways do these socio-cultural factors shape the experience of their life and daily experiences of elderly women suffering from uterovaginal prolapse? Actually, I was able to find some studies which were based on like the prevalence of this disease, but the socio-cultural factors affecting this condition and the social and psychological outcomes of this disease are almost absent from Pakistani literature. Regarding research methods, I have followed a qualitative case series study design. The sample is 6 elderly women, which were actually very difficult to interview. These were the women who were actually experiencing severe uterovaginal prolapse, actually of 3rd degree. These women were selected through purposive sampling. The size was determined on the principle of data saturation. In-depth interviews were conducted with the women, and the tool for these in-depth interviews or guide for these in-depth interviews was deductively derived based on the literature review, existing literature review. The interviews were conducted in a private clinic of the area. And Braun and Clark's thematic analysis technique is used to identify patterns related to the data. Okay.
The theoretical perspectives which actually affect shape the study are life course perspective. Like the previous studies highlight the heavy physical labor during postpartum and inadequate care after childbirth are the significant contributing factors to prolapse in later life. That means the experiences of early years actually affect the prevalence of this disease. Also, gender and age intersect with socioeconomic and cultural factors to create vulnerabilities for post-reproductive health neglect. So, life course perspective and intersectionality framework actually helped me design this study. Also, ageism is very important in shaping these women's experiences. And ageist bias in healthcare system contribute to neglecting older women's reproductive health issues. For instance, prolapse is often dismissed as a natural consequence of aging rather than a treatable condition, particularly in rural areas. Talking about the socio-culture, actually, I have mainly derived 3 dimensions of the experience of women facing this uterine prolapse. The main theme, lived experience of uterine prolapse, is divided in 3 dimensions: physical dimension, psychological dimension, and the social dimension of health. The physical dimension includes pain, discharge and itching, dizziness, difficulty in lifting, walking, squatting, loss of appetite. These are the physical dimensions of the lived experience of this disorder or disease. While the psychological dimension includes feeling oneself inferior, insufficient, and that was associated with the inability to perform a healthy, normal sexual life, a fear of death, and also health anxiety, and a fear of surgery, fear of cancer. These were the psychological dimensions of this disease. And another very important dimension of this disease was social health, like response from family, as this condition is associated with a kind of foul smells, odors, and kind of unhygienic condition of women, which actually creates negative response from the family and the system, family system, and neighborhood and peer group, etc. Also, the social dimension includes less social activity, particularly this condition, like inability to perform sexual life. This can lead towards a heightened domestic violence for elderly women. So, the socio-cultural factors which influence the delayed treatment for the women suffering from this disease. There is a cultural stigma. Women remain unable to communicate effectively about their condition, and that is why their treatment and access to healthcare is delayed. Participants reported a strong stigma surrounding reproductive health issues, leading to feeling of shame and embarrassment. This stigma often resulted in silence about their conditions and sometimes delayed access to medical care. And the other factor is traditional gender roles. Many women described how traditional expectations limited their autonomy in seeking healthcare because they are bound to take permission from the head of the household. Responsibilities for family and household often took precedence over personal health, leading to postponed treatment or delayed treatment. Lack of awareness, obviously, because many women reported that they were unable to actually name their condition, and they thought like this is something natural and it will be healed at its own. Social isolation, women's social circle were often unsupportive or uninformed about reproductive health, which compounded their reluctance to seek help. The absence of discussion around such issues fostered an environment where seeking treatment felt unnecessary or even inappropriate. Impact on quality of life and daily experiences, I have already shared, like physical discomfort. I have put some quotations from the in-depth interviews. emotional distress, social withdrawal, dependence on family. One thing that I could not mention here was the doctor's response towards these women. Like during the clinical checkups, many times doctors were reported to behave like insensitive towards these women, and they uttered derogatory remarks to the women that you are unhygienic, you are dirty, and you do not clean yourself. And that was a major barrier in utilizing healthcare service. There are a lot of limitations to this study. That this study is only focused on 6 in-depth interviews. I believe that there is a dire need to conduct more studies on it. I could not find any specific like number of women who were formally who had formally consulted the formal healthcare system for the treatment of this condition. What I believe is a quantitative, qualitative, all kind of studies are required to be conducted on this issue. Also, there is a need to sensitize doctors, biomedical doctors, about their response toward this condition, because the women are really unaware of their own bodies, unaware of their own health conditions. So some suggestions I have written down here, like culturally sensitive health education is required. And then training of healthcare providers is necessary, that they should behave more sensitive towards the patients. And then community engagement and support groups can be formed. Informal community engagement and support groups can be formed to support women. And infrastructure can be improved, obviously, and integration of traditional practices. Traditional practices can be standardized, and traditional health workers can be trained to raise awareness about this condition. And then, of course, monitoring and evaluation is required for any such kind of mechanism. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Asma. Again, I've noticed that research on aging women is done very rarely. There's a lot of research on women of reproductive years, but it's the adolescent girls and aging women that are neglected. And again, when we do research related to them, it's always safer to do research about their social problems related to integration or their family level problems, but their health problems. Interviewing such women, asking them to share information, and then disseminating this, and then also communicating with healthcare policymakers to improve the standards is always difficult. There's a question from the students that does intersectionality play a role? So, for example, obviously, did you find that there were differences in responses in elderly women above the age of 49 years? Because that's the standard now by DHS for women of post women of reproductive years. So let's say if in your sample, even though there were 6 women, was there a difference in women's experiences based on their social demographic backgrounds or their ages, even, the 60s bracket versus the 70s bracket? Which healthcare providers they were seeking access from the private sector, public sector, if they had international training? I myself have noticed that my mother is from that bracket above the age of 49 years, and she always checks for doctors who have some kind of an international degree, and if they've got experience and exposure from the West, because she finds them to be more empathetic. Thank you.
Okay, I cannot actually generalize all the 6 women are above 60, and they have grade 3 collapse. As I mentioned earlier, that it is a part of a larger research project. And not exactly from this part, but I have observed that women with a better socioeconomic background, relatively higher socioeconomic background, and also the women who are young and particularly they are highly literate, they can better access healthcare services. So there is kind of intersectionality at play, but not exactly for this chunk of population, because there is no kind of variation in the sample.
Oh, right. There's another question. Do you think that it would help if there would be an organization or a council or an informal NGO that's bringing such women together to become their own advocates? And how would they be able to mobilize change from the healthcare setup?
This is actually what is needed to be done. What I believe is it is necessary to develop a kind of discourse, and especially the terms which are sensitive to the culture. And this is the condition which cannot be pronounced by a lot of women. Like there should be terms which are culturally induced, founded in their language, own language and dialect. It will make them more easy to communicate their condition. And of course, an NGO or organization can do it for them.
Thank you so much. Yes, this is interesting that there's no Urdu translation for this medical term condition. That's very relevant. And I think this can be generated through your research. Since you're publishing a paper related to it, maybe you can recommend some terms and it would take off. Ms. Teniot has a question.
Thank you so much, Dr. Asma. Again, very relevant. A few of the points that you mentioned really relate to the previous presentation about doctors downplaying the symptoms of the patients. What I really want to ask is, how would the individual, as a researcher, I know we're talking about policy recommendations and all those, but as a researcher, what were some of the challenges that you faced while accessing this very sensitive topic where you're saying the respondents probably were not even aware of the entire, complexity of the symptoms and all of those things. If in future our students are here, if they plan to, proceed with this research, what recommendations would you give to them in terms of, data collection, in terms of access to participants, and in terms of sensitivity of the topic specifically? If you could shed some light on your experiences and challenges that you face during data collection, and what recommendations would you make?
Thank you very much, Taniya. Actually, the most important thing is patience. Like I really had to spend a lot of time with these women. And then I could only develop a kind of rapport with those women. They developed their confidence in myself. And the most difficult part is like to communicate with them what you actually want to ask. The most important thing is I was unable to find suitable terminologies or jargons to talk with them. That is the most important thing, that you should be aware of the native language, the terms, jargons used for that particular condition, whatever it is. Whenever we talk about the issues of reproductive health, particularly obviously the aging women, it is difficult to connect, especially with the students. And actually, what I feel is I have been working on the issues of reproductive health issues of elderly women like for so many years. But now I have entered menopausal phase, and I think what I have been doing was like a very shallow thing. Like I was reading literature, I was conducting interviews, but they were not actually the in-depth interviews, what I believe is. So like you have to involve yourself, you have to immerse yourself in your participants on the data. Then only you could be able to find out the things which are genuine.
Yeah, that's actually very important, because in qualitative research, we really tell our students that positionality really plays a very important role, positionality of the research. So yes, women can relate to the issues, we entering those pages can relate. And yes, some topics may be off limit to probably men that they might find difficult, but there are ways, specifically the language thing that you're mentioning, it's a very important way for the students to understand that qualitative research really changes you in ways that you're trying to access to participants, and I think it's very important.
And I have actually heard a lot of comments from my male colleagues that this is the natural process. What you are going to do about it? It is not something mentioning even. Like women can relate with it. I'm a little biased towards it. Like we can experience these conditions, but they cannot actually relate with it. So your positionality is like very important for researching these kind of topics.
So is Dr. Chris, you have a question?
I just had a comment. Going along with what you're saying, I think it's that much more important to teach men to reach out to men, especially in this culture where men are the gatekeepers to medical treatment.
Yes.
So the more that they understand, I think there are many, I mean, in research that I've done, I've seen that there are a lot of men who find out women in their family have breast cancer and they're like, why didn't somebody tell me? So, you know, I think there's also a piece that we can't just sort of be victims. We have to train men to understand what these problems are and what they can do to help.
Perfect. That's quite important.
Thank you so much. And I'll add to that about the healthcare practitioners, especially the women providers who are providing these services, since you already mentioned that it's a finding that they are not receptive and they are not supportive of women talking about these issues. So their training is very important as well. Dr. Aisha has a question.
Thank you so much, Dr. Scott. First of all, I would like to appreciate you for conducting an important research on such a topic that is considered in our society. I mean, the reproductive age of the elderly women is still a taboo topic in our society. So I really appreciate you, and being a researcher myself, I can understand the challenges that you have faced during the data collection process. So I would just like to end into it that when you talk about the doctor and the patient relationship, this is a very important domain in the public health. It's a very important domain in the public health point of view, and the medical point of view. We see that the doctors are not very well trained to be empathetic and to be able to listen towards the patient's concern. So I would like to comment that in this regard, sometimes when we are conducting the researches in the public health domain, we often cite a theory from the Jean Watson theory, known as the human caring theory, and that actually highlights that the patient, the need of the patient to be given and the holistic approach should be implemented by the doctors to actually pay heed towards the different needs of the patient. So the expert and the open listening for the doctor is very important. So I think that it's a very important issue that you have highlighted, that the doctors must pay heed towards the issue of elderly women and must give attention to them. So your recent study maybe focused about the elderly women who were decided to that. So but if you include much diversified sample in your study, then you can you tell or can you tell us that what type of the outcome we expect that you have the different statistics to reflect if you have the diversified data, if you have the diversified sample in your study. So you think that this is making a difference?
I haven't conducted any research on it, but what I believe is that Generation Z is more open to discuss such topics. I think that the women living in urban areas and younger women, they can talk more frankly and comfortably as compared to this sample. So maybe I already mentioned that there is a great scope of research in this area. And what I believe is quantitative research, obviously that is required, but even quantitative research is, quantitative data is not present about this. So prevalence studies, in-depth case studies in urban areas, rural areas, among literate population, illiterate population, working population, every kind of research is missing in it. Actually, this is a chunk which is actually, this population is marginalized in true sense.
I read somewhere, because my PhD was on nurses, that when you champion and start funding nurses to do this research and gather this data, then they as healthcare providers start developing better services as well, because they are, you know, they realize that it's a matter of concern and a priority for research areas. So I'd like to thank everybody. We're just doing the first half of, yes, Mr. Amar has a question. Thank you.
Thank you. I just had a question related to the analysis part. As we know that from engaging experiences of someone, we have phenomenological analysis and integrated phenomenological analysis. The challenge we encounter is while analyzing the data is to actually conceptualize their verbatim or transcribe their verbatim. So how did you manage that?
First of all, I never claimed that these were in-depth phenomenological interviews, frankly speaking. And the other thing is, like, I could not get to the essence of data. This is kind of descriptive thematic analysis. So it was I was able to manage this data like in a kind of shallow way, descriptive way. This is first order interpretation.
Thank you so much, everyone. I'd like to thank our first half of presenters for today. Dr. Lubna Razak from University of Punjab, Dr. Sarosh Iqbal from UMT, Dr. Iram Rabab from Home Economics University, Dr. Saima Majid, who's our very own from FCCU, and Dr. Asma Yunus, who joined us from University of Sargodha. She was just presenting. One question when I was sharing the conference schedule with everyone was a common question that I got back from my faculty, my colleagues and my students, the council, is that why are you only representing women research? Why is that dominant? Well, it wasn't a conscious decision. For us, we open themes related to ethnic minorities, religious minorities, the transgender community, men even. Last year, we had people representing marginalized male groups. But so what happens in conferences is that number one, you're dependent on the submissions that come. In 1 year, sometimes there's more research. But at the same time, I find this to be a question that you as students should know. You should understand this already. 110 million people in Pakistan are women. Majority of them are impoverished. Majority of them, I mean, when we use the word marginalization, it's an umbrella term, but what are the issues that we have facing them? They are sidelined with regards to education. You know that compared to men, unfortunately, I mean, when again, I'm answering a question that you already know. Why women and why not men? Because women are found less in school. Their dropout ratios are higher. They're not found in the tertiary sector. When they specialize, even with degrees related to medicine, they are the ones who are not working, and which means that they don't have independent income. They are the majority workers in the informal sector of the economy, which means that they're bereft of employment benefits, pension, provident fund, leave, maternity benefits, childcare benefits, etc. They are the ones who don't have political voices. They are less represented in the Senate, in the National Assembly. Most of the women that are participating politically will tell you that we don't have voice. We are tokens. We are being used. There are glass ceilings everywhere, even in the workplace when we're in the formal sector. The board of the governors, the senior management are usually represented and dominated by males. But what's interesting about our conference today is that our researchers, and I really like to thank them, is that they really zoomed in. We've talked about women trying to access shelters because they have nowhere else to go. So not only, and most of by the way, 98% of the statistics for women trying to access shelters are married women. So that means they don't have a home to go back to. Their own families have rejected them. The other work was on female sex workers. Now, again, there's so much stigmatization in our society that the first reaction is, well, why are you doing research about them? They made a conscious decision to be in that profession. They could have done anything else. And that's the first fundamental problem. No, most female sex workers, several War Against Rape statistics will have shared this. There's very little research. I hope that we will all continue this research. That 78% of the time they don't have a choice. They're being forced. And one statistic that we missed is that majority of them are married. So these are not single women making a conscious decision to be part of the sex workforce. These are married women probably being forced by their husbands, and yet the statistic is that 66% of them face abuse from their husbands, even though they are being coerced by their husbands to be in that industry and bring in money. It's quick and easy money for the husbands. So what is this? Sociology. Sociology tells you the difference between psychology and sociology. My bisector was asking me. But sociology will always tell you that the environmental conditions, the social conditions are propelling people. We don't blame individuals. And this is what is needed in Pakistani culture. We have this very punitive culture in Pakistan. If you want to describe, we start usually in SUP 100, we start with our students and we ask them to describe the culture of Pakistan, and there's silence. No, and maybe people say, well, it's a patriarchal culture. But another very important factor is that Pakistan is we have a very penalistic culture. We tend to blame the individuals for everything. And most of these issues are because of the environment, the social circumstances, family pressures, community failure, and definitely not the individual. The third area was medical gaslighting, which is very interesting, and the specific group that the researcher, Dr. Saima, was focusing on was on women victims of medical gaslighting, which just means that, BHU data tells you that 78% of women in Pakistan do not seek healthcare services. They do not turn towards uptake. They don't make decisions to seek healthcare. I don't know when this statistic will go down, but that means the minority that are going to seek healthcare are facing this kind of marginalization where they're not able to share their symptoms. Nobody is listening to them. They are being told, no, this is not what it is, it's something else, which probably means they're not going to go back for healthcare services the second time. And that's a very big problem as well. We had 2 narrative systematic reviews, which is amazing because, again, the students know this, but just as a reminder, it just means that a systematic literature review has not left anything out. It has been done in a very scientific manner, and the researchers are responsible. They've reported their PRISMA data. Both the researchers are getting their work published, and it's comprehensive information. And so I'm very grateful for that. This is, again, first time in the 6 years that I've noticed in our conference that we've had systematic literature reviews being presented and being acknowledged as empirical evidence, which it is in many ways. We also talked about now uterovaginal prolapse, something that our Dr. Asma has confirmed we don't have a translation for in Urdu or Punjabi. If we do, please message us on the WhatsApp groups or on the Facebook chat, because we're looking for, and Dr. Asma is looking for terms that she can recommend in her papers. And at the end of the day, this is what this conference is about. It's about the researchers, local researchers, coming and telling us about local problems and then giving us solutions. Further on, working to publish their papers so that in those papers they can include concluding that, there's always a section concluding recommendations. And in that, if we focus on suggesting improvements for policymakers, stakeholders, government, civilian bodies, then our job is done. Our professor, Mohammed Hafiz, may God grant him heaven, he used to say, and I'll just reiterate because the other two speakers were mentioning this today, that we tell our students, and yes, we tell them that nothing that you're doing is insignificant, even if it's a drop in the water. Because many times when I was doing my PhD, I used to feel really disheartened that what difference can I make for Pakistan? So Hafiz Saab used to tell us the same thing. He used to say, you are making a difference. Don't feel disheartened. Even if it's a blog, even if it's a social media post, definitely we are hoping that you will make, publications in academic impact factor journals. But whatever it is, you're making a contribution, you are heard, you are a voice behind somebody, you're making a difference. Thank you so much. Dr. Gloria Caleb is here, our Associate Vice Rector. We're so grateful to her. We will have the partial closing ceremony. The first set of speakers who are leaving back, some of them are going back to university, some of them are traveling out of city. So we will have a ceremony for them. Thank you so much. Do we have a background, or are we having the sheet distribution over there? Okay. So, Gloria, thank you so much. Gloria and Dr. Sikandar, I'll announce the names, which you can have the shield distribution ceremony over there. Yeah. So, Dr. Lubna Razak, she joined us from the Gender Studies University of Punjab. Yes, please, Dr. Sikandar, please, aap bhi jaiye. Dr. Shamaila, aap bhi khade ho jaiye. Dr. Grace, would it be difficult for you? No, for the picture ceremony. Thank you so much. Amar, tum bhi khade ho jao. और कोई सीनियर फैकल्टी? ओके. Students, please, can you coordinate the shield? We'd like to thank Dr. Lubna Razak. She joined us from the Department of Gender Studies, University of Punjab, and she presented on women's perspectives on peace and security in conflict zones. exploring life at the line of control in Azad, Jammu and Kashmir. It's our first time we're presenting something on Kashmir. She has been collecting data in Kashmir. She's from Kashmir. Thank you so much for joining us and presenting today. I'd like to invite Dr. Sarosh Iqbal. She's the Assistant Professor and Chairperson, School of Social Sciences and Humanities, University of Management and Technology. She presented today on narrative systematic review on gender-based violence against female sex workers in Pakistan. Thank you so much, Dr. Sarosh. Dr. Iram Dr. Iram is also the director of the Women Development Center. So she had to rush off for another session, and we had to give her a shield by Dr. Shahid Rashid. So the next one that I'll invite on the stage for the shield is Dr. Saima Majid. She's our very own professor in the psychology department, and she presented today on the psychological impact of medical gaslighting on women, a systematic literature review. Thank you so much, Dr. Simon. I'd like to invite Dr. Asma Yunus. She's an assistant professor, Department of Sociology at the University of Sargodha. She joined us early morning today. Thank you so much. She presented on lifelong health empowerment for women, addressing uterovaginal prolapse and post-reproductive health neglect in Pakistan. And this is specifically related to aging women. We thank her for her participation and her session today. Thank you. I'd like to welcome everyone back for the second part of our conference today. We've covered two thematic areas, and we're covering another two on ethnic and religious minorities and health marginalization. Our first speaker for today is Dr. Aisha. Again, I'm really happy to share that she's from the Department of Sociology, part of the FCCU community, and she's going to be presenting on something again that is very rarely covered by researchers. Thank you so much. Dr. Shamala will be introducing her.
Dr. Aisha Amjad is an assistant professor at FC College. She has published in reputable journals focusing on women health, adolescent issues, and spiritual coping. Her recent scholarly interests have expanded to encompass theoretical exploration of stigma, vulnerability, guilt, shame, forgiveness, and empathy across various contexts of coping and well-being. She has authored 30 articles in both national and international journals and is currently developing several manuscripts that engage theoretically with her PhD research data on infertility, spiritual coping, and the quality of life among infertile couples. Dr. Aisha's teaching portfolio includes courses on research methods, clinical sociology, and introductory sociology, where she promotes critical thinking and strives to uphold high standards of academic rigor. Beyond her roles in teaching and research, she has actively contributed to various projects conducted by national and international organizations, including the World Bank and the International Labour Organization. Over to you, Dr.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shamala. Hello everyone. I'm here to present my research on the intersectionality of health literacy and infertility, a qualitative study of emotional and social experiences among infertile women in Pakistan. So before presenting my research study, I would like to give a glimpse of the Pakistani society first. If we see at the Pakistani society, we see that it is a fertility-centric society, where the more emphasis is being placed on the childbearing and child rearing. So if we talk about this fertility-centric approach of Pakistani society, we see that different social institutions actually encourage this approach. While we talk about the religious or the social and the cultural normative structure, it's again supporting the larger family sizes, and they again put the emphasis upon the childbearing in the childbearing process. When we talk about the religious normative structure, we see that our religion, the Muslim Pakistan, again put emphasis upon the procreation and the parenthood as a divine duty. And when we talk about the social and the cultural normative structure here, we again see that again it highlights the importance of the children from the different perspective. The children are seen as the economic assets, and in some settings, some rural settings, they are even considered as the symbol of the good socio-economic status. So from that perspective, again, children are given due importance. They are also seen as a part of the old age when they provide the support to the older parents. So from that perspective, we see that when the fertility-centric approach is having so much encouragement from the religious and the socio-cultural normative structure, we see that the fertility rate in Pakistan is still very high. It is still, as per the data in 2024, the fertility rate in Pakistan is recorded as 3.8 children per woman. So in this context, when we see the infertile couples, when we talk about their lived experiences, we see that the infertile couples are actually the marginalized group. We find very rare studies on them. We hardly find any scholarly literature that revolve around their lived experiences, exploring their challenges in the social and the emotional and the marital domains of the life. So from that perspective, the infertile couples remain unheard. Their voices remain unheard, their experiences remain unexplored. So from that perspective, it is very important to discuss about their lived experiences and to discuss about their challenges which they face due to their infertility. So when we talk about infertile couples, again, we see that there is an infertile female and the infertile males are there. So when we compare their experiences, we see that in patriarchal Pakistan, the infertile women have more intensified experiences as compared to the infertile men. Because in Pakistan, the reproduction is actually considered as a feminine attribute. We see that it's actually associated with women feminine identity. We see that if a woman is unable to produce a biological child, then she may develop a dented feminine identity, and her infertility or her inability is seen as the violation of the societal norms, and therefore they face more challenges as compared to the infertile male in our society. So from that perspective, I want to highlight that it is a very important topic, and when we talk about infertile couples and particularly about infertile women, their issues need to be highlighted to the researchers. So that's why I actually wanted to conduct a research on this topic. And then the second part is very important. When we talk about the experiences, about the social challenges, about the emotional challenges of the infertile women, that what are the factors that are actually positively or negatively influencing the life of the infertile women. So in that regard, we see that the health literacy is very important to discuss from that perspective. What is health literacy? From an infertility perspective, we see that the health literacy is actually the ability of an individual to have information about the type of the infertility, causes of the infertility, and again the challenges that the infertile couple actually face during their life. So the health literacy is very important for the infertile female. We see that researchers show us that if the infertile women have greater health literacy, they are better able to manage their mental health issues. They can actually improve their emotional health and their emotional well-being. So from that perspective, the health literacy is again very important, that can positively or negatively influence the emotional well-being and the social life experiences of the infertile female. So if I move towards the next slide of my research, so you will see that my research question include how does the health literacy affect the emotional and the psychological well-being of the women experiencing infertility in Pakistan? In what ways does health literacy influence the coping mechanism employed by infertile women? How does health literacy influence infertile women's understanding and decision-making related to infertility treatment? So my research question again revolves around the role of health literacy that it played in order to improve the emotional and the psychological well-being of the women, and again, how does it impact the coping strategy used by the infertile women to manage their mental health? So if we talk about the research methodology of my research, I actually opted for the qualitative research design with the sampling. If we talk about the sampling of my research, it was a positive sampling in which I selected the sample of the 20 females that actually visited the LIFE, that is a fertility clinic located inside the Hamidiyat Hospital of Lahore. So I actually selected the 20 participants from there, and I used the inclusion criteria that I only selected those females who actually suffered from primary infertility, who did not adopt any child, and again, that they were clinically diagnosed they were clinically diagnosed as infertile. Because I didn't selected the common female, those were not clinically diagnosed, because again, the health literacy of them may vary from the other women who are actually clinically diagnosed. So we assess as a researcher that the health literacy must be higher among those females who are actually visiting the LIFE and who are actually seeking the treatment for the infertility. So data collection method was again the interview guide through which I collected the data. I conducted the interviews of these 20 selected females, and I also, and the interview guide actually included the themes related to the health awareness, related to the social emotional experiences of the infertile women, and again the coping strategies, those are being used by these infertile women to uplift, to improve their mental health. Again, if we talk about the analysis technique, I use the thematic analysis to analyze the data that has been collected from the infertile female. So the findings are again show that, as I have told you earlier, that the health literacy is a very important factor that positively influences the emotional and the social well-being of the infertile females. So if we see that those women who have the greater information about the infertility, about its diagnosis, about its treatment, the findings of the study show that they have the greater resilience as compared to those who have the low literacy, health literacy information. Similarly, they do not see the infertility as something that is a personal failure. Actually, they see infertility, they consider fertility as a medical condition, but not as a personal failure. Similarly, they were in a better position to see that they did not develop the feeling of the guilt, shame, and they do not suffer a lot as compared to those women who have the low health literacy, and they were not aware how to describe their emotional health, how to recognize the symptom of the depression and the stress that they were actually suffering from. And again, they were less likely to seek any medical counseling for that, any emotional counseling to cope up with the emotional challenges they were facing in their real life. So if we in the next slide, you will see that the health literacy and coping mechanism. Again, it is very important that the infertility is a stressful condition. It means that the infertile women, while they are facing so much stigmatization, while they're developing the symptoms of emotional trauma or emotional turmoil. So in that, from that perspective, it becomes very important for them to opt for some strategies in order to cope with the emotional turmoil or the emotional trauma. So we see that those infertile women who have better health literacy, they were in a better position to use different kind of coping mechanism. Like if we see that they were more inclined to use the problem-focused coping that include the treatment for the fertility, like IVF and consulting specialists. It means that they have the information about the infertility, they have the information about the diagnosis of the infertility, about the causes and the type of the infertility. So they were in a better position to opt for such coping strategies. Those were problem-focused strategies. In the second type of the coping strategies that they mostly adopt is the emotional coping. It means that they go for the counseling, they can identify the support group for them. Sometimes they also prefer the religious coping because through that they can actually amend their sense of loss and the grief that they are actually suffering from. And we also see that some of the some of the infertile women also quoted that they use the journaling, reflective journaling. Again, it's a very important coping mechanism in which the infertile women used to narrate their experiences, the harsh words that the people often use about them. They quoted that the people often use the word of barren and the unlucky for them. So it's a kind of a stigmatization that they have to internalize. So for that reason, it was very important for them to use any kind of the mechanism, to any kind of the coping strategies to cope up with their emotional turmoil and to uplift their emotional well-being. So again, if we talk about the marital domain challenges of the infertile women, they quoted that the infertile women actually suffer a lot. Even if the fertility factor is the main fertility factor, even in that case, they are at the verge of divorce. Even in some extreme cases, they were pushed to accept the polygamy even. And again, we see that the male infertility is again a taboo topic in our society, and nobody is going to discuss about it. So actually, they are being exploited, even if they are not the real culprit, or even the reason, even the cause behind the infertility of that couple. So in that case, again, it is very important for them to adopt such kind of a coping mechanism so that they could actually cope up with all these symptoms. So we see that women who have the high literacy rate, who have the high health literacy, they were engaged in an open communication with their partner. They were in a position to challenge the myths related to the stigmatization of the infertility. So from that perspective, it is very important. Again, the cognitive appraisal is one of the important coping strategies that are being employed by the infertile female. So we see that sometimes they actually define themselves beyond the motherhood. They consider that they are actually the human beings who have the other opportunities, who have the other opportunities to excel in their life. They actually see themselves beyond the motherhood. They are more career-oriented, they are more goal-oriented. So they actually adopt such activities, what we can say that these are the detractive activities like altruistic activities, and some of them also mentioned that they have joined such professions where they get the opportunities to interact with the children. For example, most of them join the profession of the Montessori teacher, where they have the better opportunity to deal with the children, to interact with the children, so that they could actually deal with the trauma, with the emotional trauma related to infertility. So all these coping mechanisms, we see that it is all dependent on the greater health literacy that actually enable them to cope up with the stress of the infertility. When we compare them with the women who have the low health literacy, we see that they actually relied mostly upon the passive coping mechanism, where they were in a state of denial, they were in the state of avoidance. They actually felt stigmatized, they actually internalized that stigmatized identity, and they felt isolated, particularly on those events. Those are actually rewarded on the children. Like on the birthday parties, they feel isolated. On the Mother's Day, they feel feel isolated, they will actually develop a feeling of loss or the grief and the envy for the others fertile couples. So from that perspective, it is again very important that health literacy actually provide the better opportunity for the infertile women to decide for the more positive coping strategies for themselves. Now, in this context, I have some suggestions, I have some recommendations for the different departments. First of all, the Ministry of Health and the Provincial Health Department must play their role in this regard, because it is very necessary to make sure that the infertile couples actually have the equal access to the infertility care. As I have seen during my research, that even in the Lahore, I can identify only the 2 fertility clinics, those are actually functional, and those are actually having the high success rate of the IVF. One is the fertility clinic that I have mentioned in my research, that is the Life, and another is the Australian Concept Center, that is again located in the Gulbarg. So we hardly find any other infertility care or any fertility clinics all over the other provinces. So, as my center of study also included a few women from the rural setting, and they also noted that they had to travel to the Lahore or the other major cities in order to get the infertility care. So from this perspective, we see that this unequal distribution is actually adding to their challenges. So if they have the awareness, they even don't have the access to the equal opportunities to the infertility care. So this is very important that the healthcare department should improve access to fertility treatments and psychological support services, and advocate for policies ensuring greater access to infertility care. Again, my second recommendation is again for the healthcare professionals and fertility experts. I have seen that as the different researchers are already being presented in this conference, they are already focused upon the doctor-patient relationship. So again, here my recommendation is for the healthcare professionals and the fertility experts that they actually need to employ the holistic approach in this regard. They have to offer them the different counseling services alongside the medical treatment, because they are actually suffering in their emotional life, they are actually having problem of the emotional, they're having the social and the emotional challenges in their life. So it is very important, as the biopsychosocial theory of infertility says, that infertility is not only the medical condition, but it is actually characterized by other social and the emotional and the marital challenges that an infertile individual faces. So from that perspective, it is very important that the doctors must adopt a holistic approach, and they must offer them some counseling services in order to mend their wounds. Similarly, the NGOs working in the field of women reproductive health, they can play their role by funding such awareness campaigns, such intervention activities through which the infertility, the destigmatization of the infertility can be shown. Include male partners and family members in health literacy programs about infertility, fostering shared responsibility and reducing the emotional burden on women. Again, this is very important, because when we talk about the challenges of infertile women, we often see that the male partner in the infertile couples, they have very insensitive approach. They cannot actually relate with the challenges that the female are actually experiencing. So from that perspective, I always suggest that the health literacy program must include the male partners as well, because it will actually make them sensitive about the suffering of the female. So they will be in a better position to collectively decide for the infertility treatment and to discuss about it, causes and how to deal with it. So the health literacy of the male partner is equally important when we talk about the challenges of the infertile female. So the international organization again could play a pivotal role by funding such awareness campaigns, such intervention activities, and again the media and the social media is again a very important platform nowadays. They can also manage the perception of the people related to infertility. They can create the awareness about the challenges that the infertile couple actually face in this scenario. So we see that in Pakistan, where the fertility is being given much importance and it is a fertility-centric society, here the infertile couple must be given due importance, and their challenges, there should be more researches on it to explore the unaddressed, the unexplored experiences of the infertile couple, and particularly when we talk about patriarchal Pakistan, the experiences of infertile women become more important and more significant. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aisha. Again, I'll say that this is an invisible group. Infertile women, research related to them is very rare. There's more in India and Bangladesh, I've noticed, and even Sri Lanka, but Pakistan is lagging behind in South Asia. Again, probably because of cultural and religious issues, we usually shift the blame to religion and the individual. If the individual is good enough, if their prayers were good enough, if they were a good human being, they'll have children, they'll be blessed without record. So if the social support is missing, then usually the structure lags behind. That healthcare services for them or any other structural help would lag behind if the cultural support is not there. One of the questions that I have actually before the student questions is that in your sample, because you've collected primary data, was there any difference in findings related to primary infertility, women with primary infertility and those experiencing secondary infertility? Given that those with secondary infertility do have some second-hand knowledge or literacy because of the experiences of having given birth or having had miscarriages earlier.
Actually, if you see the methodology of my research, you can see that my inclusion criteria only include those infertile women who were suffering from the primary infertility. So I basically engaged those females because I wanted to explore their experiences, because I have seen through the literature that those infertile women who are suffering from the secondary infertility, they don't have such intense experiences in their social and their emotional and the marital domains of their lives. So that's why I actually selected those females who had the primary infertility. And of course, if we I can answer to the scholarly debate that I found in the literature, but obviously the female who have been through the pregnancy and through the process of the conception before, they have much higher health literacy rate as compared to those who are actually suffering from the primary infertility. So from that perspective, yes, those females who are suffering from the secondary infertility, they are comparatively have the better health literacy rate as compared to those who are suffering from the primary infertility.
Thank you, Dr. Aisha. Is there anybody else before I turn to the student questions?
Thank you so much, Dr. Aisha. Again, a very important topic for women research. Two questions. One from the perspective of methodology is it's a very sensitive topic. And it's very difficult to talk about it when you're going through the trauma. You said that you collected data while they were visiting, their for infertility treatment. Number one is my question for access to participants. How do you manage that being a very sensitive topic? And mostly when women are visiting, infertility centers, they're accompanied by their husbands or someone from the family. So that has to be catered into how you're going to access to them. So the one thing is that. Second, did any demographic variable play a role? Because I think the younger infertile woman would probably have, this is my observation, probably have more difficulties as opposed to an older woman. So if that you could address. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Devi. So your first question was related to the challenges that I faced during the data collection process. So yes, it wasn't an easy process and an easy topic to talk about. And again, as I said, that infertility still is not disclosed so openly, is not discussed so openly. So again, it was very hard for me to convince my sample to talk about their experiences. Those are again related to their social and the emotional domains. Those are again very private matters. Right? So when I approached them, it was really hard for me to actually convince them to build a rapport with them, and again convince them to provide me the related information. So during that time, most of them were waiting for their time for the appointment with the doctor. So they were in a different state of mind. So it was really hard for them to reflect on their issues. And again, as they were accompanied by their husband or from any member from the in-law. So in their presence, they were actually reluctant to share those experiences. So when I conducted the data, I conducted the in-depth interviews. It was actually pre-planned, so we decided the time, and I made sure that no one else is with them while they were giving information like information where they actually seeing their lives, seeing their challenges from the societal lens, because these emotional traumas are basically due to the societal perception related to the infertility. So it was quite hard for them to reflect on those issues in the presence of their in-law or their partner. So I make sure that whenever I'm conducting an interview, there should be nobody else. It should be there. So your second question was related to age. Yes, the socio-demographic variables again played a very important role, and it was the interplay between the socio-demographic variables and the health literacy again. So my sample also included the female who were employed
and who were unemployed. And I didn't see that many of them, like as I already mentioned, that many of them who were employed, they were in a better position to cope up with emotional trauma or to deal with the stigmatization related to the infertility, because they had the better opportunity to go professionally, they had the better opportunity to detract their attention from the infertility stress. So they were in the better position. And similarly, my sample also included the female from the rural and rural background. So again, the literacy, health literacy, if we see the health literacy among the rural female, they were actually have low health literacy rate as compared to those who were actually living in the urbanized setting, because they have more awareness, they have more opportunity, they have more access to the infertility care, and they were more learned about they were more aware about the types and the causes and the emotional well-being of the related to the infertility. So from that perspective, actually the socio-demographic variables actually played a role in it.
There's a question from a student that in his experience, he's heard of women, infertile women who shared their experiences of not being the only person who's infertile or having partial infertility issues, but their spouse, their husband also has infertility issues, but the husband and the in-laws and society blame shifting entirely on the woman.
Yes.
And did you come across any such cases?
Yes.
And what's your recommendations for
Actually, this research is actually apart from my PhD thesis. So when I was conducting that research, I also conducted the quantitative data, and one of the questions was related to the cause of the factor of the infertility actually. So I came to realize that many of the female partners actually clicked on the combined factor of the infertility in the presence of their husband. But when they were isolated, when their husband went to the medical treatment or were away from them, they actually clicked on the male infertility factor. So it was actually the problem.
women is consciously taking the blame as well?
Yes, they always say that if the male factor infertility is there, they are not very encouraged to reveal it even before the family. So the family doesn't know that they are actually suffering from which cause of the infertility, or who is actually the responsible for the infertility of the couple. So it's a big issue that when the male are infertile, they have the chances to conceal this medical condition, and actually the women are, even in the male infertility cases, the female are the main victims of the stigmatization, and again they are being criticized for not being able to produce any biological child. So this is actually
recommendation for that, Dr. Aisha? Could it be the healthcare professionals who could help over here? Because this is a major social support failure, where the women are not just suffering from infertility or, couple-related infertility, but then also taking blame. So there are multiple pressures coming their way.
Actually,
how do we solve this?
Actually, it is very much related to our socio-cultural dynamics of the society. We see that males are being socialized in a way that their reproductive health is actually attached with their masculine identity. So if the reproductive health is not intact and they are suffering from infertility, they actually consider that if they disclose it publicly, it will become a cause of augmented masculine identity for them. Then again, the masculine identity will suffer if nobody will give them as importance in the marital relationship as well, because we see that even in the marital relationship, the males actually dominate. So again, they see that if their male identity, if the male infertility is being disclosed, then they will not be able to pursue that dominance over the female. So again, it's a part of socio-cultural dynamics of the Pakistan, and it's not thinking that the shift. I have seen a shift in the approach of the male who are suffering from infertility. A few of my respondents actually give me time to reflect on their experiences and how being a male, their experiences differ from their female partner. So from that perspective, there I can see a shift in their approach, but I think it will not be that much easy, because male are not socialized in a way to accept that their reproductive health is not intact.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we're shifting back to that same, somebody last time told me this, that family socialization is very important. So this is, when we talk about male socialization, we're really talking about the primary caretakers and the primary socializing agents like the parents. And they are the ones who instill these masculine ideals So I think parental interventions over here, family level interventions would help over time, but I agree with you that it would take time. Thank you so much, Dr. Aisha. We're going to introduce our next speaker. It's a really big moment of pride for us because she's our recent MPhil graduate, Ms. Amber Bajwa. She's been working on the Christian community of Pakistan. She herself belongs from the community. And she's been working on different areas related to education, healthcare, opportunities. And she's going to be sharing one aspect of that research with us today. It's a real moment of pride for us. Thank you.
So we have Amber Bajwa, who has done her MPhil in sociology from Common Christian College. She is a passionate and goal-oriented minority activist. Amber is dedicated to creating a positive societal impact, currently serving as a program officer at Berger Organization for Youth Development. She empowers minority women by sensitizing them to their economic, social, and political rights. Amber's dedication to her cause earned her the Christian Women Leadership Award from Life Guardians Foundation. She actively promotes peace, harmony, and inspiration by sharing her personal story on various platforms, influencing countless lives. Her significant contributions to peace building, education, and empowerment stand as exemplary. Amber's research interests align closely with her activism. Her work on educational inequalities and mental health among Christian youth in Pakistan sheds light on critical issues faced by marginalized communities. By integrating these perspectives, Amber is committed to tirelessly working for the betterment of community and creating a more inclusive and harmonious society. Thank you, Amber, for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shimala. And first of all, thank you so much to Dr. Sarah, as she helped me a lot in this journey of my MPhil, because I was also working as a program officer in the organization. But she encouraged me and pushed me that always she said that you can do it, and obviously I did well. So thank you, Dr. Sarah, for this. My topic was educational inequalities and mental health in Christian youth of Pakistan. First of all, if I talk about the background of this marginalized community, so the Christian population lives in Pakistan is the third major community who is living in Pakistan, and they are persecuted in different ways, like the conversion cases, and they killed by the group of people anywhere, and the blasphemy cases, and they hear hurtful words in their daily lives. So this is very challenging for them, but they all are suffering. So if I talk about the educational disparities in Pakistan, so diverse education system is the main cause, like the segregated system with distinct curricula. They have the different curriculum in public school, private school, and madrasas. They don't have the equal or similar context of the curriculum. So this is the major issue. So second is unequal resources distribution amplifies inequalities for Christian youth. They don't have the equal opportunities and equal resources for the education or also for the other purposes. So inadequate policies are also the major reason, like social studies curricula fail to distinguish religious education for citizenship education. In absence of teaching about other religions limits understanding and tolerance, like teachers are not aware. So teachers are not aware about the other religions as well. So this is the very major problem. Like they can't help the minority students to understand them, and they don't have the tolerance about them. So exclusion from fundings like Christian running schools, lack financial support from the government initiatives. And the other variable was the mental health disparities, like role of faith healers. They are the predominant mental health providers, especially in the rural areas, but they can't help the students to overcome this issue, and often replace professional mental health care. The second is higher depression. Religious minority adolescents experience more depression than Muslim peers.
Social determinant of mental health like economic hardships, cultural stigma, and inadequate mental health awareness are the key barriers to their education. There is a link between both education and mental health. So segregation, the impact like social segregation sustains intergenerational educational disadvantages, and school-based interventions like programs integrating mental health awareness and inclusive religious education show potential, and stigma and coping mechanism like higher self-stigma among Christian students impact their mental health and resilience. So there were some my research questions, like first of all, the demographic questions like name, age, gender, school or university. The school or university was the public or private, because the situation in public spheres is different from the private schools. And the location, if they are living in a hall or not. So there are some questions like the very basic question was, did you experience rude behavior during your school, college or university? And it happened with all of them. Do you believe this behavior was form of discrimination or was it merely a difference? Was it rude behavior you faced only from students or it also come from teachers? That was a major question, and we have the very major findings on it. Did you receive any support from dealing with these situations or did you handle it alone? Also a very important question. So the last from the educational inequality was, if you could change the educational system, what would be the major changes you would like to make? The other questions from the mental health part, did this discrimination ever affect your mental health? In your opinion, who face more discrimination in educational institutions like males or females? If your mental health was affected, did you perceive it as a source of strength or weakness? And while dealing with discrimination, did you consider quitting the school? Where are your suggestions to address these mental health issues faced by other students? My research method was a qualitative approach. I first collected the quantitative, but the findings were not very solid or very valid, so I tried to shift it to the qualitative. The design was the purpose is sampling to explore the experience of Christian youth, and methodology was in-depth interviews. So the framework was thematic analysis for interpretation and categorize of data into the meaningful patterns. The targeted population was the Christian students enrolled in the higher educational institutions or even from who quit the school for the different reasons. And the selection method was the purpose even sampling was a 10 participants from different institutions. They all were living in Lahore, studying in Lahore, but they were from the different cities of Pakistan like Lahore, Kasur, Bhakkar, Gujranwala, Quetta, Karachi, and all. The procedure was a semi-structured interviews format was used to allow flexible, and environment was very safe and confidential because they were very afraid to share their data, and they were like, I will use they don't know what for, I will use for what purpose. So I assure them that it will be just for the academic purpose, not for anything else. And the duration of the each interview was like 30 to 60 minutes. Like they were, as I told, they were very afraid, but when they get comfortable, they share different stories of their life from their childhood to their college life and their university life. So, and the thematic analysis was the technique of this research. The very major part of this study was the findings. So first of all, I shared the findings on educational inequalities. Like I tried to put the course in their course, so I can explain well. The peer discrimination against Christian religious minorities, like one of the males shared his experience. Some people call our name like Nai, Isai, or Chuda, even when they are very being or casually friendly. Like our friends also call us with these names. They don't think like we can be hurt or it could be even I can't explain it. Okay, this kind of discrimination happens from strangers and sometimes even friends, teachers, and peer groups. Christian students face systematic discrimination and exclusion in higher education institutions. When I was in middle school, a teacher never listened to my lesson or checked my work. She would ask religious questions, and since I was the only Christian in class, she treated me strangely. A female who was studying in Punjab University shared this. experience. And the both students and teachers contributed to prejudiced behaviors. We always think that it comes from only from the students, but it also comes from the teachers. There was a female, she is now 33 years old, and when she was a student, she lived in a hostel, and she shared that there were two teachers, and I would faint from depression and anxiety. The depression and anxiety was because of the discriminatory behavior from her teachers and students also. And one teacher behaved very poorly, saying it would be better if I died because I had become a burden to them. And the lack of institutional support to address these challenges, like one of the males shared that one of my teachers even pressured me to convert to Islam. Even as I said, only we think only students behave like this, but there are some teachers also who behave like this. Now, the findings from impact on mental health. So discrimination caused psychological stress, anxiety, and feelings of isolation. As one of the male shared his experience, like I felt sad and confused in the classroom and never talked much in front of anyone. This also with me, because I also feel very afraid to speak in front of people because of this situation. Like I always think I belong to the minority group and. Nobody wants to listen me, or even my teachers don't want to listen me, or the students' behavior was very strange with me in my school. So this thing also always happened to me. So I used to think every day about why I was alive and felt like I should just die. The girl who shared her experience, here, she said yeah, there were two teachers, and I would faint from depression and anxiety. One teacher behaved poorly, saying it would be better if I died because I had become a burden to them. She also explained that I used to think every day about why I was alive and felt like I should just die. And the other female shared, I was deeply affected in school. I didn't like looking at myself in the mirror and thought I was very ugly. Some would call me black based on my physical appearance and religion. That is very strange, but it always happens. So women and students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds face more severe mental health challenges, as one female said. No, I can't afford to quit my studies because I'm from lower middle class family. So I wanted to be an earning source for my family. We, even girls, because Christian minority belongs to a very like lower socioeconomic family, so we always think that we can't quit our studies. As I asked them, did you ever think to quit your studies? So she answered, no, I can't even think that because I want to be the earning source for my family. And the gender differences in experience discrimination. This is the very important thing I'm going to explain. Like Muslim males are often very insistent on interacting with Christian girls to emotionally and physically trap them. This is also the reason our families don't want to send us to the schools or colleges or universities, because they think our girls will be trapped and they will they will marry the Muslim guy, or they will go to there. So they don't want to trust us, or this is a very important and very. It happens more with girls. They tend to be more emotional and can fall into depression. When I ask them that they experience the more discrimination. So males also said that the females suffer more. And the loss of motivation and ambition. Female shared her experience. I lost my drive to achieve more, whether it was growth or getting good marks, because of this discriminatory behavior. There's some coping mechanisms, like many students handle discrimination alone, citing cultural norms that discourage confrontation. The same girl told me that in Desi households, you cannot share your problems or rely on the family for support. If you are open to your family, they often just say, leave the study and just stay at home. That's why they don't share their experiences or their situation with their families. I started therapy but couldn't talk to therapists because they belong to the same religion as my abusers. And I doubted whether they would understand me. So we can't even share with our family, with our friends, with the doctor or like psychologist. So there are also some proposed changes while participants like curriculum reforms to promote inclusion. A girl shared that Muslims should also have option to learn about ethics so they can understand and accept the different religions. And there is no acceptance in curriculum. It's important to add stories that highlight how communities made sacrifices when Pakistan was created. Maybe it could be helpful for some change in the structure of education. So the policy measures was like implement anti-discrimination policies in higher education institutions and introduce equal opportunities quotas for minority students, especially for women. As girls shared that the quota system should be equal. And the mental health support, mental health is not taken seriously. If you bring it up, people think you are just being dramatic. It's very important to discuss these issues. Some awareness campaigns and conduct workshops and awareness programs in diversity and inclusion for both students and faculty. Education should focus on activity-based learning and peer-based learning. Teachers should act as mentors, not just follow the curriculum. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Amber. Like I mentioned earlier, it was a moment of pride for us when Amber joined MPhil, and she's allowed me to share this. She was not very comfortable speaking on public platforms simply for the reason, not because of herself, obviously, but because she was always afraid of the response. And we had to encourage her a little bit to present today. During her MPhil journey, obviously, she was presenting her thesis proposals. And it's sad that we're living in this country. That white strip on our Pakistan's flag, Quaid-e-Azam had promoted it to promote the minorities. Minorities, usually at every conference, every year, we are representing the Sikh community, different, the Hindu population, the Christian communities, ethnic minorities from different provinces and regions of Pakistan. And still people coming and presenting at our conferences are hesitant. And they're hesitant to present in front of academicians, researchers, and their own peers. This just reflects on our society and our culture. So I would like to request if everyone can please give a big round of applause again to Yanda. I thank you so much for presenting today and sharing. See, coming from that community herself, the recommendations that she's making are coming from her own experience. And at the same time, she very objectively shared the quotes from other participants that she's interviewed. It's generous of her to share this research. I don't have any questions that have come in from the group, but I do have some from the people sitting over here. Meanwhile, can Amar take the question? Can you? While I read, can you earlier because I have to see. I haven't read that. Dr. Grace, do you have a question? Or a comment? Did you have a question? Okay, so Amber, you have mentioned that there are a lot of issues in the curriculum, that there are so many differences when it comes to public, private, and madrasa systems. Do you have any policy suggestions that we can recommend for the changes in the curriculum that will help out the whole community and that will ease out the integration process? I talked to the students and they said like what I shared there कि हमें अपने curriculum में जो है वो different stories like only the Christian students or Hindu students study ethics. The Muslim students don't study like तो वो उनका कहना है कि शायद उन्हें भी पढ़ाई जाए जिससे शायद उनके भी माइंड चेंज हो उनमें भी ये चेंज आए कि शायद वो भी इस चीज को अंडरस्टैंड कर सकें क्योंकि एथिक्स में जो है वो डिफरेंट रिलीजन्स के बारे में बहुत ज्यादा एलेबोरेट करके बताया गया है तो उनके सजेशंस ये हैं कि अगर इन चीजों पे थोड़ा सा फोकस किया जाए तो शायद कोई चेंज आ सके more helpful. There's a wonderful question from a student, and it's a partial comment as well, that don't you think all of these problems are applicable to all the other religious groups? Yes, they are. And most of the policy recommendations that Amber has just summarized in her last slide are actually for all the religious groups. So if we take one example, the curriculum development, if you develop curriculum, so we know that we have a standard curriculum for the Muslim population. We have to study Islamia at primary, secondary, and tertiary level. But what do we study and where is that standard curriculum for all the other religious groups? Should it be common? Should we develop separate curriculum for the different religious groups? Who is the committee at federal and provincial level? Because provincially also different religious groups have their different needs because they might have some cultural elements also influencing their religion. I've heard about this, that the Hindus in Sindh request different things in their curriculum integration compared to the Hindus in Punjab. So at federal plus provincial levels, who will those committees be to manage that curriculum development? Because again, we're focusing on if there's curriculum development from primary to tertiary level, again, tolerance will change, behavior will change, instead of just trying to make interventions directly for teacher training, though those are important as well. So thank you for that question. There's another question from students for you, Amber. Did you find any difference between the experiences of Christian youth from public versus private sector, and what would be those two big differences?
There was the major differences, जो बच्चे गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स में पढ़ते थे उनके बिहेवियर्स उनके से डिस्क्रिमिनेटरी बिहेवियर्स और ऑल्सो फ्रॉम द टीचर्स वो डिफरेंट था और जो बच्चे प्राइवेट स्कूल में या कॉन्वेंट में तो ऐसी कोई डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं थी एंड आई ट्राइड माई बेस्ट कि मैं कॉन्वेंट से जो है बच्चों को ना लूँ बल्कि उन स्कूल से लूँ जो लाइक मुस्लिम स्कूल में पढ़ते थे तो उन दोनों के एक्सपीरियंसेस बहुत डिफरेंट थे प्राइवेट स्कूल में भी थोड़ी सी जो था वो एक्सेप्टेंस थोड़ी सी थी लेकिन अगर टीचर्स की तरफ से थी तो स्टूडेंट्स की तरफ से नहीं थी और अगर स्टूडेंट्स की तरफ से थी तो टीचर्स की तरफ से नहीं थी लेकिन अगर गवर्नमेंट स्कूल की या गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशंस की बात की जाए तो वहाँ पे एक्सेप्टेंस जो थी वो दोनों तरफ से नहीं थी तो ये मेजर प्रॉब्लम थी दोनों तरफ से
So, basically to summarize, I love what Amber is trying to say. It's obvious that if the private sector education institute is from a religious minority background, like our convents, I'm a conventarian as well, you will find less discrimination and better teaching style, even if it's a Muslim teacher. I've actually read this research that Muslim versus Christian teachers or other teachers from other religious backgrounds from the convent, they behave differently. You take that Muslim teacher out and you put her into another public sector government school and she starts behaving differently with the religious minority. So the placement matters as well. Thank you. Dr. Sonia has a question.
I just want to add something. You asked about the policy implications, right? So, I think, so there are commonalities in all religions. Every religion, they preach patience and tolerance and, so many other things, brotherhood and these things. So what is happening in our country, millions of children, they are passing the madrasas every year. I'm not remembering the exact number. I just read in Dawn 2 days ago, but is there any obligation on those who are just passing them out from the madrasa? Are they just teaching them the translation of Quran? So we are the majority. The Muslims are in this country are in the majority. So the teachings of the Quran is focusing too much on brotherhood and patience and tolerance, and it is very much against discrimination. The Prophet is saying it's all about these things, But the problem is there any policy makers out there, listening to us? Translation for children mandatory program, at least. And before they issue any certificate to those madrasa children, just ask them, do they have any knowledge about the true spirit of the Islam and Quran? They don't have it.
That has been lately incorporated in the matriculation system now. We have Quranic
So if you put your mics on, to answer that question, I've recently published something on madrasa education. There's a lot of movement. There's a lot of researchers and policymakers who are coming forward and saying that the madrasa framework needs to be standardized, it needs to be integrated, there needs to be close coordination with the conventional education system. The teachers and the administrators of the madrasa education system need to be certified, they need to be trained, they need to have minimum standards. And there are people working towards this, and the two key words that they're using for integration of syllabus in the madrasa education system and conventional is interfaith harmony, respect for diversity, religious pluralism, because that's what Pakistan is all about. But why isn't this happening? We know why it's not happening. The biggest problem is whenever you discuss religious interpretation or religious translation, you have to go back to the religious scholars, whoever they are. Whether they're legitimate or not, I'll leave that question up to you. And you can hardly, they can't decide on whether the moon has come out. So this is a big problem. One suggestion, what Singapore's model is that, and they have a lot of religious pluralism, though their nation is we can't compare population-wise, is that one of their directives was to call in international groups and tell them and ask them to establish or at least start them off and then to follow it. They also have the benefit of having only one political party, and so they dominate the religious groups or any religious leaders who may come forward. That's one way to go about it, but I don't know what course Pakistan will take. It's one of our multiple issues. Dr. Grace, yes.
For the past many years, the Singaporeans, they are celebrating a day in the school where a Muslim becomes a Christian and Christian becomes a Muslim.
Yeah.
So they made it
So
for everyone.
I'll share with you that LGS tried to do this a few years ago. They're a component in comparative religious systems. They wanted to teach comparative religious systems, and they wanted to have these little exercises where you swap over. But the parents of LGS came, protested, and made sure that this doesn't go through. So I think that's our society for you. Dr. Grace, you have?
Much lower level question. One of I don't question that you say some of these experiences lead to depression in the community. But this is the question I would ask any student. Your title is that Christian students are more depressed. What data do you have? Was that just sort of thinking grandly, or was that you have some data to support them?
I'm asking about how to support them. Sorry, I didn't get it.
In your title, your assertion is that Christian students are more depressed than other students, one assumes Muslims. That may be. But what data do you have to support that assertion?
Comparison of no, actually they have socioeconomic issues.
I understand. But do you have in your study, or was it more that?
No, I didn't write in this my study. I shared their experience, what they shared with me.
Right. And obviously that led to some depression. That was one of the.
Because I was.
Sorry. Didn't mean to destroy you.
Actually, they shared their experience.
It's okay. But
So I think
just wondering.
yes, thank you. So this is something food for thought. Thank you to Dr. Grace for your future research. You could have a comparison group as well. But at the same time, I think what Amber is trying to highlight is that this is possibly a limitation of perception-based research, where she's reading out a quote from a participant who's saying that I face more depression. Now that's their subjective opinion, and that's possibly a limitation, and it has its benefits. With perception-based surveys, you want to also understand what people are feeling and experiencing. Thank you, Amber. We are going to be welcoming Ms. Rosina Begum. She's been with us from 9 a.m. in the morning. So we're so glad to have somebody from the National College of Arts. This is the first time. I'm not afraid to say that I didn't know that people at MCA were doing such good research and generating empirical evidence related to marginalized groups. We're very happy to have her speak today. And Dr. Shamara will be introducing her.
Ms. Rosina is currently serving as visiting faculty at National College of Arts, Lahore. She is an academic and social activist from the mountainous region of Gilgit-Baltistan. She holds an MPhil in Gender Studies and a Master's in Anthropology. Her work focuses on advancing gender equity, climate change adaptation, and social justice, particularly in marginalized communities of Gilgit-Baltistan. Her research covers gender and sustainable livelihoods in conflict-affected areas, women's rights, and climate adaptation. She has published extensively on these topics, including women's property rights and the role of women's organization in post-disaster resilience. She also leads Girls Razak, a feminist movement in Gilgit-Baltistan addressing gender discrimination. We welcome you, Ms.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shamaila. So, the topic of my research is women education and land ownership in Hunza. I don't know why Hunza is missing. Yeah, so I'll go a bit, tell a bit detail about the background to the marginalized community. As historically, women in Hunza, like in many other rural or mountainous regions, were involved in agricultural activities, managing households and supporting their families. They worked alongside men in farming, animal husbandry, and the production of essential goods like wool, textiles, and food. So yeah, women are still involved in agricultural activities and livestock farming, but also prioritizing education. So the basic source of income in Hunza historically was agricultural activities and pastoralism as well. But now women are prioritizing education with agricultural activities and livestock farming. So women education in the valley started with the establishment of a quality school for girls whose sole criterion of admission was merit. The academy with hostel facilities was founded in 1983 by the present Aga Khan. So basically, the formal education in Hunza started in 1930 by the British. And then in 1946, many other Diamond Jubilee, Aga Khan Diamond Jubilee schools were added, and the drastic change came in 1983 with the establishment of the Aga Khan Academy. And that is where the women education actually started. This was the background of the marginalized community as a woman. But now I'll give a holistic background of the area. The area is a disputed territory for the past 70 years, suffers from a lack of political representation, numerous challenges, including governance issue, militarization, human rights violation, law and order problems, and climate crisis adding more vulnerability. So apart from all these problems, land grabbing is a pressing issue of the community. So basically there are two types of land, that is the communal land and then the private land. So everything is still yet transferred to the next generation orally. Nothing is written as yet. So the research questions which I posed was, what is the role of higher education in changing perception, practice, and creating awareness on women's right to inheritance in specific right to land ownership? And the second question was, how is education impacting translation of awareness into action in the context of land ownership? Basically, when we talk about Hunza, it is considered to be the most progressive, enlightened with very high literacy rate. As John has published it, like the literacy rate is 77%. So the real challenges are there. So for the insider, very little is written about this inheritance right, what we call the colonial literature. Nothing is written from inside the community. So I think this is the first attempt to bring out the inside perspective. So the research methods I used was a phenomenological research designed using a feminist constructionist epistemology and a qualitative research approach. Basically, I wanted to listen to the lived experiences of the woman, and it was also exploratory because nothing as such is written. So the sample size, 12 participants were selected through percussive sampling technique. The criteria for this sample size was those who have earned the higher education degree and the age range of 13 above. The data was collected through semi-structured exploratory interviews, and the data was analyzed through thematic analysis.
So the findings were higher education as a degree enabled women to get jobs and become economically independent. It did not play a role in creating awareness about the right for inheritance. Contrastingly, there was no association found between attaining higher education and awareness about basic rights. So yeah, initially when this women education was promoted in the region, it was solely for two purposes. Firstly, it was coming from a religious or spiritual figure, and secondly, it was for economic reason that a girl would help her family back at home. So after the interview, there was no association found between awareness of the basic rights as a degree. Most of the women participants indicated that they became aware of their rights while working and interacting with different people. Yeah, so education as a degree didn't change much for women if it made aware the women of their basic rights. But yeah, they got job and became economically independent. But after working with different people or interacting with different people, they became aware of their rights, particularly the land ownership. Women who are aware of rights of inheritance did not fight for their claims. Interestingly, those who I interviewed all were university graduates, but despite having the awareness, they did not fight for their claims. Those who are aware of the right now are economically independent and will give equal land inheritance right to their daughter. What I see the translation is, they didn't claim for their own right, but what they said is they can give equal inheritance right to their daughter. For the next generation, they can translate their awareness. Women having just daughters will inherit land to their daughters rather than any male member from the extended family as practiced historically. There were few women who just had daughters with no sons. Like they said, they will inherit the land to their daughters rather than giving it to any male member of the extended family, as it's already practiced. And then while I was doing my literature review, I found this very interesting case of Sitara Bibi, which is published, a court case basically. She claimed she was not educated, but she claimed for her father's land, and she got it through court. While presenting the evidence of 3 books that were published by some Britisher and German anthropologists. So that was the basis as an evidence in the court that he got her father's land through the court through the customary law, not by the legal. And then the concluding recommendation for policy protection, it is recommended that there is need to create awareness and educate women about their basic rights through the higher education system. It can be done by integrating the gender equality or women empowerment, whatever it is, in the higher education curriculum. There can be interventions to sensitize men about the inheritance of women. It can be also done through conducting workshops, seminars, or awareness programs. Community institutions should work to regularize the customary laws and make it more inclusive and more women-friendly. As I said, the region has not the structured political system, so mainly it is dependent on the customary practices that is, historically it is practiced. So the community institutions or religious institution, which I meant, is the area is, majority of the area is the follower of the Aga Khan, the Ismaili sect of Islam. So the community institutions are much more stronger than any other political institutions there. So community institutions can work on the customary laws to make it more inclusive and women-friendly. And then lastly, the legislative bodies must consider the most vulnerable segment of the women, divorced, widows, displaced, disabled, and single women as priority in the inheritance share and pass a bill to safeguard their interests on an urgent basis. So yeah, this was the last recommendation. as we don't have much faith on the political structure right now there, how it functions, but yeah, it was the recommendation for. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rubina. So I think two things have come under highlight. The first, the intersectionality which we usually hear about. So the poorer the woman, the less privileged, the less economically empowered, the ones with less male relatives who are already championing them are going to have issues with inheritance. But then with Gilgit-Baltistan, we have another issue, and that's the political. So if we have any federal laws that are protecting women for inheritance, they tend to be excluded because they don't have full provincial status, and they're tending to rely on customary laws. So the first question, because the customary laws are stemming from Ismailism, Arafan's theological beliefs, which lean towards Shiaism, are they a little bit better and pro-women's inheritance compared to the other laws or the other traditional laws or the constitution, given that the Pakistan's constitution actually isn't applicable for Gilgit-Baltistan in its full force? What can you comment about that?
It's not coming really from that religious background, but the customary laws are coming from, as we all know, that Hunza was a princely state before. It is coming from the Rajvi system, the customary law that after accepting the sovereignty of Pakistan, the Mirs of Hunza didn't surrender their power. They were the sole authority for formalizing these laws and each and everything, whatever.
And were they pro women's inheritance? They were. How come? How did that happen?
That's a question. Yes, yes, but it was a pro woman.
Okay.
Like woman would get a share from her father's land, a marriage portion from the father's land. Yeah, that's how the Sitara Bibi.
That's how she was. Yes, that's what.
Yes.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, she presented the academic evidences of whatever was written by the Britishers then. Yeah,
Yeah, because there is scholarship that recommends that in some cases, customary laws should be established and part of the constitution, especially when customary traditional laws are pro protection of minorities. And this is one example. I didn't know about it, so it's a learning for me as well. Thank you so much for sharing this. A question from Ms. Tanya first.
Thank you so much. This is really insightful. And the most interesting thing for me that you mentioned is that women are being given education, but with the motive of economic gains and not even looking for education that they can actually utilize for themselves. So, what my question is, what exactly are you hoping to add? As you mentioned, that education is not doing its part in making them aware about their basic rights. So where exactly do you think we should begin when it comes to female education? The literacy rate is very high. So where do you think should this begin in the education sector, where we can start the raising campaigns?
I think what I recommended in the recommendation section, the first point was that the education system itself, the curriculum. We all know what the curriculum is all about. You know, there is much about the Pakistan. I mean, this current Pakistan, but GB is excluded. You know, so yeah, we have to work on this curriculum part much more, and then the awareness program, the NGOs are playing their part, but I think they have a certain limit. So yeah, we will look towards the government, you know. But in GB, we unfortunately or fortunately, we don't have the political structure as well.
It's a similar question from the students, but I'm just going to take it forward from what Ms. Tenias was asking. Much of your research findings are suggesting that even the educated woman is not fighting for inheritance rights, and she's looking towards customary law being implemented or finding options for it to be implemented to gain her rights. So again, we're moving back to parental or family level interventions and, gift deeds. I've read this literature that encourage the fathers to leave gift deeds in their lifetime and not rely on Quranic law or constitution or even customary laws, given if, God forbid, the customary law doesn't go in their favor. So what kind of, since you're from the community, you're from there, would something like that work? Family level interventions with fathers and grandfathers and elderly notables, even mothers, and encouraging them to leave gift deeds as inheritance until the constitution and customary laws are integrated and more finalized. Could something like that help? How could it be integrated?
Yeah, so I think I missed that point here, in the background, that there are two types of land. I mean, the communal and then the private land. Also, this land grabbing issue is so big now in there after this recent tourism and all, that we have to fight in two layers. Our struggle is in two layers. We have to safeguard the communal interest and then come to another perspective. If the communal interest is not safeguarded, then we won't be able to get our share. So we have two layers of struggle. So yeah, and also the community, because in Honda, there are small ethnic groups living together. I mean, majorly three ethnic groups living together from, centuries. So all three have their different cultural practices and all, but all are very possessive about their land, their ancestral land. So women usually join them to protect it, regardless of their share. So yeah, so we have two layers of struggle.
And so that's actually, so what you're highlighting is that the communal struggle actually orients the women to group with their males. And the preference usually is that the male relatives or the male heads of households get the land in the interest of not losing it altogether. And as a byproduct, the women get sidelined.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
yeah,
And also the marriage practice itself is, it's more endogamy in a sense that women have to marry the same community.
Yeah, and cousin marriages are prevalent because of this as well.
Not
Or relatives,
really,
relatives.
not
Okay.
cousin marriage, but within the community.
Within the community.
Right, yeah.
So thank you so much.
adding
There's
this,
another
I
question.
would like to add a comment to this. So when we talk about public policy and the changes that we are seeking from government, one thing that I have observed from the government of KPK is that they have inducted 12 female patwars since 2021. That was the first batch that was inducted. So the whole idea was that the property was usually in the name of the male member. So females were not allowed to get the property shifted to their names because then they have to come to the offices and that was not permitted. So when I happened to talk to these female patwars, so they told me that how they are, going and educating the women and how now the women are comfortable coming to the offices knowing that there is a female sitting in the office to address their issues and how they are educating them and giving them some awareness. So I hope something like this happen in other provinces also and that would help the females also.
That's an excellent point. There's a whole branch, I think it started in Bangladesh, where they encourage, for house ownership and house rentals, there should be women property agents. There should be women, so just like the women lady healthcare providers, they need to be visible for loan taking, for house rentals, for house ownership, for property ownership, and you never find these female desks. I mean, a person like me has struggled after my father passed away in visiting offices for utility name transfers or name transfers. So I just wonder how other women survive. And I'm pretty aggressive when I go to these offices. So even though I'm alone. So imagine if you have language barriers or if you don't come from an educational background like that. And then also a province like Gilgit-Baltistan. So thank you so much. Is there any other question? Farah, please.
Just to add to the discussion here, I wonder if we should be educating the women or the men. Because I think there's now evidence, at least from political science and those kinds where that we are saying it's basically the men who get taking these decisions, and in particular for land, unlike education or healthcare, where an independent woman can actually go and get that for herself, for land she still needs the consent of other family members. And so if she's educated, but they're not, ultimately nothing changes. So I think there's a bigger call for a change in curriculum, but not just for women.
Yeah, that's what I've recommended already. Men also need to be sensitized.
Thank you for highlighting that again, because not enough can be said about that. Dr. Asma, you?
Very much to the I have a comment on the question of the department of the mention.
I think, something, but I believe he was not looking for, meanings or motives or essence of experience in the study. He could have opted for an ethnography for design or like, maybe getting more freely, to research person. That is my suggestion that he could, a different design of the work on.
So that could be connected actually. What Dr. Farah is also saying is that, there are usually interventions, we know about these gender sensitization interventions that we target males for. But when you do longitudinal assessment about impact and their change in behavior, you find zero. And that's why we're still talking about it. Do interventions with the males, do interventions. And your comment about ethnographic research and more people would probably be, actually one of my students from Gilgit-Baltistan is doing this. She wanted to interview women who were part of the agricultural produce and what their issues of sustainable development and livestock keeping, what challenges they face. And then she did a turnaround and she said, I don't want to interview just the women. I want to interview the family members, I want to interview the men, and I want to interview the people who are giving loans whenever there are those agricultural crises and floods. And I want to interview them about why they give loans to men versus women and what their preferences are. So definitely, I'm sure you're already working on that, but having more ethnographic research and participant observation as well, and analyzing different groups that are involved, because it's not the women at the end of the day, right? They're the ones who are being deprived of the inheritance, and then you're asking them to go and seek help by approaching customary laws and the local judiciaries or the tribal leaders. It's almost impossible unless they have many other stakeholders or community members who are championing the rights for them simultaneously. So thank you so much. Are there any more questions, Dr. Alpha or Dr. Grace? We're going to be introducing Dr. Subha Mir. She's also, I'm very happy to say,
Yeah, she is.
Oh, great. Hi, Subha. Very happy to share that she's also from our FCCU family and from the English department. Last year, I was so happy that Dr. Fatma presented, because again, we rarely recognize the relationship between sociology and linguistics and language and literature, and how so many scholars from the literature, yes, so many scholars from literature and language are coming forward, and yes, and Dr. Kurat as well, and they're coming forward, and it just started. It's like this wave that has started in the last 2 years. We're collaborating with each other. I have Dr. Mamro Bab from the English department working with me on research projects. So this interdisciplinary phenomena of doing research on marginalized populations and not just from the social sciences, but from the humanities as well, and the life sciences, public health, medical doctors. So thank you, Dr. Subha. Dr. Shamaila will be introducing you.
Dr. Subha Mir is a Fulbright alumna and an assistant professor in the Department of English at Common Christian College. She has national and international teaching, research, and community service experience. Her research interests include modern drama, activist theatre, and community development. She is an active member of Almir Trust Library Research and Publication Center, Teach One Welfare Foundation, Theatre and Pedagogy of the Oppressed, American Society for Theatre Research, and Pakistan-US Alumni Network. Thank you, Dr. Susan.
Thank you so much. Okay. So can you all see me, hear me, understand me fine? I would like to briefly introduce what I will be talking about, and here I am addressing more the students over here, because I know the faculty member definitely would understand. Simple research that says that I analyzed 2 plays written in English by Pakistani theatre. One is by Ajoka, another is by Tehreek-e-Niswan, that is a women's movement, you can translate. And I am analyzing, and I love the point when we were talking about how men and people in general should be sensitized, right? And I feel that a lot has been said and done, but there is not much of a difference over decades. So I am analyzing that if we are implementing those resistance against oppression that is sometimes rooted in our socio-religious practices,
So what's wrong? What can we change about it in order for it to work? And since I'm from literature, so my research is a little bit different from all these other amazing researches based in sociology and social sciences. So it would be a bit qualitative research. So please bear with me. You would get to hear interesting stories from plays. That is a plus. So title of my presentation is Challenging Modes of Resistance in Pakistani Theatre, Analysis of Bari, Acquittal, and We Shall Resist. As I had mentioned, that paper challenges. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. So the paper challenges mode of resistance adopted by gender and religious minorities, mainly, and there are other aspects as well, especially in context of the Hudud Ordinance. The paper gleans the prevalent mode of resistance via analysis of two plays, Bari and We Shall Resist. Bari displays gender-based oppression, whereas We Shall Resist shows oppression on religious minorities mainly, along with other issues. And what's the common thread? That's the religious manipulation that goes on in the country. Okay. Bari. So what is Bari about? It's an amazing play, by the way. I saw this play, there are videos, it has been repeatedly produced, even in Ajoka's anniversary last year, 2023, I think it was 40th or so. They performed it again in Karachi. So it is repeatedly performed play, and it's amazing. I included it in my curriculum as well. It is based on just 4 female characters that are incarcerated in a small cell, and that space signifies the limited agency women have in the religious based society. 4 characters are Zahida, Jamila, Maryam, and Jannat. Zahida is basically a narrator and mediator, and gives different point of views, asks questions. Jannat, in her 50s, she is incarcerated because her son allegedly stole a tape recorder, and she is not giving intel about her son. Then we have Jamila. She had been in an abusive relationship within abusive marriage for a very long time, and she is disappointed continuously from her family, from her in-laws, and eventually she brutally murders her husband, and that's why she's incarcerated. And Maryam, she is mentally challenged, and she is incarcerated beyond her limited time because she danced at a shrine. So one way or another, things are rooted in how our country interprets women's presence and agency, and how it restricts in name of religion. Maryam is mentally challenged. So if we specifically focus on her character, what happens is that she performs at a shrine, she's incarcerated, and then she is kept incarcerated even beyond 5 months of period that she was supposed to be in prison. She is raped by the policeman in the prison, and when she is expecting a baby, she goes through a forced abortion. And we as an audience just hear her shouting and shrieking behind the screen, and that's very, traumatizing, even for the audience. And at the end of the play, she's again left in the empty cell, and we are just horrified at what the future might bring for her. A little bit research, so a little bit of boring part as well. An average 10 rape cases are reported in Pakistan every day. 60 to 70% women suffer from abuse in Pakistan, and about 5,000 women are killed annually from domestic violence. So as we can see, if we think about Maryam, Jamila, there are 2-3 ways people are resisting. Either people are passively accepting what is happening, thinking, kuch nahi ho sakta, nothing can be done, this is the way things are. Most of us, in most of the cases, we do this. Or there is passive subversion, like Jannat Bibi is doing. Passive subversion meaning they believe it is wrong, but they are passively just complying with the system, but they're not aggressively fighting against it. They still believe it's wrong, but they're passively, for example, her silence is that passive subversion where she's not giving intel on her son. Or another way that we are shown being adopted is the violence that Jamila does. She brutally murders her husband. That was a very gory scene, so I didn't want to add that in the description. But it's, I think it should be enough for you to be motivated to read the play. So I think my argument is that there are various ways of resistance that we are adopting, that theater is showing, Pakistani plays are showing, and most of the cases, those plays is based on, how people in real life react and respond or resist. That is what mainly society is doing. And my argument is that we need to change that. But moving on, the other play. So the first play, Buddy, has a proper story from top to bottom. There's a very streamlined story going on. We Shall Resist is based on shorts. There are a bunch of different stories that you get to see in We Shall Resist. And it is criticism of oppression propagated by Hudud Ordinance and the consequent national mindset. Several scenes, for example, a few I will describe over here. In scene 7, and it mainly criticizes the oppression on religious minorities. When I was in the US and I was visiting this center, and I got to know that Pakistan is on number 2nd in terms of religious minority oppression. And that was quite an eye-opening instance for that. And I think that was a point that made me more interested in this topic. And further on, I brought it in my research. Just to describe the bit, Hindu girl Pooja Mehra is Salim's neighbor, and she's being harassed. So Salim tries to stop the guys, but the police shows up, and the boys falsely accuse Pooja and Salim of obscene behavior in public. You know how it's easy to blame people of this in Pakistan? The boys bribe the constable, and the constable arrests him on the alleged charges of obscene behavior. Pooja is left with the boys encircling and shouting around her Hindu kafir. Similarly, what is Shall Resist is doing when it describes such scene? It is raising or stirring your consciousness. Ajoba has described that as fikr mein harkat, stir in your consciousness. What they're also doing is that they're breaking the fourth wall. They're directly, sorry, can I have some water? Oh, yeah. I think. I took the Shanda before coming. Sorry, I'm sick.
Take your time, it's fine. This is so powerful because they say that literature is a reflection of your reality. This is where the authors get the ideas from, reality, what they've experienced, what they've seen. And at the same time, literature is a very powerful social awareness tool and a change mobilizer. One of my students did this study on Zindagi Gulzar Hai, and the content analysis of what impact this had on society. A male figure in a drama marries a girl, has 2 daughters, and is very happy with those 2 daughters. And that girl's story, the mother's story, is that she was left by her father because she was one of 3 sisters, and the father wanted to get married again to have a son. So she came with her trauma and thinking that now I've got 2 daughters, probably the same thing will happen to me, or my husband won't be happy with me. Maybe he won't leave me, but he won't be happy with me. But he was very happy. And so the results showed that society is watching that drama. And what I really liked was that one participant shared that we try to watch this drama again and again in our houses because we want that our fathers and our brothers they watch it with us and they understand the message that is being communicated. Recently, I went to a conference and this student asked me that should we go home and tell our fathers about women's equality, and should we fight with them because they're discriminating against us? And somebody else commented and they said that no, don't fight with them. Watch some of these dramas and read some books together or discuss the findings of books. And so this is why I feel literature is a very soft way to communicate about human rights, social rights, equality and inclusion. A very powerful tool.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And yes, I would relate that what she said about Zindagi Gulzar Hai, because a lot of times people who are not even, directly involved in that oppression are blamed, victim blaming. Even when I was here Grace's talk in TEDx, and she was like, go inform people that you need a Y chromosome to have a son. And so it's not a woman's fault if she's not having a baby. And similarly, if somebody is raped, we do that with some blaming again over here. In this scene, I'll briefly describe how the child is, people are telling that if this child is, breaking their religion, the child born out of the wedlock because the woman was raped should be killed. And then she says that she narrates the entire story where the girl is killed, taken to the pier, delivers a baby, she dies, and they try to cure the woman with exorcism, and then people want to kill the baby as well. And then her grandmother says that, her crime is, you say that my girl and her baby are sinful, but they committed crimes against the law. Her crime or her sin was nothing but her helplessness. The thing is that if the baby is there, if she is raped, her crime is that she is helpless. Another scene is that a Christian woman named Margaret narrates her story. And in that, she is working at a Chaudhary farm in that play. She needs her overdue salary for her son's treatment. So, I'm sorry. Thank you. So Chaudhary refuses to pay unless she is willing to extend some sexual favors, which she refuses. And what happens is that Chaudhary people criticize Chaudhary. Seeing the situation getting out of his hand, Chaudhary uses his influence to get a local religious leader make an announcement. And then the Molvi says, my brother, these people have been blasphemous. You must kill them, burn their hearts, put them on fire, and kill them. So Molvi is totally making up a story, right, to save Chaudhary. The blasphemy lies over the discussion. I don't want us to get deeply, but I just want you to be informed that how we need to address all these narratives and how we need to work on those and make them part of our conversation in order to figure these things out. Blasphemy law is such an exploitation. Everyone dies in this fanatic mayhem of scene 4. Symbolically suggesting that discrimination is hurting the entire social fabric. The activist approach, the violence, again, you see the resistance they are showing, it's not helping. A few, more facts is that January 2003, it was reported that at least 350 Christian women were kidnapped, forcibly married, converted to Islam, and divorced soon after. It is religious, sexual, and social oppression. We shall resist, the play we are discussing. Resist consciousness about this discriminatory and hate-driven mindset, but the problem persists. Why do you think is that? One of the problem is that any voice raised against majority religious mindset is also denounced as blasphemy itself. That is why a lot of people don't talk and either go for, silence or passive subversion, where they believe it is wrong, but they don't do anything about it. Because even raising a voice can get them in trouble. Another scene, murder of Ahmadi character Mirza in We Shall Resist exemplifies religious oppression for personal gains. And Mirza is about to marry off his daughter, and he asks the loan back from his friend, and his friend, so that he doesn't have to give him the loan back, blames him again of blasphemy, and then a mob kills, Mirza. He's murdered on the alleged blasphemy. Ishtiyaq Hussain writes that religious minorities are excluded from a proper citizen status and suffer from oppression in Pakistan. But a deeper analysis may well show that in fact the feuds may not be religious but rooted in economic and other factors. So we are not addressing the problems, rather we are just going with the flow and getting exploited in name of the meta-narrative. What is happening over here? So Bali is informing people. People are informed at the end of the show and they are horrified. However, We Shall Resist basically ends with a hope where the actors come on the stage and they're like, who will work against this oppression? And all the actors say, I will. And then they break the fourth wall, the imaginary wall between the audience and actors on stage. And then they ask the audience, will you? So there is again some kind of resistance, a mode of resistance they're representing. But when I analyze deeper, it is very open-ended. Okay, audience say I will, and then you go home and make chai and you forget about that. So it is very open-ended. It is not giving any sense of direction how you should resist, Okay, it is wrong. Okay, you want to be a part of it, but how you should resist that. Problem happens that the plays are doing consciousness raising, challenge the audience's years of discriminatory mindset built through oppressive meta narrative of so-called purity. Now, I just wanted to add one line about the notion of purity is that because there is this notion that those who do not fit or those who do not fit properly are blemishes and stains on the national fabric. This statement nicely wraps up the story of the land of the pure, right? Pakistan. Growing up, we learned that these stains must be removed, suppressed, and or forgotten to be pure. And every Pakistani citizen grows up and replicates this circle of repression without realizing what they're doing, right? Because we all think that purity is a good thing, right? But how do you define purity is another dialogue. So the blemish is the other, it's the woman, it's the religious minority. So all those people other than Muslim male in this Muslim theocracy is considered as a blemish, which should be corrected or, which should be addressed or taken or hidden or, ignored. Pakistani activist theater is trying to challenge this oppressive meta-narrative through consciousness raising, as we saw in the plays. However, situation has not improved, as we were talking. So, क्या होना चाहिए? That there are a few things. We talked about 4 ways. First is open-ended resistance, where they're like, okay, will you do something about it? Audience says yes, but it's left very open-ended, and that's where the play ends. Another one is total silence, because, we are scared that we will be blamed. Another one is passive subversion, where you think it is wrong, but you are not actively doing anything against it. Another few episodes we saw where there is violence, brutally murder, or, the mob violence or something. That is another way we address or we resist, which I believe is not enough. Okay, activist theater, in my opinion, needs to address these laws to not just show their inefficiency and raise consciousness, but to learn how they can be deconstructed towards helping the oppressed to claim their agency. So I'm saying that they are raising consciousness at best, but it is about time that we should go one step further. We should give agency. It is just one of the ways to change things. We should give some agency to the oppressed. So those people who are facing those problems should be made part of the conversation. And that's where I conclude that since at best it's just doing consciousness raising, theater does so while resisting against oppression in 3 ways, as I said. I urge Pakistani theaters to address the oppression more productively. Instead of consciousness raising, there must be systematic ideational transaction to cause a real change. Well, excuse me, how do I use the word ideational transaction? In my opinion, the way I'm describing is that there should be direct involvement of the spectator or the audience or the oppressed section of the society. They should work with the system, whoever is the participant. They should work with the system. First of all, there's change of ideas that should grow in the mutual discussion. In that, you can use Augusto Boal's Theater of the Oppressed, where he presents, if you're talking about methodology, he presents the idea where spectator and actor is merged, and he calls it spec actor. So I think it is about time we should also enjoy the conventional theater, but we should also move a bit further from that and involve the audience in that process. So in ideational transaction, where they work on the idea, they find the solution, and then they work on that solution on their own. So you are giving agency to the people. You're not doing anything. You're not giving them any propaganda or agenda to this or that. They are coming up with the solutions, and then they are going to perform it and analyze it. I think I already described that. Catharsis, especially literature students sitting in the back, because I brought this class here. They know the notion of catharsis. What happens in the play? You watch a play, Aristotle gave it many years ago, that you get pity and fear after experiencing those horrible instances, whether it's a rape scene or a murder scene, you get that feeling of pity or you get a feeling of fear. And then you are purged from those emotions.
by the end, the play nicely wraps up, you get that catharsis, you go home and forget about it. But now in activist theater, we are criticizing catharsis because we don't want to purge ourselves of those feelings and emotions. We don't want to forget that conversation that we are happening in this conference, for example. We want to go home with those ideas and we want to work further on those ideas, right? That is how the social fabric would get affected from these conversations happening in this conference hall, for example. And it's the last one. So my research proved that current audience needs an upgraded model. Just behave yourself. As I said, that Augusto Wall and Bas Kershav's theoretical model is very helpful in exploring this idea further that I propose at the end. Audience needs to demystify the problems through personal participation. It would be something far off until you yourself participate in the conversation and try to find the solution. And activist reputation so they can think critically and act responsibly. Deconstruction of the socially hurtful ideology set a ground for the discussion of issues and provides audience on how to address the issue. I propose that theater, and honestly, I also believe higher education and our classrooms should facilitate this ideational transaction for social activism via repetition and deconstruction of the issues. And one of the models that I developed is deconstructed repetition model that I briefly explained as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Subha. I've got your cough as well. One of the biggest highlights of this talk was the chicken or egg problem, which comes first. I think one of the findings was that sometimes it's not religion or ethnicity, but in countries like Pakistan and in fact the South Asian region, it's class and power. Because if you find somebody from a religious minority or an ethnic minority who has power, who has money, who has a business, who's got higher education, who's on a good post, they're pretty much safe, so to speak. So that's one of the things. So one of the questions that the students are asking, which do you think should be intervened upon for policy mobilization? Should it be to raise awareness for respect of all classes and power groups, or should it be about raising awareness for inclusion of religious and ethnic minorities?
I think if you include respect and make that, in my opinion, you make that the basic principle, so it automatically includes the latter part as well. So irrespective, just somebody is human or a living being, there should be respect as a basic rule of thumb. And automatically, then again, the respect is not just like aap janab wali respect, Respect when you genuinely, your actions, your thinking, your behavior, your social factors, your norms, values, it is reflected through all that. So I'm not talking about the respect only, the verbal respect. And yes, thank you so much.
It's not an easy question to answer. But maybe combined intervention. So respect for diversity in religion, ethnicity, and class background. It can't be one shouldn't be excluded from the other. It could be held jointly and across all the spheres, the education sector, community awareness, etc., and through social media tools or through literature. There's three different questions, but I'm going to combine them from the students, and it's pretty relevant. That social media, Pakistani dramas are not including these issues, or they're not including them with as much impact or frequency, and neither is there street theater activism. In fact, people, when theater happened, we don't have that culture to attend or participate. So what would your recommendation be for regulating and promoting social media, drama, cinemas, and theater? Because they would need some regulatory body as well to, it's like, how would you recommend that they start raising these issues, increasing the frequency,
And then how could they be regulated as well? Because it's a sensitive area, how should it be represented? And part two, how can it be connected to policymakers and stakeholders? Because we do, civilian awareness is happening in Pakistan. I know that we're not thinking about the rural community and those in remote areas. We're usually always talking about the urban people. But because there's so much rural to urban migration and cross migration, people going back, there's rural rebound as well. There is some level of awareness in the community. But then how do we connect all of this awareness that may come from theaters, cinemas, and dramas with policymakers?
Beautiful. I'm just going to mention two, three quick points. First of all, as ma'am has already mentioned, interdepartmental collaboration. I think it's about time that, education students shouldn't only be in education and talking about that, or literature students shouldn't be restricted to only reading Shakespeare, or so on and so forth. So that is very important. Second thing, I believe that academia, since I'm a teacher, I strongly believe that you guys are actually going to change it. So we need to talk about these things. That is why I said we need to talk about bring those issues in these classrooms. We need to deconstruct. We need to talk about these problems in classrooms. So tomorrow when you pass out, graduate, you go in those positions, you're well aware of these problems and you will have that mindset and you have that motivation to address those problems. And third, in our limited capacity, I think, again, I'm going to reflect back on what Grace said. Sometimes we want the bigger changes. We just want that very climactic change to happen, some revolution. And when I started my research, that's what I wanted. There should be a French revolution or Pakistani revolution or something like that. But as I worked on that, I realized that no, it is going to be more effective when it's from bottom up, when it is going to, involve those people who are directly influenced by that. So in my opinion, all those three, four, and it is very anticlimactic solution. It is not. And yes, fourth thing I'm going to say patience. Things take time to change. We want, project, we did the project today and we want the changes to happen tomorrow, right? It may not happen in our lifetime, but last point in that answer is that take process as the reward. Once you are trying to make a positive change, your reward should be there. Because if you're sitting there for some kind of, final Nobel Peace Prize or something, that might never happen. Hopefully it might, However, that might, but the thing is that take process as the reward. So wherever you're making a positive change, do your part.
Thank you, Subha. Is there a question, Amar?
I have a comment and a question. First of all, thank you for such a wonderful presentation, and I'm very glad that theater and art is talked about in a conference. I would like to add that theater and art itself is actually marginalized in Pakistan. And so you've talked about the modes of resistance. There is a wonderful political theorist called Winston. He calls it the passive resistance. He calls it the everyday forms of resistance. And he calls it the weapons of the weak. So you talked about the best idea of the theater of the oppressed and engaging the public with the theater. How can in a country like Pakistan, where traditional theater is not allowed, where discursive critique is not allowed, how can we talk about engaging the public with the theater? And especially the agency you talked about. For example, is it that people are passively resisting the structure through even discursive, even a jugat can be a form of resistance. So is it a form of or expression of agency? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. Breath. I started with breath, but I moved on to wall. And that was one of the reasons. That wall is giving us that structure that breath does not. Breath goes only to the point where it's like, okay, we should critically engage the audience, but then wall gives us more of a framework with this, community theater and with this image theater and so on and so forth. I believe, yes, it is already marginalized in Pakistan. In my personal experience, that is why we need to break the boundaries, or we need to get away from the notion of conventional theater. Again, I'm not against conventional theater. I think it's beautiful. I personally enjoy it a lot.
However, when we are talking about social issues and we want to go beyond consciousness raising, I think it has to get into more informal, unconventional domains. For me, my unconventional peer is my classroom. I assign my students activities, I make them work on SPGs, and even my HWRK student is too boring. Or my creative non-fiction student did a whole project on smog in Lahore environment. Can we please do something more fun? But the thing is that I have to convince them that no. So my classroom is my mini theater that is a bit unconventional, right? We have some kind of activities planned, a series of repetitions and deconstruction, where eventually they themselves get so invested in the problem. And I presented that paper last week in IPA conference. So where the work on smog and Lahore was discussed, that they were like, it was quite an eye-opening experience. We didn't realize, and we changed as a person, our perspective changed. For me, that is my mini theater, the unconventional. And I believe every one of us have access to one or two of those, being a teacher classroom, being student societies, your home, even if it's a small group of friends, that is your space where you can have agency and make things happen, make things change. Then, जो चीज आपको तंग कर रही है, the thing that is bothering you, that is your mini theater that you can make that change happen. Does it answer your question?
Yes, I have a comment and then a question. Number one, so I was just thinking about this, from the lens of the censor board in Pakistan. In 1979, I believe there was this Vulgarity and Obscenity Commission in England, right? And would you believe it that people on the censor board, all of them, included Bernard, all of them were moral philosophers, but when it comes to the censor board in Pakistan, right? So you will have someone from the Council of Islamic Ideology, for example, or someone from the bureaucracy, so to speak, right, who are there to save national honor and national security, and obviously control bail, right? So in that larger context, even with Sarmad, who's very mainstream, for example, right, and Zindagi Tamasha, for example, I think this, and although maybe ideologically, politically, I am inclined towards the जो kind of always been side-start struggle and Afghan against everybody, मतलब बड़ा सीखने को मिला उनसे, लेकिन अगर आपने आर्ट को बचाना है तो सबसे पहले तो आप आर्टिस्टों को बचाना है जो भूखे मर रहे हैं, तो वो इस तरह का थिएटर वगैरह करेंगे मेन स्ट्रीम से, वो तो साइड पे जाएंगे। वो एक तबला प्लेयर है, उसकी तो स्ट्रगल ये होती है कि उसने एक शादी बजानी है, उसके बाद उसने प्राइवेट शो भी बजाना है, वो अजानों का टाइम हो रहा होता है, वो रिक्शे वाले से कहता है कि मुझे घर छोड़, तो रिक्शा वाला उसे कह रहा होता है कि आपको ये क्या बे है, ये आप खिला रहे हैं भाई, और वो 3-4 हजार रुपए की दिहाड़ी के लिए काम करें, तो उस सेंस में ये सारा एक्टिविज्म बड़ा हाइब्रो वगैरह का लगता है, क्योंकि जो आपके आर्टिस्ट हैं वो तो जो मतलब स्टेज ड्रामा फॉर एग्जांपल कर रहे हैं, अब उनको मैं रेजिस्टेंस के पर्सपेक्टिव से तो नहीं देखूंगा, वो तो बेचारे दिहाड़ीदार मजदूर हैं, तो वो उस सेंस के अंदर क्या फिर मतलब सोल्यूशन उसका निकल ये वाले काम में तो किसी को काम ही नहीं मिलेगा ना, मतलब वो तो
True that. It's a very realistic point that you have mentioned. And as we also briefly mentioned, the economic factor and the finances we need to consider. That is why I said I'm not against the conventional theater or the practices, because, the other day in our class we were talking about how chinkies should be banned because of the air pollution. We were talking about smog. And then one of the students said that my father drives chinky, how are we going to eat? And we didn't have an answer to that. We cannot just do one thing and not look at the consequences. Yes. So that is why two-point answer I'm going to give is that, first of all, I'm not against conventional theater. I think that adds to the beauty of our culture and tradition. So yeah. Second thing, that is why I said that you should have your informal mini theater in your, in your area of influence or in your workplace. No matter where you do, you need to find how you can make a very small change happen. How you can have a conversation, for example, with your colleagues in lunch hour, in lunchroom, right? And that can be your mini theater. So we need to broaden the idea of theater. It shouldn't only be by conventional actors on a Joka theater, right? That should do its job. But then we need everybody to become a spect actor. That is why I gave that notion that Boal proposed, that now it's not spectator, it's the audience, and actor is the one. That is why I'm saying that we should break that boundary and it should be spect actor,
everybody should see and everybody should participate. I wish if we have time, some other conference in future, and we can have a workshop where, I can show how this works, where people are actually, they come front in the stage and they perform the change that they want to see. And image creators, they make that image that they want to see.
So Dr. Mir, you're going to lead that next year, that workshop in Saga. But to add to what Dr. Irtuza was saying, something so interesting when I was researching my book for social policy for women's protection, I came across this pension scheme called Pilai Fund. So it's for artists above the age of 50 who are eligible. It was recommended at federal level, but only rolled out in Punjab. So when I looked for beneficiaries, I encountered this problem from multiple schemes. I asked them how many beneficiaries have actually gained this Pilai Fund pension scheme artists. So it could have been a tabla player, it could have been a sitar player, all of these. They said no statistics for beneficiaries, none. When I asked them, well, how much do you give to them? At least tell me that. These are 5,000 rupees per month, which is nothing, right? Pension, I mean, how does that person survive? He's been an informal worker, tabla player. I'll use the same example that you used. And then I asked them, they hate me, the social welfare department, all the officers related to this. When I went to share my book with them, they realized this to get out of my face. But
Not my just too. I know very well.
So, and then I asked them that, so one of the officers there shared this point, that these artists are rebels in our society. I wish I could say what he was saying in Urdu. My father was posted abroad, so I actually didn't study in Urdu. So I'm missing the word that he used. And he said these artists are rebels. They're usually just fabricating social issues and promoting them. We shouldn't be giving them money because then we would be promoting them. So that's another really nice policy recommendation. I know you want to say something in continuation, but it's such a nice policy recommendation that if we're thinking that theater and dramas and cinema are our agents of change and social protection, then what about the agents who are actually delivering this to us? And what is their protection? Are they formal employees? Who's recognizing them? Are they who are their regulating officers? Who's giving them pension? Who's giving them employment benefits? Who's giving them security and safety? And only then can they that answers the student's question. Social media and cinema and dramas don't raise these issues. That's why they don't want to be sidelined. They want to show you popular information, which will keep them in the industry and allow them to take money home.
मतलब मैं भी असल खालसा गवर्नमेंट से पैसे मांगते हैं हो जाती है आप बिल बतौड़ी को देख लें या कोटा जिनको देख लें या आपके दाता साहब फिर वो मतलब देगों पे रह रहे कि वो मतलब अपनी आखिरी जिंदगी गुजारते हैं तो वो मेरे अंदर वो सवाल बार बार यही आता है कि फिर क्या एक्टिविज्म मतलब वो उनका किचन तो चल रहे लोगों का बाकी चीजें तो होती ही रहेंगी मतलब वो आर्ट अपनी रास्ता खुद ही निकाल लेते हैं पहले आर्टिस्टों को तो बचा लेना
Very valid. Is there any other question? I don't want to dismiss the student, so please allow me to, and anybody is welcome to answer this. The student has written that it seems that from both these pieces, that religion is being misused and it's being used as a power tool. So how can, and the question is, how do we change this? Please answer this question. How do we change this?
Can I start the answer?
Please.
I would love to hear from you guys genuinely. Why? Because I have been struggling with this answer as well. Because as I said, even criticizing blasphemy law somehow is translated as a blasphemy itself. And I have been struggling with that question and asking it in my intellectual groups and with people. The only valid answer I could come up with was, if people who are exploiting or interpreting are assigned the duty to solve this problem, the mullah, only they can say something to change and solve the issue. So that is why initially, very nicely, I mentioned interdepartmental collaboration, because you cannot exclude, okay, no, this problem has been propagated or, it has been exacerbated by the religious faction, so we need to get them out of the conversation to solve the issue. No, I think actually we need to include everybody. We need to have them, people especially who are manipulating, exploiting. We need to make them a part of conversation. Rather, we should assign them this job. Then how we can avoid this exploitation based on the religious manipulation. But I would love to hear from you as well. Please participate.
One recommendation is licensing legitimate religious leaders in the community. I don't know how that will be done, but we have a lot of illegitimate religious leaders who are influencing masses of people. So that's one which I've read about widely. And I'll give it over to the rest of you.
It's very unfortunate to see those who do not have any representation in the National Assembly or the Senate. So, without mentioning somebody's name or any political party, just 2 days ago I was at Band Road, I was driving, and there's a religious person no more in this world, and he has a party, okay, TLP. So, उनके जो leader हैं, देखिए, they haven't even won a single seat in the last election or the previous election. They do not represent us, or they represent the 1% of the population out of the 100%. What about those 99%? But I was forced to see, unfortunately, the 100 big, bड़ी क्या we call it, की तस्वीरें लगी हुई हैं. So unfortunately, that one person is so powerful because they have a weapon in them, and that weapon is religion.
Misinterpretation.
And the misinterpretation of religion is everywhere. क्या कहें इसके ऊपर? आर्टिस्ट क्या बात कह रही हैं? If art was ever a priority of this country, we would have seen more Alhambra or the Alhambra के बाद मुझे याद है I was in college, तो यहाँ पे होता था Ali Institute. So they used to have plays and they used to organize plays. We have one Alhambra in Lahore, and that will remain one Alhambra. हम Alhambra भी कोई नहीं बना सकेंगे because art is not a priority, and we don't take media as an agent of change. The day we will realize media can play a very significant role in changing people's behavior, maybe we'll see some daylight. Sorry, but
Dr. Joe?
I think, I come from a different perspective. I think religion, any religion, can be used for great good or great harm. And it does the most good when it concentrates on its more altruistic characteristics. Islam and Christianity both claim to be religions of love. God knows how horrible things are. But one of the problems is when religion also gets combined with the state. Because really in Pakistan, often, accusations of blasphemy are not just social or religious sins, they're crimes against the state. And it's when in any religious thing, take the case, when state and religion work together to reinforce a particular socioeconomic group, then they can use that power of the state to keep everybody in the same position. Whereas, if religion has the opportunity to just express itself and win people's hearts because it does good in the world, it doesn't have the same kind of oppressive force.
Thank you so much. I mean, it's not an easy question to answer. I've seen the question that's coming from students, that given that there's so much religious pluralism, what would the framework be for licensing legitimate religious leaders from different sects, different religious backgrounds, how they would work in the community to improve and have one focused goal, which is interfaith harmony, respect for religious pluralism. What is the way forward? But at least we know that that's one option. And then obviously it requires multiple groups and stakeholders to come together and discuss it. Is there anybody else who would like to answer that question? How, if religion is being used to promote discrimination and bias and oppression. How can we resolve that problem in Pakistan? I was hoping, because we've got an expert of sociology of religion, Dr. Shahid, with us.
I'm just thinking that the point which Dr. Bain pointed that power and religion actually, this nexus should be studied and where is the solution, I think. That when we have a religious community and community itself can decide, and that only community can decide that who is legitimate. But when some leader is thrown from the top and media is countering that, and the state has its own interest and they use a particular religious group for their own so-called security issues. And so in the last 30 years, religion has been used, different groups of religions have been used. And perhaps our establishment has yet not taken this lesson that when they use a group, people are there. I'm not saying that all these parties are not there, all these factions, different schools of thought there. But state picks them, and sometimes even those leaders and those parties do not understand that we are being used by the power structure. And when they are used, then they become a problem for the state itself. And then they start using it. And so I think that all religions have a spiritual message. But when people make a religious community, they create a religious identity. So this is another thing, that clashes between different religions are because of religious identity. They are not necessarily coming from religious teaching. That is only because that I think that I am this. Because this point that I am this, I am X, I am Y. It can be from religion, it can be from ethnicity, it can be from nationalism, from anywhere. So all types of identities can be manipulated and have been manipulated. Religion is not,
Thank you so much, Dr. Shai. They're all such valid points. Dr. Asma, yes?
I know time is very short.
No, go
But
ahead.
I think we are saying mullah as a category and we are using it in a very derogatory way, while we should remember it that mullah is also a marginalized group.
No, none of us use that word in a derogatory way. None of us did that.
Mullah is actually that part of our society which belongs to a very
Yes, of course, we respect them deeply, yeah.
Actually, they are facing a lot. They are facing a lot in terms of socioeconomic conditions. They are actually providing a services kind of stuff.
Yes, my own research is on religious scholars and their marginalization. It's been published as well. I've never had a chance to speak about it because I've stayed away from it, but I'd like to share it with everybody, so I'll send everybody a PDF. Thank you so much for pointing that out, but nobody mentioned that in a derogatory way. So our next speaker is, thank you again, Dr. Subha. Our next speaker is Dr. Sonia Umar. We're just so privileged to have her. She's performing two roles really. She's not just a researcher and an associate professor of social work in Punjab University, but she's also the director of the Sohra Begum Center for Education Policy and Development. Her biography will be shared by Dr. Shamaila, but I just wanted to share that she makes it her priority to work on marginalized groups always. And she's just such a role model for all of us. Thank you, Dr. Sonia.
Dr. Sonia Umar is currently working as an associate professor in the Department of Social Work, University of the Punjab, Lahore, Pakistan, and director of Sohra Begum Center for Education Policy and Development in the same university. She is a sound researcher and likes to write on gender issues, social policy and entrepreneurship, socioeconomic development, population and demography, child rights, community development, etc. She is also a motivational speaker and talks on national television on different social issues. She has a number of research publications in Higher Education Commission of Pakistan recognized journals and in Impact Factor international journals. Her interest in research led her to visit numerous developed regions of the world, including universities at Nairobi, United Kingdom, USA, and Germany, where she participated in international conferences and presented her work. She is board member and director of many renowned non-government organizations, including Agahi and Agahi Pakistan. Thank you, Dr. Sara. Over to you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'll take an opportunity thanking Dr. Sara. Dr. Sara, you stand very tall in the field of social sciences. We look up to you and you're very generous always, praising people who are a little bit working in the area and trying to bring some change in the society. Before I straight, let me just. Before I straight jump into the exact topic where the word climate change and disaster is very much visible, it is, and of course I'm going to talk about the impact of the climate change on the one of the marginalized sections of the society, which is women. I'm not going to talk on the other sections, the older people or the children. Before I give you the detail, I'm just telling everyone that I have limited my research over the impact over women. You know, I haven't added children. As I can read, I need 2 hours, and I read another research paper that I'll do maybe in the future. So before I straight talk about the disaster and floods and its effects on women, it is very important to know what is exactly happening with the women of Pakistan in 2024. Every day is bringing us things, the statistics, the relatives that are very sad in nature. We wake up every day in the morning, and I'm very keen reader of newspapers. So every day we read newspapers. So what we're reading in the newspaper, a girl was raped and then cut into pieces and thrown in the river, or out of 28 million children out of school, and they're supposed to go to school. 18 million or 16 million are girls. Sometimes in my class, I sound very pessimistic, but I cannot be optimistic unless I see a change. And this is what people like Dr. Sara and the little bit contribution we are just making. We can emphasize, we can talk. Maybe यहाँ पे तो policy maker आए हमारी बात सुन ले, कुछ चीजें जो है वो policies का हिस्सा बन जाए. So okay. So we all know the nature of Pakistani society. Pakistani society is patriarchal in nature, and it is built on the regressive norms. We believe in such social system where women are not supposed to take a lead in many aspects of their life, private education or any other thing, even in the jobs. There are so many things we hear every day where women of Pakistan are standing. And by the way, every woman who is sitting right now in this room, you are representing only 10-15% of the population of the population of women in Pakistan. How about those women living in the rural areas? 65% of the entire population of Pakistan living in the rural areas. So the situation where there doesn't present a very bright or positive picture. So the Pakistan society is beyond its patriarchal nature, built on the regressive norm. It believes in the gender stereotype that gives rise to gender discrimination. सोनिया लकड़ियां काटेगी, सोनिया खाना पकाएगी और ये लकड़ियां काटेगा. That is stereotype. And that is even this is the part of our curriculum. I have a paper where I have did some research for the content analysis, and we took the Urdu books, and we made some analysis of class 2, 3, 4, 5 Urdu curriculum, जहाँ पे ये सारे course थे. So this is what we are teaching to our young kids, and this is people that the certain behavior display in the society that is making a big, creating a big problem for Pakistani society. If you talk about the statistics and the researchers, Pakistan stands poorly on the global indices and reports and ranks at 145 out of 146 in Global Gender Gap Report of 2022. So there are big brains, there are big policymakers. Pakistan के खिलाफ साजिश है जी ये सब reports. So, it's a conspiracy against the Pakistan. They want us to, look like this. And the government wants us to look like this. The government wants to look very vulnerable. They want to get aid. But the reality is, what we are doing and where the Pakistani women are standing. Gender discrimination is the reality of this country. The women are the vulnerable section of society. We will admit it. If we don't admit it, we cannot bring any change in our societies. Rural women, as I was talking about, the rural women of Pakistan in normal circumstances. Normal circumstances. I'm not talking about what they go through in the disaster or the flood situation. In the normal circumstances, they are leading a very challenging life. We all know very well where deprivation in various aspects of life is apparent and their less empowered status make them the vulnerable population of Pakistan. Now, during floods in Pakistan, whatever reasons of floods are being caused, the risk and vulnerability of these women, they escalate very significantly. It is very important to know that Pakistan produces less than 1% of its carbon footprint. Rest, despite of the fact that we are not the carbon footprint producers, we are a big sufferer when we talk of the climate change. हम वो काट रहे हैं जो हमने बोया नहीं है. As per the global climate risk index report issued by the UN, Pakistan is currently at 5th most climate vulnerable country. 2022 there's an estimated 29.3 billion economic losses that Pakistan has faced. Similarly, next slide. So, if I talk about my research objective, my study will actually examine and analyze and identify the key vulnerabilities of the rural women that are intensified during flood. And the study will seek to analyze the social and economic impacts of flooding on rural women with a focus on their increased hardships and limited access to the resources during such events. And those events are occurring and reoccurring again and again. We should not forget the devastating effects and impacts of, especially the flood of 2020, 2021, 2022, और 23 में things were 24 years का कुछ हालात बेहतर है 23 में भी बहुत ज़्यादा पाकिस्तान have to face serious issues. My research methodology, I have used a qualitative research design and I have explored the experiences and vulnerabilities of the women during floods in Pakistan. So I am right now working with few of the non-government organizations in Pakistan as a member of their board. So they were the NGOs, they were working with the flood-affected people in the flood of 21, 22, and 23. So I got an opportunity of visiting those flood-affected areas, not at the middle of the crisis, but after some time. It was a privilege working with the pool. And it was privilege working with Agahi and Agahi Pakistan. These two organizations in Pakistan, they are making a great contribution in the rehabilitation of those vulnerable sections of the society who were affected by the flood. So I got a chance of visiting there, and I conducted interviews there, and I have still there published 2 research papers. So this is a little extract out of those 2 researches that I have already published. So I got the sample from the Muzaffargarh and Bahawalpur. Muzaffargarh, there's some fields. So I went to the 2 tehsils, Port Abdul and Jatul tehsil, because both these organizations, they were working there for the rehabilitation. And in Bahawalpur, I went to the Sadr and Ahmedpur East tehsil. With the help of the proposal sampling, by the time I reached to the saturation, I selected 18 women. My inclusive criteria were the married women who had children and the non-government organization and the ladies health workers. They were the big help to get me to those houses and where I could go and collect my data. So data was collected through the in-depth interviews. Of course, I made an interview right for it, and then the Brown and Clark 6-step analysis and the thematic analysis were used to analyze the interview in order to identify the common themes and patterns, focusing on the vulnerabilities and challenges of women. Coding was employed to categorize data and turning into the meaningful theme that reflected the major research findings. So I was told that I need to maybe talk 7 to 8, 10 minutes on the policy implications. Sana was very, she was messaging me, please make PPTS for Dr. Sara and saying, you have to focus on, and she's very right. We all know how do we do the research, how do we conduct the research, and which methods we employ, but it's better to talk on the policy implications. So before I jump into the policy implication, my study findings are there in front of you. Two things you can see, of course, which is very much expected. So the woman who is already vulnerable in the rural areas, the woman who is not economically independent, the woman who is going through so many health issues. Pakistan stands fifth in the highest maternal mortality in Pakistan. And that big number, it involves less than rest of women. Just out of the population, which is not able to get that she goes to the field to get some help and she dies. So you can see the statistics and the figures issued by the United Nations, which says that where the women, rural women are standing. So in the middle of that, floods may, when you see so many things are happening, they don't have a roof to over their head, everything is gone. The women were in a great vulnerable situation. The floods actually resulted in an increase in the socioeconomic disparities for the women. The floods, in fact, disrupted women's traditional livelihood. We all know what they do. The agriculture sector, and however that is an unrecognized agriculture sector. So livelihood उनके लिए उनकी एक भैंस या उनकी एक जो गाय है, that is their biggest asset they have. So they were deprived of it because of the flood, and which led them to the further economic dependence and contributed to the economic instability. I would like to narrate the exact what they said. A woman in her late 40s, she said, we lost in one night what we made in years. Why did we lost in one night? It was because it was no longer at the flood. And unfortunately, our news is, the newspaper or the media is by the way those who are the good one. It is full of the news that एक जमींदार है, उन्होंने he cut that land and उन्होंने फिर पानी का जो वो रेला था दूसरी तरफ कर दिया just to save its own land. So she said we lost in one night what we made in the year. Our family is under severe debt now. I have to compromise over many things, including a full meal and a medical provision. Another woman said, we have no idea whether we knew that overnight water will rise to a greater extent and destruct everything. Our life's greatest assets are our livestock. I would sell milk in local market and was contributing towards my children's education. So we all know very well education is never. So we all know that education is not a priority of the rural women. If it would have been a priority, we wouldn't say that 28 million children are out of school in Pakistan. That little minority who were focusing on children education, the mothers were contributing, the father was contributing. You can well imagine the flood is coming and the flood is taking away everything from them. So what impact that flood is going to leave on their families and their children? So she said, our greatest assets are our livestock. I would sell milk in the local market. I was contributing towards my children's education. After 1 year of flood, my children are still out of school. Everything is gone. We could save only our lives, and we saw our animal drowned in front of us. So seeing the animal dying in front of the rural people, it is like seeing your children dying in front of you. These livestock, they're very important to them. They contribute significantly towards the economic stability. Multiple maternal and infant mortalities were reported in the absence of the medical care that led to the more devastating social and psychological effect on women and their families. In the words of a woman, the nightmare never ended. My daughter-in-law had her full term when we were displaced from our house and were sent to a local school for a shelter. The sudden labor pain and no medical assistance resulted into a loss of life of both mother and infant. There was a breach of parda. Of course, just yesterday I hired a maid from southern Punjab and she just entered and I was going to a market and she said, "Why are you doing like this? Where's your burqa?" So I said, no, I don't wear burqa. So the greater majority of the people, of the rural women, they live in a certain setup. They have to abide by certain, the social and culture factors become law for them. But there's not a law, but the way they obey their elders, orders. So breach of parda was during a flood, it was a big thing for them. Parda is deeply rooted in a rural culture and it leads to social instability and loss of self-esteem. And during flood, women were left behind privacy, accessibility to bathrooms. So you can well imagine the young girls are here when you have a menstrual cycle and you do not have anything. And you already know the menstrual hygiene is not a priority in our rural areas. Nobody talks about it. So you can well imagine what the young girls must have gone through when they had no roof over their bed and they were going to the open toilet. So there were lots and lots of cases reported on harassments and rapes. And they were reported in the villages, but unfortunately, the mainstream media didn't report any such thing. But this really happened. Because I have conducted research in the southern Punjab, so many of us are much aware with the unrest situation that usually is witnessed in the southern Punjab, and state is though takes serious steps. Then the girls, one of the women, the participants said it was not just the older and the elder population, the women were the one affected badly in the flood. The young girls in particular, while stranded in water, went through a lot. The absence of menstrual hygiene facilities even led to great difficulties. The poor law and order situation that already prevails in those rural areas that accelerated in those times. There were multiple incidents of harassment. Then one thing which is very important is the psychological trauma the women went through. And we can well imagine that those who even do not spend on maternal health or the general ailments that the women go through in the villages, nobody there is ready to accept that it's like psychological trauma or stress or anxiety. These are things that anyone can go through in life. So I had to ask them because the women over there, one woman, she told me that her 5-year-old daughter she died because of the snake bite in the flood. And when she got the snake bite, the 5-year-old girl got the snake bite. So she said that they were in the middle of that water, the 2-3 meters water, and they had nowhere to go. So after that, she said that I stopped eating and I was up for a month and I would cry in the middle of the night and I would go to the graveyard. And with so many serious incidents, so many serious things happened to the rural women in the flood. So it's a very great time that if I jump into the policies, we can talk what we can do. Steps taken towards combating effects of the climate change is pivotal to lessen women vulnerability on the face of disaster. UN estimate that climate change overall the climate change in the world could push up to the 158 million more women and children into poverty by 2050. So what to talk of the sustainable development goals if that one thing, the climate change is going to take over everything and is going to impact deeply on the vulnerable section of the society. Besides, natural disasters would cause 232 million more women and girls to face food insecurity. What is really important is the mapping and identifications of the area where there are potential threats of floods that are coming every year. Not in this paper, but the paper that I have already published.
In that paper, I talked to the government authorities and the non-government organization representatives. I asked them the difficulties they face when they deal with the flood situation. So they were very similar findings that I got from both the public administrators and the non-government organization representatives. They said that the big thing in the rural population, in the rural Pakistan is that the administrative section, the DCOs and the commissioner, they don't stay there. They come and they go. They are constant and very regular, transfers. Nobody come, nobody stay here. There is even no mapping, the right mapping of the area. The road structure, they don't know which road is leading to which road. So in such situation, how can you expect that when the flood is coming and there's water everywhere and the NGO is sending 200 trucks of, aid, where to exactly send those trucks? There is no administrator. If you talk to the DCO Saab is there. DCO Saab just resigned 3 months ago. He's not there. He's not going to. So it is very important. The mapping and identification of the area, it should be on the fingertips. Those government authorities who are working over there, those non-government organizations working over there, every state institute should know the exact location, the geographical characteristics where the floods are coming again and again. Only in that case, if you cannot stop the water coming, at least you can help the people while mapping them, while identifying, you can do the need assessment in a very right manner. So that is very important. Government really has to think over it. There should be no consistent transfers. People need to stay there. People need to work for the rural women, for their betterment. The emergency services, double guard, double two, and other, so they should be gender sensitive. It is very important that whoever goes for the aid, I'm not here talking over how we can stop flood, but once the floods are coming, the disaster is there. What you are going to do with the young women and the children and the women who are carrying babies, who are pregnant, what are you going to do with them? Is there any plan? Are there any areas you have deputed for this section of the society? Otherwise, you are going to leave them you are going to throw them in front of the wolf, and the wolf are going to eat them. So the emergency services that are gender sensitive in nature is very important. Besides, the state institutions, in particular medical institutions, need to be equipped with need and assistance over maternal health, menstrual hygiene products, psychological support, and to address the specific need of women during floods. There is a great need also to establish safe spaces for women. Now, what the Agahe did and what the Akhuva did. So, Akhuva is already building hundreds of houses. Still, they are building, and people are contributing. In Punjab University, contributing in a great manner. And Amjad Sakat Saab came to even our department, and we did our best because we knew the way Amjad Sakat Saab is working. So, but that is post-flood. That is post-flood. So the safe spaces are very important to identify prior to the floods. You never know. We're going to see heavy snowfall in 2025, at the beginning of 2025. And by the summers, then we're again going to have flood. We don't have dams where we can, regularize the water. So there's a great need to establish safe spaces for women during disasters, which ensure the protection and save them from the harassment. With history of floods in many rural areas, this can be done prior to any emergency situation. All state institutions need to come forward and make plans. There is a dire need to devise programs that help in improving the overall status of rural women through education, access to financial resources, and skill development. That is very much missing in the rural areas. So we are the urban women. We are educated. The education makes us empowered. And maybe we are in a position to deal with the crisis. What about those women who are too much dependent on their men, even for the 3-time meal? So you cannot expect them to deal with the crisis, the disaster they go through when the floods are coming, when they are without any home, they are without any shelter, and they are bearing the loss of their livestock and even their children in front of their eyes. So that can raise serious questions over the psychological and other social and economic needs of women.
So that's all from my side. I was told to just, just to cover my entire topic in 20 minutes. So these are the resources. Oh, yes, there was another slide, yes. So I'm sorry, yes, establishing mobile health clinics and maternal care programs to reduce maternal mortalities during birth, which was very much identified by the state institutions and the non-government organizations. Ensuring the availability of the trained health workers, and the we talked about it, advocacy in the country for the policies that identify and address the impact of this birth, which is gender specific in nature. It is extremely important. There is a dire need to ensure that women needs are prioritized in disaster management plans, and the gender responsive disaster recovery strategies are put in place. The liaison, that was very important. That was both the government and the non-government organizations. They are saying there's what is really missing is the good connection between the non-government organization and the government organization. The liaison and the collaboration of the state institutions and the non-government organization, from devising policies to implementing programs that reduce women vulnerabilities overall or in the disaster, is the need of all. So these are the resources that I have used in my research. And Dr. Sala had also a third paper, Impact of Flood on Women, 2015, the second one. Yes, sorry. Yeah, so I think I had mentioned you too in my research.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sonia. Dr. Sonia, there's a question from the students. I'm really happy for the amazing questions coming in from students. It's really made my day and the conference for me. So, you went to South Punjab, you collected data from 2 rural villages. The question from the student is, what was your experience like? Were there any challenges and barriers? Would you like to share them?
As I told you, we were not in a position to straight go to the. I conducted that research in 2022. It was a time when you can even well imagine, and if you recall, there was a very serious flood in Pakistan. That was a very devastating flood. We collected some aid, and I just wanted to accompany those non-government organizations because I was a part of their board of directors. But we couldn't go right after the flood. I was there in the middle of that Jatoi village after 9 months of the flood. So we landed in Multan and we went there, and it was like, if you have ever, somebody has ever gone through the researches, what really happens after the flood. So you can well imagine they were in a hundreds of families. They were in the government institution. They were there. They took shelter in the schools. They took shelter in the Tehsil headquarters and the district headquarters. There are 2 medical facilities that are there in the rural areas. And women who were pregnant, the children, the infants, they went through a lot. And then one very important that is still we can see the effect of flood on children, that they couldn't resume their schools. Many families, they had to pay lots of economic losses. So the situation over there was very devastated, and there was no place even for us to stay there. So we straight traveled back to DG Khan, and we could go straight back to Multan. That was state really has to think over floods. Maybe they're coming in 2025 again. So what the Hukumat is building the 100 houses. So they're not enough. They're not going to. They're not enough.
There was, for my book, I researched, and I got this from literature review, that Bangladesh has this identity plan. It's part of their version of the Nadra scheme, where they give identity badges to women. But again, this is a post-disaster intervention. And then they help them over the period of the next 5 years, not just to give them conditional and unconditional cash transfers, but then skill development, and then help to transfer them into permanent housing. But then obviously pre-disaster planning is missing even in Bangladesh, because Bangladesh faces a lot of floods as well. Another question from students is that, we usually, and I think this was connected to another presentation as well, that we used for the Kashmir presentation, that we usually tout the women as recovery agents. So they're the ones who are the most disempowered,
but then we are giving them most of the responsibility to, gain skill development, become champions, recreate another home, adjust to a new culture if they're displaced, look after the children. Do you have any thoughts about that in terms of your perception-based data collection? What did the women say about that? Did they face any burdens in becoming, agents of recovery, or anything else you'd like to say?
It is not just that thought is not just restricted to the rural women. Don't you think it is also prevalent in urban areas?
Everywhere.
Everywhere. The women are the one who are supposed to be the home,
Agents,
recovery agents, who are supposed to be the homemakers.
Peace building agents.
Yes, peace building agents, even between the families and, taking care of everything. So, there in the flood area, let's say the home that used to be their home is no more there. They don't have roof over their head. So women are equally contributing towards building their new houses. I have seen them. And it is very important to tell you that there were some non-government organizations who just gave them money. So you can just make their own houses, whatever the little houses you can make at your own. Ahud is the only non-government organization who have their builders and they are just building houses. So women are contributing in a great manner. But the problem is they're not recognized. Their services are not recognized. Even in the agriculture sector, women they're the backbone there in the rural area. They're helping their husband. They're working in the farms, but they're not recognized. So far that research was concerned. They are the one bearing the loss. They are the one. They are compromising over so many issues, over a good life, a 3-time meal. If their children are not going to school, they look more concerned more than the men. And then the southern Punjab, another demographic characteristics of the southern Punjab are so many people in the southern Punjab, they don't work there. My maternal mortality research in my PhD, that was also in southern Punjab. That is how I developed my interest in southern Punjab. Another demographic characteristics is there is no industrial base there. And agriculture is also not very promising, except few areas in the southern Punjab. So the men there, they are working in central Punjab or out of country somewhere or abroad. So men are not there in many households. That is the reality of southern Punjab, the reality of many areas of the southern Punjab. So women are the one standing tall and trying to trying to bear the losses and trying to rebuild the life for them again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sonia. I will hand it over to Dr. Shamaila to introduce our last speaker for today. Dr. Farah, thank you so much. She's actually an invited speaker. We requested her to speak on a recent publication of hers, which was related to secondary school education for girls. Thank you.
Dr. Farah is an assistant professor at the Department of Economics, Mushtaq Ahmed Gurmani School of Humanities and Social Sciences, and has been serving as the executive director of the Mehboob Haq Research Center since February 2024. She is also an associate fellow at the Institute of Development and Economic Alternatives, a research fellow at the Center for Economic Research in Pakistan, and an invited researcher at Abdul Latif Jameel Poverty Action Lab. Previously, she was Stephen Klassen postdoctoral research fellow at the George August University, a research fellow at the Center for Research in Economics and Business, and an assistant professor at the Lahore School of Economics. Her research focuses on issues related to household dynamics, gender, labor market participation, agriculture, and microfinance, and has been published in prestigious journals such as the Economic Journal, Applied Economic Journal, Applied Economics, World Bank Economic Review, Economic Development and Cultural Change, and World Development, among others. In her work, she uses experimental RCTs and lab-in-field experiments and quasi-experimental methods for designing effective pro-poor policies for the developing world. Thank you, Dr. Farah, for joining us. Over to you.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the organizers before I start speaking, in particular to Sarah for inviting me. I just attended the afternoon session. It's been wonderful. I really appreciate the fact that this is multidisciplinary and that a Department of Sociology has seen it fit to invite a development economist. economics is considered a dismal science. Usually we tend to bring the mood down. But today I have this work, which is on a long-standing conditional cash transfer program in Punjab. And it's one of those things that seem to be working in terms of policy making. This is joint work with Arina Musaddiq, who is currently at Mathematica. Let me just quickly start by giving you a brief overview of the motivation behind this work. So what we see, and the conversation around this room has also been, is that health and education is often seen to be a driver for change. In particular, when we start to talk about health and education, women receive a specific focus because it's believed when you help educate a female, and that just not only impacts her life but the lives of those around her. So there's a social impact in that sense. And so this is certainly something that we see a lot of government policies, not just in Pakistan, but in other developing countries and other countries, also hold true that when there is a particular focus and there's a choice on where to spend some restricted resources, women are given some preference, right? At least in paper. And this is basically on the fact that this is highly correlated with, an educated woman having lower levels of fertility, better health, and then arguably also the better education and health of their children. But there's very little causal work here. And here I want to again refer to what Sarah was saying initially about this being a chicken and egg problem, which again becomes important in our context because what we want to do from this paper is to give a policy recommendation. So we want to know exactly what is the cause and what is the effect. And so here we're looking at this education as a cause for not just the educational outcomes for the girl who goes to school, but also for her later in life and then for her children as well, right? And we want to say that this actually the fact that she is in school that's leading to this entire thing and not something in the household that may be contributing to both, right? So it's a cause and effect study. This is quite rare in literature, not just in Pakistan, but in general worldwide, because establishing cause and effect is not easy. So there's a lot of data that we know, it makes intuitive sense as well that these things may be related, but we're not able to pinpoint what starts off the process. So I'm quoting a few studies here that have been done in places like Zimbabwe, Malawi, Indonesia, where there is some effort to pinpoint this, and our paper is kind of contributing to that. The second thing we want to focus on is in particular, when it comes to Pakistan, we see that the government seems to have given up on primary school enrollment. It seems that it's high enough and it's not. So they think that they've done what they could, and now they need to look at secondary education and higher. And in the secondary education sphere, what they're looking at is whether or not the high cost of secondary education is actually justifying the return that you get from it. So what they're noticing over here is they're saying, well, when you educate women, it's not as if when they go to, let's say, if a woman has a grade 10, grade 11 education, it's not as if she's going to labor market. In the case of Pakistan, our labor market participation rates for women are the lowest in the region, if not the world. And so they're saying, why should we spend so much money on this? Perhaps all we need is primary education. We don't need to spend money on secondary education, but this particular program in Punjab seems to be thinking differently. So they are putting a lot of money into just incentivizing women to go to school, and they're not focusing on the quality of education that they get in school. It's just the fact that when she's in school, she's not being married off, and she's not, the chances of early pregnancy, early childbirth, etc., all of that will be reduced, right? So the value they believe is that it's just for keeping women in school for longer. Right? So, and this is exactly what we attempt to study in our project. Is basically we're looking at how the secondary schooling stipend was provided, and the way it was provided allows us to actually establish that cause and effect that I was talking about earlier. This is because it was not provided everywhere all at once. It was provided in particular districts, and it was provided to particular age groups, and it was provided to particular income brackets and also attendance rates, right? And so if you start looking at that, you could start developing not only your program eligible beneficiaries, but you could find comparison non-beneficiaries with whom you can compare and then say, okay, here are people of same age, of same socioeconomic background, but they did not receive this program. And so what are their outcomes versus the outcomes of beneficiaries who do receive that conditional cash transfer? And what we add to this big piece of literature, which when we talk to the government is not something that they're focusing on, is basically we're saying, look, this is good, that a conditional cash transfer program that aims to increase education for women does end up increasing the education for women. But we should also look at is that all of the other claims that you made about having a girl longer at school means that marriages are delayed a bit. So is it delaying marriages? Is it delaying pregnancy? Is it improving the maternal health care? Is it improving the health of the children that they have, right? So it's a long-term study. And so that's what we are contributing to this piece of literature. As I mentioned, this is a program that is trying to establish, well, this is a study that is trying to establish cause and effect. And so here what we're looking at is the fact that the program was implemented in districts with very low literacy rates as of the 1998 census. So this is a program that was initiated in 2004, so not very recent. There were 15 districts at that time which had literacy rates of less than 40%. And so they got this program. Within the program, this was not every child was eligible for this, so they had to be a female, they had to be going to public schools, and they had to have at least 80% attendance rate in the last quarter. Right? So that means not every child in one of those 15 districts was receiving this cash transfer as well. Just because I'm worried about running out of time, so I'm just going to highlight the main findings. And this is essentially what we find is that every year of exposure to the program and every year that you are likely to receive that program, that increases the probability of increasing your secondary schooling. I'll also show you that it not only increases the probability of increasing your completing your secondary schooling, it also does that for primary schooling. So it incentivizes parents to admit their children, especially girls, to school and starting from primary, knowing that they're going to receive this cash transfer in the future as well. It reduces the likelihood of early marriage and of early childbirth. And then later in life, it improves their prenatal care. So they are more likely to seek prenatal care. It reduces the likelihood of their children being underweight and stunted. We are able to track why this may be happening. So we are able to say, look, this is probably not happening because they are working, but what we are able to see is that this is happening because women who have at least secondary level education have husbands who have also have at least secondary level of education. And that combined effect is driving that results. It also means that women are more aware of health messaging. And so when they receive some message about just taking some vitamins when you're expecting, they're more likely to be receptive to that kind of information. And they're also likely to be more empowered. So they have more bargaining power in the household. And all of this combined is leading to the results that we see above. So I don't need to convince the people in this room about how much this is needed in our setting. We've talked about how Pakistan has one of the highest number of out-of-school children. It also has more than 1 million adolescent girls out of school. It has one of the highest rates of maternal mortality. And while yes, the government is correct that primary enrollment is high, it drops sharply when you go to secondary schooling. So 1 out of 3 girls is out of school in grade 6 to 8, and 1 out of 2, that is 50% of the girls who should be going to grade 9 and 10 are not at school. Right? So the dropout rates are immense. And this is, we know there are multiple reasons. So it's not just the fact that it may be expensive for them to go to school. Public schooling is free. But it's also there are lots of social cultural norms that prohibit parents from sending their girls off to school, let's say because they don't think that there's safe transport available. And this is important because what we see in the private market is there's an active private market for primary schooling. So there is a primary school probably within walking distance, but that's not true for public schooling. So for public schools, parents have to make an extra calculation about maybe hiring someone to take their girl to the school. Maybe they hire a van, maybe they hire a rickshaw, and so girls go as a group and they're dropped off to school and picked up. And so this means that the conditional cash transfer that the program had could be very useful because it is actually targeting a large segment of Pakistan's school-going age children. We are not looking at a sector where the sector may be competing with private schools. This is a sector that is actually being mostly supplied by public schools. And then this is giving them some cash, not a lot of cash, but some cash that facilitates them going to school. So the female secondary schooling stipend program, what I call FSSP to save time, is a conditional cash transfer. This was introduced in Punjab in 2004. At the time that it was introduced, it gave them 200 rupees per month or 600 per quarter if they had 80% attendance. And so the amount wasn't large, so it's not going to improve the welfare of the household on the whole. The idea was that this is going to be money that can pay for transport, that can pay for textbooks and pay for uniform. So no out-of-pocket costs for the parents. The program was conditional on where you're living. So if you're a part of the low literacy district, 15 out of 36 at the time of the start of the program, and then if you have at least 80% attendance per quarter in grade 6 to 10. So this is what the map looks like. The areas in pink and in red are what we call program or treatment districts, where the literacy rates were lower than 40%. Everything in blue are comparison districts. These are the non-program districts where the program was not initiated. So you see this is mostly South Punjab, with the exception of Multan, which had high literacy rates than its neighboring districts. We use the multiple indicator cluster survey from 4 different years. So, and in comparison to all of the excellent papers that we've just heard about, this is very much a quantitative paper. We use a large sample and we want to say on average, what is this program doing? And we believe that the actual effects for individuals may be very different, but this is the average effect that the government could actually count upon. We use mixed because it has very good information on maternal healthcare outcomes and also the height and weight of the children. So that's mainly the idea behind this. What we have is what we call intent to treat effect. So what we have is essentially, because we're using mix does not collect any income data. So we don't know if the household receiving direct income, but we do know if the household is eligible to receive that income. So what effects I'm showing you is the effect of eligibility. And then you can make assumptions about whether or not you receive it. We don't make that assumption. We're saying you're just eligible. You're in a district where the government is focusing on education relatively more than a comparison district. And what does that have? What does that impact your outcomes? We have what we call treatment groups. These are the eligible groups. These are all of the women who live in the treatment districts, provided that they're in the right age group and have 80% attendance. That means every female in the non-recipient district is automatically comparison. Every female in the treatment district that was already too old in 2004 to be in grade 10 is also comparison because they're not receiving the cash flow. So that means in our treatment or program group, we have women in the recipient district aged 15 or younger in 2004. And so in the data that I have, this is basically women who were born between 1989 to 2002. And we're going to track them from 2002 onwards till 2018, 2020. So this is what how we establish how many years of exposure you may have had with the program, right? So we have women from ages born in 1980 to 2002. Everyone born between 1980 to 1988 is already 16 or older at the time that the program was started, so they do not get this cash transfer. They have 0 years of exposure. And then people born in 1989 would be in grade 10 at the time of the program starts, so they get 1 year of exposure, 1992 years of exposure, and so on and so forth. It turns out that the government initially did not give any cash transfers to people in grade 10 and 9. So this is why it's in a lighter gray. So actually, the actual program started was 1991. And so here we have people who have 2 years of exposure, then 4, 5, 6, and 10. And so what we're considering over here is we're looking at literature that says, if you have this kind of cash transfer, this would not only motivate you to send your children to secondary schooling, but also to primary schooling, because you need primary schooling to get to secondary schooling, and then you can get that cash transfer. I very quickly go over this. So if people are interested in how we actually run this, it's actually just this is going to give me that average effect. So I'm going to say for each year of exposure, this is the effect that I see, and I control through a host of different things. So across districts, across years, across cohorts, across households. The main thing I'm looking at is whether or not the program was able to increase the chances of the female or the young girl completing primary school, completing secondary school, and how many years of schooling she has. Later on, we track the same child and we look at whether or not she is likely to get married before 16. In the paper, we also show before 17, 18, up to 21. And then if she gets married at 16, is she also going to have her first child before 17? And we do this for a number of ages as well. And if she does fall pregnant, then what is the maternal health care? So is she getting prenatal or postnatal care? Then for the same women, we look at what happens to their children. So we're looking at the height, weight, whether the children are stunted, underweight, or whether there's a death in the family of the young child. So before I show you any regression results, here is the graphical representation of the first two articles, which is whether they complete schooling or not. And the results are kind of striking. So if you remember, in the 1991 was the first, the cohort born in 1991 is the first cohort that is exposed to the program. You don't see any impact of it beforehand, but you see an immediate jump in the probability of completing primary education immediately afterwards, and the probability of completing secondary education immediately afterwards as well. So there is a pronounced effect of this program on the probability of the female finishing schooling. Right? These are the regression results. If you want to see them, we see that each year of getting a conditional cash transfer increases your years of education as well. But we see that this also decreases the likelihood of early marriage, decreases the likelihood of early childbirth, increases the likelihood of getting maternal health care. And then for the children, that improves their weight, improves their height, reduces the chances of them being underweight, reduces the chance of them being stunted, reduces the likelihood of there being a death of a child. So, I mean, these are like huge impacts if you consider that this is not a program that is focusing on maternal health care. The program is just focusing on keeping girls in school, but we keep on seeing these impacts. We're still following up with the samples. So there is some indication that it reduces the fertility rate of these women as well. So for every 17 women who were exposed to the program, they're having one child less. And for a country which is increasing the way we are, again, this is a very important implication of this program. There are a series of regression checks we look for, so we are able to rule out these results, not because of health infrastructure, it's not because of migration, it's not because of the ages of the women, so on and so forth. So I'm very happy to share the paper after this for those who are curious, but just in the interest of time, I just wanted to show you also the things that we are able to look at as the reasons why this may be happening. So all I'm saying is they're staying in school longer. We don't know if they're learning anything because the quality of schooling we're not very confident about. What we're saying is that the fact that she finishes the secondary schooling may have some impact on who her husband is. So do parents decide that if my daughter is at least, has passed the 10th grade, then her husband should at least have that, right? So that's one thing. And we're saying collectively that may make a difference in the life of that woman and also of her child. Does that make her more knowledgeable about health practices, so about other health issues? And so is she receptive about health issues? And is she more empowered in the household? And we find evidence, again, from mix of all three happening. So there is a greater likelihood that her husband has secondary education. There's a greater likelihood of her knowing of other things. So I'm limited again here by the questions that Mix asks. So, but Mix does ask if she knows about HIV and AIDS. So they have more general health knowledge. And Mix does something very interesting. It asks this very nice question, which, well, I shouldn't say nice, but they're trying to capture whether or not women are empowered in some sense. And so they ask, do you think it's justified do you think it's not justified for a husband to beat his wife if she neglects the child, goes out without asking him, argues, refuses him birth? And so we're saying the women who receive the cash transfer are more likely to say, no, the husband cannot beat her wife just because of these reasons. Right? So they're generally more empowered in the household as well. So we've been in conversation with the policymakers about this. So this was just to give you a bit of a background, this was a paper that I was working on and my co-author was working on when we were working on a PhD thesis. This was not commissioned by the government, but when the results came out and the paper was published, they were very interested in this. So they are interested. So as I said, they knew that these effects may exist, but they've not done a robust study of it. And it seemed to them a validation of the things that they had thought about. And so now, for those of you who are familiar, this program has actually expanded to more age ranges. It's expanded to more areas. The amount of the stipend had increased in 2017, so before this paper came out. But it's very nice to see, even if it's unintentional, that a government policy may be working well. So this is basically so I'll just conclude with this, that the results imply that programs for girls' education may have important long-term impacts. The thing that we're now working with the government with is to just calculate the cost of this. It seems if you start including the cost of just providing these stipends, which is apparently not large, to the benefits that it is providing in maternal health care and the child care, neonatal care, then this appears to be, something which is very highly net benefit. So that's what we're trying to calculate right now. But yes, I'll stop here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Farah. I can't help myself. It's a statistician in me. Was there negative regression results for postnatal care?
They were insignificant.
Okay,
Thankfully insignificant.
Thankfully,
So zero impact on
because from what how they say that one research leads to 100 more. So I was wondering what the link could be over there. We have a couple of questions from our students. One question, and this is a relevant question. I'm glad that you thought of it. I don't know who this is coming from. It's conditional cash transfer. So I think one of the things, and Dr. Farah will add more, is they are releasing the money in underserved and areas with disprivileged populations, but based on the 80% attendance formula. So is there any other way of ensuring that they're actually using that 600 rupees per quarter, which is very minimal? Yeah, we've written that. It's almost nothing. That it's actually being spent on their textbooks and their transport, or are they showing the 80% attendance and yet not using it for the schooling?
So this is an excellent question. I think when we talked to the policymakers about this, about whether they collect data on this, they said we don't, which is not surprising. But I think their point is just to say, look, there's a cash inflow that's coming in. Now it's up to the household to see how they want to use it. But the point is this inflow will continue as long as the child is going to school.
Yeah, and there's a cultural impact, right? You're passing that information to the parents that this is what we are prioritizing, that post-primary level, you need to keep sending your girls for secondary level schooling. So even if they're not using that money, but yet they have to deposit the documents to remain eligible as beneficiaries for that 600 rupees transfer, the job is still getting done, no matter how it is. So another question from somebody had their hand up, Tanya, Amar, Dr. Aisha, anybody? I think you covered everything. That's why because usually we have 10 questions.
This is just the impact of economics, so I think it's also later in the day.
I have the same experience when I present stats versus qualitative and get Thank you so much, Dr. Farah, and thank you so much for doing such important research. You know what I want to, there are a few students left, but what I do want to mention is that using the secondary data sets that the government is collecting, or like, for example, DHS is being collected through NIPS. So usually some local body or state body is involved, even if it's an international organization collecting data. Yeah, PBS, Pakistan Economic Health Survey, FCCU, there's so many. I've actually heard people say this at conference, there's no data in Pakistan. Yeah, we know that, but there still is. There is some. So if we start doing analysis on that, and this is also please for my MPhil researchers, it's a step forward in helping. And this goes back to that first question, well, how can we make a difference? We're just doing research. We're making a big difference. So thank you for that. And I know you're continuing work on that you were mentioning. So good luck with that.
Thank you.
I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Addison for his closing remarks and then the shield distribution, please.
Oh, no, thank you. Thank you very much. I was there at the beginning. I guess I'm here at the end. I missed some things in between, but I will say that the 4 papers that I did sit in for were wonderful. I mean, each in their different ways. And of course, looking at the whole program, I know that quality was maintained throughout. I guess there's a couple of things that were striking to me. One is, and not surprisingly, of course, is the academic aspect and the analysis that came with it. The second thing was the policy analysis, and that was purposely set up. I think you said at the very beginning that you wanted to have some policy relevancy of that. But I will say, along with those two that I think were very, very apparent throughout the day, is the human dimension. And I think sometimes that aspect is lost in some kinds of academic settings. On this particular one, though, I'm not going through each of them. I mean, I'm thinking of the ones that I saw, though. The one, women vulnerability in the face of climate change and natural disasters, that was quite touching because it had quotations that had been collected in the field work. And it really brought home the fact that, yes, these are figures, yes, this is analysis, yes, it has policy implications, But just a really timely reminder of the human aspect of this whole thing. So I'm really glad that this came out in a very positive way. Again, for the sociology department, Dr. Risby, thank you. I guess this is the 6th such conference. I don't know what the track record is of how many of these presentations saw the light of day as journal articles, but certainly everything that I heard, the 4 that I did hear were absolutely material that could be turned, and I guess yours is already being published. But I think that's terrific because then the impact goes beyond us sitting around the table, to go into data sets and to go into journals that are accessed and become important for later research. So I really would commend you on the fact that it has become a tradition, that it does draw us, I think there's a half a dozen universities at least, to have alums there, University of Punjab there, so I go to there, a lot of different universities. And of course, that's the bringing people together as well. So in the informal way, people are able to interact as well. So again, very appreciative that we do this, very appreciative that the sociology department and the faculty as well, thank you very much, brings people together like this. So again, very impressed and very, very happy that Foreman can do what a university should do, which is to bring people together, to bring diverse people together, to bring diverse viewpoints and analytical techniques together, and to have this kind of discussion, which I actually do think, I mean, you mentioned, I will say the last one was really very interesting for me in a lot of ways, because, in the 3 decades I was an aid officer at USAID, we often made this claim, and sometimes it was rooted in that, and sometimes perhaps it wasn't. But to see it laid out like this, that it really can make a difference. And don't want to extrapolate too far among people that are really experts in this field. But I think the claim was often made that when you think of East Pakistan, West Pakistan, when you think of Pakistan, Bangladesh, post 1971, people have made the claim that Bangladesh for many years did invest more significantly in female education, and of course in the macro sense, that did have an impact in some of their social indicators. And this would seem to be a very relevant case study for Pakistan, that it does have that same effect, and in some sense, reinforces, and maybe in some sense shows why the policymakers in Pakistan were so interested, because this is real proof. It's not just anecdote, but it's a lot of data sets and a lot of analysis and I guess the student said, 600 rupees a quarter. I mean, really? I mean, it's nothing, and yet it has that kind of impact. I mean, that's just astonishing in a lot of ways. So anyway, I don't want to go on too long. I know it's late in the day. I think this is a great number of people that are here for the very end. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Robinson. And I just want to say that we have an abstract booklet that comes out afterwards. And most of the speakers that spoke today have said that they've either submitted their research already for publication or it's forthcoming. So that's going to be a proud moment as well, because we would like to share that on our department page. Obviously, a video recording of this will also be shared for those who couldn't join us today. I'd like to invite Dr. Addison and Dean Sikandar for the shield distribution for the second batch of speakers. Dr. Gloria came to give shields to the first session. So please, if all of you could, you're going to have to walk to the back, please. I'd like to invite Dr. Aisha Amjad first. We're very proud to share that she's from our own department at FCCU, and she presented on the intersectionality of health literacy and infertility. This is a qualitative study of the emotional and social experiences among infertile women, discussing primary infertility. And it was an eye-opener for us, and a rarely covered topic, because infertility is usually associated with stigma, and it's a concealed research area. Rarely talked about. So thank you so much, Dr. Aisha. आप प्लीज वहाँ चले जाओ. डॉक्टर आयशा खड़ी हो जाओ. अमाल खड़े हो जाए ना. मैं तो ये कर रही हूँ. डॉक्टर शमाइला के नाम करके काम राइट. Ms. Amber Bajwa, because I wanted to share with Dr. Addison a moment of pride for us. This is our MPhil graduate, recent graduate from our department, and she presented on the Christian minorities and their health disparities, specifically related to mental health. Ms. Rosina Begum has already had to leave, so I'd like to invite Dr. Subha Mir next. She did a great job in representing two literary plays and recommend policy support for making theatre more active in social mobilization for protective policy of ethnic and religious minorities. Thank you, Dr. Mir. I'd also like to invite Dr. Sonia Umar from Punjab University. She's also the director of the Graduate Center for Education Policy and Development, which is working on marginalized populations. She presented today on women's flood effectives. Thank you. Finally, I'd like to call Dr. Farhan Khan, Assistant Professor in our University of Management, Sciences and the Economics Department. If I'm not wrong, Farhan is in the Google Research Center. She presented today on second experience of girls. So am I right, Farhan? You're also living in the Google Research Center. Yeah. Congratulations on that, and we want to hear you speak next year as well. Thank you. Yeah, she is. She's heading it now. Thank you so much, everyone. Please join us at E00 for a late lunch, high tea, so we can continue the discussion.